The rich get richer and the poor get prison. Ideology, Class, and Criminal Justice. Jeffrey Ryman. Paul Layton. Preface to the 11th edition. For almost 40 years now, the rich get richer and the poor get prison has been taking the issue of economic inequality seriously and asking, why aren't the tools of the criminal justice system being used to protect Americans from predatory business practices and to punish those well-off people who cause widespread harm? Why are the prisons filled with the poor? Why were peaceful Occupy Wall Street protesters arrested for disorderly conduct, while those who created serious disorder in the world economy got bonuses? The answer offered by the rich get richer and the poor get prison is that this is precisely how our criminal justice system is designed to function. It aims its weapons against the poor, while ignoring or treating gently the rich who prey upon their fellows. The Rich Get Richer invites readers to look at the American criminal justice system as if it were aimed, not at protecting us against crime, but at keeping before our eyes in our courts and in our prisons, in our newspapers, and on our TVs a large criminal population consisting primarily of poor people. This serves the interests of the rich and powerful by broadcasting the message that the real danger to most Americans comes from people below them on the economic ladder rather than from above. Looking at the criminal justice system this way makes more sense out of criminal justice policy than accepting the idea that the system is really aimed at protecting our lives and limbs and possessions. All of this is summed up by saying that the rich get richer and the poor get prison. Supporting the thesis that the criminal justice system is aimed at maintaining a large visible population of poor criminals requires defending two main claims: first, that the system could reduce our high crime rates but fails to do so, and second, that the system is biased against the poor at every stage. This second claim means that for the same crimes, the poor are more likely than the well-off to get arrested and, if arrested, more likely to be charged and, if charged, more likely to be convicted and, if convicted, more likely to be sentenced to prison. And, if sentenced to prison, more likely to receive a long sentence. But it means even more: the bias against the poor starts earlier, at the point at which legislators decide what is to be a crime in the first place. Many of the ways in which the well-off harm their fellows, deadly pollution, unsafe working conditions, and some of the harmful practices that have led to financial crises, are not even defined as crimes, though they do more damage to life and limb or take more money from people's pockets than the acts that are treated as crimes. But what of the first claim, namely, that the system could reduce our high crime rates but fails to do so? In the last 25 years we have seen an enormous increase in the number of Americans behind bars and significant drops in our crime rates. We shall show that only a small fraction of this reduction is due to criminal justice policies, although some of it undoubtedly is. The thesis of the rich get richer requires only that the criminal justice system fails to prevent enough crime so that there remains before our eyes a large population of poor criminals. And that is no less the case today than it was when the book was first written. Though crime is down these days, there is still plenty of it, much more than in countries similar to the United States in population density and wealth, and our citizens are still afraid of it. And our prisons are jammed full of people who are far poorer, and far more likely to have been unemployed or underemployed before entering prison, than their counterparts in the larger population. Moreover, the criminal justice system, by which we always mean the whole system from lawmakers to law enforcers, continues not to implement programs that could alleviate the disabilities of poverty and dramatically reduce our high crime rates. And, as this book documents in detail, little has been done to make the harmful non-criminal acts of the well-off into crimes or to reduce the bias against poor people caught up in the system. In short, though the system has had some success in reducing crime, it is still failing in the way That the thesis of the rich get richer asserts, we are still confronted with the specter of a large and scary population of poor criminals. The criminal justice system still fails to protect us from the well-off by not treating their harmful acts as crimes. For all the changes of recent years, the rich are still getting richer, and the poor are still getting prison. In revising the book for the 11th edition, we have mainly tried to show the truth of this statement by bringing statistics comparing criminal and non-criminal harms, such as those caused by preventable occupational and environmental hazards, up to date, and by incorporating the results of the relevant research that has appeared since the last edition. As always, we have tried to introduce these updates with as little violation of the original edition's style and argument as possible. This edition reports findings of studies published as recently as 2015. However, where we compare the relative danger of criminal versus non-criminal harms, we generally use figures for 2014, the latest year for which there are adequate statistics on both types of harm. When new statistics were not available, we have, where it seemed plausible, assumed that earlier statistics reflect continuing trends and enable projections from the past into the present. In all cases, we have kept our assumptions and estimates extremely conservative in order to keep the argument on the firmest ground. In addition to new studies and data, we also continue to report some of the most striking of the older studies. This shows how deep-seated the bias in our system is, and that the recent studies are not aberrations or about merely passing phenomena. The prefaces to the last 5 editions noted the declining number of articles in scholarly sociology and criminology journals reporting on the relationship between economic status and arrest, conviction, and sentencing. The point bears repeating for this edition. When the first edition of The Rich Get Richer and The Poor Get Prison appeared in 1979, there were many such studies, largely stimulated by President Johnson's establishment in 1965 of the President's Commission on Law Enforcement and the Administration of Justice. These studies consistently showed the presence of significant bias against lower-class suspects at every stage of criminal justice processing, from arrest on. With each subsequent edition of The Rich Get Richer, the number of new studies on this topic has decreased, so that now, having once again reviewed every major journal, and many not so major ones, in the field, we find that the number of new studies has dwindled to a trickle. The studies that do exist show the bias to be alive and well. Furthermore, this is also the 11th effort to arrive at an estimate of the total amount and cost of white-collar crime in the United States. There are organizations that study one or another type of white-collar crime, such as insurance fraud, but while we are inundated with statistics on common crimes, there is no public or private agency that regularly measures the full extent of white-collar crime in all its varieties and issues a regular, not to mention annual, report. Social scientists who study the ways in which social problems are framed and addressed would do well to consider why we have so little research on economic bias in criminal justice and no measurement of the full extent of white-collar crime. From reviewers' comments, we are happy to learn that the book continues to be used both by teachers who agree with its thesis and by those who do not. This is as it should be. The Rich Get Richer is meant to stimulate thought, pro and con, not to gather disciples. Over the years, reviewers have made numerous recommendations, many of which have been adopted and which, we believe, have improved the book. Some of the recommendations to discuss epistemology and scientific method, to present evidence conflicting with our theory alongside evidence that supports it, to provide detailed proposals for solving some of the problems that the book identifies in the criminal justice system, to call for overthrow of the capitalist system, and so on, have been resisted because following them would detract from the aim of the book. The Rich Get Richer is not meant to be a complete survey of the criminal justice system, and certainly not a complete survey of American social problems, and it is not meant to be a complete recipe for fixing either. It is also not meant to be a balanced presentation of conservative and progressive views. The goal of The Rich Get Richer is more limited and more focused. It is meant to show readers that much that goes on in the criminal justice system violates their own sense of basic fairness, to present evidence that the system does not function in the way it says it does or in the way that readers believe it should, and then to sketch a whole theoretical perspective from which they might understand these failures and evaluate them morally, and to do it all in a short and relatively inexpensive book written in plain language. Although we have resisted changing the basic structure of this text, we have added discussion of many important events and authors, as well as many features to make the text more usable. Chapter overviews at the start of each chapter help prepare readers by highlighting the key points they will encounter. A summary at the end of the chapter helps reinforce the main points. The study questions at the end of each chapter require the student to recall what he or she has read and to think critically about it. The questions can be used by instructors for the purpose of testing and review, and by students as a way of making sure they have covered and thought about the most important issues in each chapter. We also appreciate the need for supplementary materials, and they can be found in Appendixes I and II of this book. An anthology of readings, The Rich Get Richer, A Reader, edited by Jeffrey Ryman and Paul Layton. Boston, Pearson Education Incorporated, 2010. At the author-maintained website, http://www.paulsjuicecepage.com/ryman.htm. Appendix I to this book is a short essay by Jeffrey Ryman titled The Marxian Critique of Criminal Justice. It is for those who want a larger theoretical context in which to place the thesis of The Rich Get Richer. The essay covers ground from a general statement of Marxian theories of capitalism, ideology, and law, to a Marxian theory of criminal justice and the ethical judgments about crime and criminals to which that theory leads. Many instructors have found this a handy and economical way of introducing their students to Marxian theory and its relation to criminal law and criminology. The essay addresses some of the same issues discussed in the main text of The Rich Get Richer, and thus offers an alternative theoretical framework for understanding those issues. Although this alternative framework is compatible with that developed in the main text, the argument of The Rich Get Richer stands alone without it. Appendix 2, also authored by Jeffrey Ryman, is titled Between Philosophy and Criminology. Like the first appendix, the second appendix is separate from the argument of the main text but extends it in important ways. Unlike the first appendix, however, Between Philosophy and Criminology is a very personal statement. It aims, you might say, to stitch together the disparate parts of Ryman's intellectual life as a professional philosopher interested in criminal justice. He argues in it that criminology has a special need for 17. Philosophical reflection that other social sciences may not have, and he goes on to spell out the philosophical framework within which The Rich Get Richer stands. As with everything in this book, we will be as happy if this essay is used by those who criticize it as by those who agree with it. In addition, an author-maintained website managed by Paul Layton can be accessed at http://www.paulsjuicecepage.com/ryman.htm. It contains chapter outlines and summaries with links to additional related resources, as well as internet-based exercises for students. Several articles that we have written about corporate crime are available there. Because we have revised rather than rewritten The Rich Get Richer, we are indebted to those who helped with the original edition. They are thanked in the section Acknowledgements for the first edition. Starting with the 9th edition, Paul Layton joined Jeffrey Ryman as co-author of The Rich Get Richer and the Poor Get Prison. Paul has assisted with the revisions of The Rich Get Richer since its 4th edition, and he has taken on increasing responsibility for revising the book. By now, his wide knowledge of the criminal justice system and of the literature of critical criminology are deeply interwoven into the text. We appreciate the dedicated work of Heather Mooney, a doctoral student at Wayne State University. She had the challenging task of helping update all the statistics and conducting numerous literature reviews about topics in a variety of disciplines. Heather did so efficiently, thoroughly, graciously, and with excellent judgment. She went well beyond our expectations and laid a very helpful foundation for this revision. Thanks also go to Avi Brisman for putting together a panel at the American Society of Criminology meeting in 2015 on the occasion of the 36th anniversary of this book's publication. The panelists were Elizabeth Bradshaw, Michael Coyle, Rafiq Mohammed, and Judah Skept, as well as Paul Layton and Jeff Ryman. We are also indebted to Shigeru Simon Mayo, who translated the 9th edition of The Rich Get Richer into Japanese. Mr. Mayo's translation has been a gift to us, and the exchanges we had substantially improved the 10th edition, and many carry forward into this new edition. The work of several past research assistants also still lives on in this edition, so we thank Dana Raditz, Syed Murmajlisi, Rachel, Songer, Stark, Carrie Buist, Donna, Killingbeck, Selman, and Bernard Dumchuk. We also thank Karen Hansen, our former editor at Allen and Bacon, for her good counsel and hard work over many editions. Both Jeffrey and Paul thank their universities, American University and Eastern Michigan University, respectively, for providing them with the supportive and lively intellectual environments that have made this work possible and enjoyable over the years. Jeffrey dedicates the book to his wife, friend, partner, and colleague, Sue Headley, who continues to delight, encourage, inspire, and astonish him as she has for more than 40 years. Paul dedicates this book to his wife, Satoko, and their twins, Sala and Aiko, who further inspire him to work toward a less violent society. Jeffrey Ryman and Paul Layton. This book is the product of 7 years of teaching in the School of Justice, formerly the Center for the Administration of Justice, a multidisciplinary criminal justice education program at American University in Washington, D.C. I have had the benefit of the school's lively and diverse faculty and student body. And although they will surely not agree with all that I have to say, I have drawn heavily on what I have learned from my colleagues over the years and stand in their debt. In addition, more than is ordinarily recognized, a teacher receives guidance from students as they test, confirm, reject, and expand what they learn in class in the light of their own experience. Here, too, I am deeply indebted. My thanks go to the hundreds of students who have shared some part of their world with me as they passed through American University, and in particular, to 3 students whose encouragement, loyalty, and wisdom are very much a part of the development of the ideas in this book, Elizabeth Crimi, Bernard Dumchuk, and Lloyd Rains. I express my gratitude to American University for providing me with a summer research grant that enabled me to devote full time to the book in the summer of 1976, when most of the actual writing was done. I am also grateful to Bernard Dumchuk, who was my research assistant during the academic year 1975 to 1976 and who gathered much of the research data. I owe thanks as well to Kathy Sachs for ably and carefully typing the final manuscript. Drafts of the manuscript for this book were read in whole or in part by, or to, Bernard Dumchuk, Sue Hollis, Richard Myron, Lloyd Rains, Philip Scribner, I.F. Stone, and John Wild-Eman. I am grateful for their many comments, and I incorporate many of their recommendations in the final version. I have made my Mistakes in spite of them. Finally, for teaching me about artichokes, the meaning of history, and countless other mysteries, this book is dedicated to Sue Headley. Jr. 1979. Criminal Justice Through the Looking Glass, or Winning by Losing. The inescapable conclusion is that society secretly wants crime, needs crime, and gains definite satisfactions from the present mishandling of it. Karl Menninger, The Crime of Punishment 1. A criminal justice system is a mirror in which a whole society can see the darker outlines of its face. Our ideas of justice and evil take on visible form in it, and thus we see ourselves in deep relief. Step through this looking glass to view the American criminal justice system and ultimately the whole society it reflects from a radically different angle of vision. In particular, entertain the idea that the goal of our criminal justice system is not to eliminate crime or to achieve justice but to project to the American public a credible image of the threat of crime as a threat from the poor. To accomplish this, the justice system must present us with a sizable population of poor criminals. To do that, it must fail in the struggle to eliminate the crimes that poor people commit or even to reduce their number dramatically. Crime may, of course, occasionally decline as it has recently, but largely because of factors other than criminal justice policies. These last two statements must be explained. The news of declines in the crime rate has been quickly snatched up by leaders at all levels from the White House to the local police station as an occasion to declare the success of their crime reduction policies. Later, we will point to a number of causes of the recent decline, such as the stabilization of the illegal drug trade and thus the reduction in drug-related violence, which has nothing to do with the success of criminal justice policies. If anything, the stabilization of the illegal drug trade is a sign of the failure of a long-standing war on drugs, rather than the drug trade ending. That trade has become business as usual. Nonetheless, we do not go so far as to say that criminal justice policy has made no contribution to the drop in crime rates. In recent years, America has quadrupled its prison population and allowed the police-wide discretion to stop and search people. No one can deny that if you lock up enough people and allow the police greater and greater power to interfere with the liberty and privacy of citizens, you will eventually prevent some crime that might otherwise have taken place. Later, we shall point out just how costly and inefficient this means of reducing crime is in money for new prisons, in its destructive effect on inner-city life, and in increased complaints of police brutality. To be sure, these costly means do contribute in some small measure to reducing crime. Thus, when we say in this book that the criminal justice system is failing, our point is that it is failing to eliminate our high crime rates. We continue to see a large population of poor criminals in our prisons and courts, while our crime reduction strategies do not touch on the social causes of crime. Moreover, our citizens remain fearful about criminal victimization even after the recent declines, and America's crime rate is still far above those of other industrial democracies around the world. We document this failure in Chapter 1, Crime Control in America. Nothing succeeds like failure. The reader should keep in mind that when we speak of the criminal justice system, we mean more than the familiar institutions of police, courts, and prisons. We mean the entire system that connects the decisions of lawmakers about what acts are criminal to the decisions of police about whom to arrest, all the way to the decisions of judges, juries, and parole boards about who will be in prison to pay for these acts. 21. 1. 2. 3. You will rightly demand to know how and why a society such as ours would tolerate a criminal justice system that fails in the fight against crime. A considerable portion of this book is devoted to answering this question. Right now, however, a short explanation of how this upside-down idea of criminal justice was born will best introduce it. Some 45 years ago, Jeffrey Ryman taught a seminar for graduate students titled The Philosophy of Punishment and Rehabilitation. Many of the students were law enforcement officers or working in the field of corrections as probation officers, prison guards, or halfway house counselors. Together the class examined the various philosophical justifications for legal punishment and then directed its attention to the actual functioning of our correctional system. For much of the semester, the class discussed the myriad inconsistencies and cruelties and the overall irrationality of the system. It discussed the arbitrariness with which offenders are sentenced to prison and the arbitrariness with which they are treated once there. It discussed the lack of privacy, the deprivation of sources of personal identity and dignity, and the ever-present physical violence, as well as the lack of meaningful counseling or job training within prison walls. It discussed the harassment of parolees, the inescapability of the ex-con stigma, the refusal of society to let a person finish paying his or her debt to society, and the absence of meaningful non-criminal opportunities for the ex-prisoner. Time and again the class confronted the bald irrationality of a society that builds prisons to prevent crime, knowing full well that they do not, and that does not seriously try to rid its prisons and post-release practices of those features that guarantee a high rate of recidivism, the return to crime by prison alumni. How could we fail so miserably? We are neither an evil nor a stupid nor an impoverished people. How could we continue to bend our energies and spend our hard-earned tax dollars on cures we know are not working? Toward the end of the semester, the students were asked to imagine that, instead of designing a criminal justice system to reduce and prevent crime, they were to design one that would maintain a stable and visible class of criminals. What would it look like? The response was electrifying. Here is a sample of the proposals that emerged in the discussion. It would be helpful to have laws on the books against drug use, prostitution, and gambling, laws that prohibit acts that have no unwilling victim. This would make many people criminals for what they regard as normal behavior and would increase their need to engage in secondary crime, the drug addicts' need to steal to pay for drugs, the prostitute's need for a pimp because police protection is unavailable, and so on. It would be good to give police, prosecutors, and/or judges broad discretion to decide who got arrested, who got charged, and who got sentenced to prison. This would mean that almost anyone who got as far as prison would know of others who committed the same crime but were not arrested or not charged or not sentenced to prison. That would assure us that a good portion of the prison population would experience their confinement as arbitrary and unjust and thus respond with rage, which would make them more antisocial, rather than respond with remorse, which would make them feel more bound by social norms. The prison experience should be not only painful but also demeaning. The pain of loss of liberty might deter future crime, but demeaning and emasculating prisoners by placing them in an enforced childhood, characterized by no privacy and no control over their time and actions, as well as by the constant threat. 22. 4. 5. Of rape or assault, is sure to overcome any deterrent effect by weakening whatever capacities a prisoner had for self-control. Indeed, by humiliating and brutalizing prisoners, we can be sure to increase their potential for aggressive violence. 2. Prisoners should neither be trained in a marketable skill nor provided with a job after release. Their prison records should stand as a perpetual stigma to discourage employers from hiring them. Otherwise, they might be tempted not to return to crime after release. Ex-offenders sense that they will always be different from decent citizens, that they can never finally settle their debt to society, should be reinforced by the following means: they should be deprived for the rest of their lives of rights, such as the right to vote. 3. They should be harassed by police as likely suspects and be subject to the whims of parole officers, who can at any time send them back to prison. For things no ordinary citizens could be arrested for, such as going out of town or drinking or fraternizing with the wrong people, and so on. In short, when asked to design a system that would maintain and encourage the existence of a stable and visible class of criminals, the students constructed the American criminal justice system. What is to be made of this? First, it is, of course, only part of the truth. Some steps have been taken to reduce arbitrary exercises of discretion in arrests and sentencing. And some prison officials do try to treat their inmates with dignity and to respect their privacy and self-determination to the greatest extent possible within an institution dedicated to involuntary confinement. Some prisons do provide meaningful job training, and some parole officers not only are fair but also go out of their way to help their clients find jobs and make it legally. And plenty of people are arrested for doing things that no society ought to tolerate, such as rape, murder, assault, or armed robbery, and many are in prison who might be preying on their fellow citizens if they were not. All of this is true. Complex social practices are just that, complex. They are rarely either all good or all bad. Nonetheless, the successes of the system, the good prisons and the halfway houses that really help offenders make it, are still the exceptions. They are not even prevalent enough to be called the beginning of the trend of the future. On the whole, most of the system's practices make more sense if we look at them as ingredients in an attempt to maintain rather than reduce crime. This statement calls for an explanation. The one we offer is that the practices of the criminal justice system keep before the public the real threat of crime and the distorted image that crime is primarily the work of the poor. The value of this to those in positions of power is that it deflects the discontent and potential hostility of Middle America away from the classes above them and toward the classes below them. If this explanation is hard to swallow, it should be noted in its favor that it not only explains the dismal failure of criminal justice policy to protect us against crime but also explains why the criminal justice system functions in a way that is biased against the poor at every stage from arrest to conviction. Indeed, even at an earlier stage, when crimes are defined in law, the system concentrates primarily on the predatory acts of the poor and tends to exclude or de-emphasize the equally or more dangerous predatory acts of those who are well off. In sum, we will argue that the criminal justice system fails in the fight against crime while making it look as if crime is the work of the poor. This image sanctifies the status quo with its disparities of wealth, privilege, and opportunity and thus serves the interests of the rich and powerful in America, the very ones who could change criminal justice policy if they were really unhappy with it. 23. Therefore, we ask you to look at criminal justice through the looking glass. On the one hand, this suggests a reversal of common expectations. Reverse your expectations about criminal justice and entertain the notion that the system's real goal is the very reverse of its announced goal. On the other hand, the figure of the looking glass suggests the prevalence of image over reality. Our argument is that the system functions the way it does because it maintains a particular image of crime, the image that it is a threat from the poor. Of course, for this image to be believable there must be a reality to back it up. The system must actually fight crime, or at least some crime, but only enough to keep it from getting out of hand and to keep the struggle against crime vividly and dramatically in the public's view, never enough to substantially reduce or eliminate crime. We call this outrageous way of looking at criminal justice policy the Pyrrhic defeat theory. A Pyrrhic victory is a military victory purchased at such a cost in troops and treasure that it amounts to a defeat. The Pyrrhic defeat theory argues that the failure of the criminal justice system yields such benefits to those in positions of power that it amounts to a victory. In what follows, we will try to explain the failure of the criminal justice system to reduce crime by showing the benefits that accrue to the powerful in America from this failure. From the standpoint of those with the power to make criminal justice policy in America, nothing succeeds like failure. We challenge you to keep an open mind and determine for yourself whether the Pyrrhic defeat theory does not make more sense out of criminal justice policy and practice than the old-fashioned idea that the goal of the system is to reduce crime substantially. The Pyrrhic defeat theory has several components. Above all, it must provide an explanation of how the failure to reduce crime substantially could benefit anyone other than criminals, that is. This is the task of Chapter 4, to the vanquished belong the spoils, who is winning the losing war against crime, which argues that the failure to reduce crime substantially broadcasts a potent ideological message to the American people, a message that benefits and protects the powerful and privileged in our society by legitimating the present social order with its disparities of wealth and privilege and by diverting public discontent and opposition away from the rich and powerful and onto the poor and powerless. To provide this benefit, however, not just any failure will do. It is necessary that the failure of the criminal justice system take a particular shape. It must fail in the fight against crime while making it look as if serious crime, and thus the real danger to society, are the work of the poor. The system accomplishes this both by what it does and by what it refuses to do. Chapter 2, A Crime by Any Other Name, argues that the criminal justice system refuses to label and treat as crime a large number of acts of the rich that produce as much or more damage to life and limb than the crimes of the poor. Chapter 3, And the Poor Get Prison, shows how, even among the acts treated as crimes, the criminal justice system is biased from start to finish in a way that guarantees that, for the same crimes, members of the lower classes are much more likely than members of the middle and upper classes to be arrested, convicted, and imprisoned, thus providing living proof that crime is a threat from the poor. A statement of the main propositions that form the core of the Pyrrhic defeat theory is found in Chapter 2 in the section titled Criminal Justice as Creative Art. One caution is in order: the argument in Chapters 1 through 4 is not a conspiracy theory. It is the task of social analysis to find patterns in social behavior and then explain them. Naturally, when we find patterns, particularly patterns that serve some people's interests, we are inclined to think of these patterns as intended by those whose interests are served, as somehow brought into being because they serve those interests. This way of thinking is generally called a conspiracy theory. Later we will say more about the shortcomings of this way of 24. Thinking and explain in detail how the Pyrrhic defeat theory differs from it. For the present, however, note that although we speak of the criminal justice system as not wanting to reduce crime and of the failure to reduce crime significantly as resulting in benefits to the rich and powerful in our society, we are not maintaining that the rich and powerful intentionally make the system fail to gather up the resulting benefits. Our view is rather that the system has grown up piecemeal over time and usually with the best of intentions. The unplanned and unintended overall result is a system that not only fails to substantially reduce crime but also does so in a way that serves the interests of the rich and powerful. One consequence of this fact is that those who could change the system feel no need to do so, and thus it keeps on rolling along. Our criminal justice system is characterized by beliefs about what is criminal and how to deal with crime that predate industrial society. Rather than being anyone's conscious plan, the system reflects attitudes so deeply embedded in tradition as to appear natural. To understand why it persists even though it fails to protect us, it is necessary to recognize that, on the one hand, those who are the most victimized by crime are not those in positions to make and implement policy. Crime falls more frequently and more harshly on the poor than on the better off. On the other hand, there are enough benefits to the wealthy from the identification of crime with the poor, and the system's failure to reduce crime, that those with the power to make profound changes in the system feel no compulsion or see any incentive to make them. In short, the criminal justice system came into existence in an earlier epoch and persists in the present because, even though it is failing indeed, because of the way it fails it generates no effective demand for change. When we speak of the criminal justice system as designed to fail, we mean no more than this. We call this explanation of the existence and persistence of our failing criminal justice system the historical inertia explanation, which Chapter 4 spells out in greater detail. The concluding chapter presents an argument that the conditions described in chapters 1, 2, and 3, whether or not one accepts our explanation for them in chapter 4, undermine the essential moral difference between criminal justice and crime itself. This chapter, called Criminal Justice or Criminal Justice, makes some recommendations for reform of the system. These are not offered as ways to improve the system but as the minimal conditions necessary to establish the moral superiority of that system to crime itself. The Pyrrhic defeat theory is a child of the marriage of several ideas from Western social theory. Although this is discussed at greater length in what follows, it will provide clarity to indicate from the start the parents and the grandparents of this child. The idea that crime serves important functions for a society comes from Émile Durkheim. The notion that public policy can be best understood as serving the interests of the rich and powerful in a society stems from Karl Marx. From Kai Erikson is derived the notion that the institutions designed to fight crime instead contribute to its existence. From Richard Quinney comes the concept of the reality of crime as created in the process that links the definition of some acts as criminal under the law to the treatment of some persons as criminals by the agents of the law. The Pyrrhic defeat theory combines these ideas into the view that the failure of criminal justice policy becomes intelligible when we see that it creates the reality of crime as the work of the poor and thus projects an image that serves the interests of the rich and powerful in American society. Though the Pyrrhic defeat theory draws on the ideas just mentioned, it changes them in the process. For example, the theory veers away from the traditional Marxist accounts of legal institutions insofar as those accounts generally emphasize the repressive function of the criminal justice system, whereas our view 25. 1. Emphasizes its ideological function. Marxists tend to see the criminal justice system as serving the powerful by successfully repressing the poor. Our view is that the system serves the powerful by its failure to reduce crime, not by its success. Needless to add, insofar as the system fails in some respects and succeeds in others, these approaches are not incompatible. Nevertheless, in looking at the ideological rather than the repressive function of criminal justice, we will focus primarily on the image its failure conveys rather than on what it actually succeeds in repressing. 4. A discussion of Marxian theory and its implications for ideology and criminal justice is found in Appendix I. Having located the Pyrrhic defeat theory in its family tree, we wish to say a word about the relationship between crime and economics. Our view is that the social order, shaped decisively by the economic system, bears responsibility for most of the crime that troubles us. This is true for all classes in the society, because a competitive economy that refuses to guarantee its members a decent living places pressures on all members to enhance their economic position by whatever means available. It degrades and humiliates the poor while encouraging the greed of the well-off. 5. Nevertheless, these economic pressures work with particular harshness on the poor because their condition of extreme need and relative lack of access to opportunities for lawful economic advancement vastly intensify for them the pressures toward crime that exist at all levels of our society. These views lead to others that, if not taken in their proper context, may strike you as paradoxical. Evidence will be presented showing that there is a considerable amount of crime in our society at all socio-economic levels. At the same time, it will be argued that poverty is a source of crime. We say source rather than cause, because the link between poverty and crime is not a simple relationship between cause and effect. Poverty doesn't force poor people to commit crimes. Rather, it confronts them with needs that they are less able than well-off people to satisfy legally, and it offers them fewer rewards for staying straight. Thus, they face pressures and incentives that make crime more tempting and non-criminal avenues less appealing than they are for better-off people. Consequently, while most poor people do not commit serious crimes, evidence suggests that the particular pressures of poverty lead poor people to commit a higher proportion, in relation to their number in the population, of the crimes that people fear, such as homicide, burglary, and assault. There is no contradiction between this and the recognition that those who are well off commit many more crimes than is generally acknowledged, both the crimes widely feared and those not widely feared, such as white-collar crimes. There is no contradiction here because, as will be shown, the poor are arrested far more frequently than those who are well off when they have committed the same crimes, and the well-to-do are only rarely arrested for white-collar crimes. Thus, if arrest records were brought in line with the real incidence of crime, those who are well off would appear in the records far more than they do at present, even though the poor would still probably appear in numbers greater than their proportion of the population in arrests for the crimes people fear. In addition to this, we will argue that those who are well off commit dangerous acts that are not defined as crimes and yet are as or more harmful than the crimes people fear. Thus, if we had an accurate picture of who is really dangerous to society, those who are well off would receive still greater representation. On this basis, the following propositions will be put forth, which may appear contradictory if these various levels of analysis are not kept distinct. Society fails to protect people from the crimes they fear by, among other things, refusing to alleviate the 26. 2. 3. Poverty that breeds those crimes, documented in Chapter 1. The criminal justice system focuses on the crimes of the poor, and thereby fails to protect people from grave dangers by failing to treat the dangerous acts of the well-off as crimes, documented in Chapter 2. And by failing to enforce the law vigorously against the well-off when they commit acts that are defined as crimes, documented in Chapter 3. By virtue of these facts, the criminal justice system succeeds in creating the image that crime is almost exclusively the work of the poor, an image that serves the interests of the powerful, argued in Chapter 4. The view that the social order is responsible for crime does not mean that individuals are wholly blameless for their criminal acts or that we ought not have a criminal justice system able to protect us against them. 2. Borrow an analogy from Ernest van den Haag, it would be foolhardy to refuse to fight a fire because its causes were suspect. The fact that society produces criminals is no reason to avoid facing the realization that many of these criminals are dangerous and must be dealt with. Also, although blaming society for crime may require that we tone down our blame of individual criminals, it does not require that we eliminate blame entirely or deny that they are responsible for their crimes. This is particularly important to remember because so many of the victims of the crimes of the poor are poor themselves. To point to the unique social pressures that lead the poor to prey on one another is to point to a mitigating, not an excusing, factor. The victims of exploitation and oppression have moral obligations not to harm those who do not exploit them or who share their oppression. Karl Menninger, The Crime of Punishment, New York, Viking, 1968. Consider the following. Dr. Meredith Bombar, a social psychologist and associate professor of psychology at Elmira College, notes that it would be difficult intentionally to shape a more effective breeding ground for aggression than that which already exists in the average prison. In personal correspondence, Dr. Bombar writes, "When I teach social psychology class, I spend a week or so going over the social/learned causes of aggression, example provocation, modeling, punishment, extreme frustration, roles and social norms calling for aggression, physical discomfort, crowding, presence of guns and other objects associated with aggression, etc. After the students have digested that, I ask them to imagine a horrible fantasy world which would put together all of these known social/environmental causes of aggression. What would it be? A typical prison." From Lee Griffith, The Fall of the Prison, Biblical Perspectives on Prison Abolition, Grand Rapids, M.I., Eerdmans, 1993, p. 65n. Almost 5 million American citizens are currently deprived of the right to vote because they have been convicted of a felony. See Jeffrey Ryman, Liberal and Republican Arguments Against the Disenfranchisement of Felons, Criminal Justice Ethics 24, No. 1, Winter Spring 2005 3-18. Some Marxist theorists look specifically at the ideological functions performed by the institutions of the state. Louis Althusser, Ideology and Ideological State Apparatuses, in his Lenin and Philosophy and Other Essays, London, New Left Books, 1971, pages 121-73, and Nikos Poulantzas, Fascism and Dictatorship, London, New Left Books, 1974, pages 299-309. These writers refer to the pioneering insights of Antonio Gramsci into the ideological functions of state institutions. See Quinton Hoare and Jeffrey Noel Smith, eds, selections from The Prison Notebooks of Antonio Gramsci, London, Lawrence and Wishart, 1971, and Carl Boggs, Gramsci's Marxism, London, Pluto Press, 1976. For other broadly Marxian analyses of the relationship between the state and ideology, see Ralph Miliband, The State in Capitalist Society, New York, Basic Books, 1969, pages 179-264, and Jürgen Habermas, Legitimation Crisis, Boston, Beacon Press, 1975. A contemporary writer who takes seriously the ideological message of criminal justice practices is David Garland in Punishment and Modern Society, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1990, ESP. Ch. 11. See, for example, John Braithwaite, Poverty, Power, and White-Collar Crime, Sutherland and the Paradoxes of Criminological Theory. In Kip Schlegel and David Weisbird, ed. White-Collar Crime Revisited, Boston, Northeastern University Press, 1992, pages 78-107. Chapter 1. Crime Control in America. Nothing succeeds like failure. Is it crime and punishment that go hand in hand? Or does punishment feed the crime that plagues our land? Robert Johnson, A Zoo Near You *. Failure is in the eye of the beholder. Anonymous. Chapter 1 has three main objectives. 1. To examine the exclusive focus on police and prison that characterizes America's response to its high crime rate and the limited role they have played in reducing crime. 2. To review the excuses that are made for our high crime rates and show how we choose to have the crime rates we do. And 3. To outline the Pyrrhic defeat theory that explains their continued existence over decades of policies that fail to reduce crime. The subtitle of Chapter 1, Nothing Succeeds Like Failure, highlights an important aspect of the larger argument: the criminal justice system is failing even if crime rates are down from all-time highs. Tough on crime policies had little to do with the reduction in crime rates, and mass incarceration had. Some backfire effects that promoted crime. Crime rates in the US are still high compared to other developed countries, even though they are now down to rates not experienced since the 1960s when crime was seen as an alarming problem. Policies targeting sources of crime, inequality, guns, prison, drug policy, and evidence-based policies about what works to reduce crime, have not been seriously considered. Ultimately, American criminal justice policy makes more sense if we look at the system as wanting to have high crime rates. There are groups for whom crime pays and for whom the system's failure is a success. 31. Designed to fail. In the last 60 years, crime rates have gone up and down, although mostly up until the 1990s and then down substantially. Current crime rates now are similar to what they were in the early 1960s, in spite of various tough-on-crime proposals that propelled the US into the largest prison expansion the world has ever known. One from 1980 to 2000, the US built more prisons than it had in all the rest of its history, creating what has been called an incarceration binge, mass incarceration, hyper-incarceration, and a plague of prisons. 3. The policies that led to the US having the highest incarceration rate in the world contributed something to lowering crime rates. But the contribution was modest at best. It came at an enormous financial cost. Heightened racial inequality and tensions, and added to a variety of social problems, such as the breakdown of inner-city communities. And while getting tough on crime has been largely replaced by discussions about criminal justice reform, actual reform is infrequent and does little to undo the 4-decade mean season in corrections. For the persistence and legacy of this failed policy requires examination. In response to rising crime rates during the 1960s, President Lyndon Johnson proposed addressing the causes of crime with policies, such as anti-poverty and economic opportunity programs, that spread the benefits of America's successful economy to more citizens. Programs that addressed social inequality were considered to be anti-crime programs because they attacked crime's root causes. Johnson declared, "There is something mighty wrong when a candidate for the highest office bemoans violence in the streets but votes against the war on poverty, votes against the Civil Rights Act, and votes against major educational bills that come before him." 5. President Richard Nixon's Law and Order campaign explicitly rejected Johnson's strategy, and in his 1970 State of the Union message, Nixon stated, "We must declare and win the war against the criminal elements which increasingly threaten our cities, our homes, and our lives." 6. The 4 years of Jimmy Carter's presidency were an exception to the tough-on-crime agenda. For example, he proposed eliminating penalties for possession of less than 1 ounce of marijuana. 7. But the get tough pattern resumed with Ronald Reagan's election as president in 1980. As late as 1992, the Department of Justice released a report, The Case for More Incarceration, with then Attorney General William P. Barr writing that prison works and urging tougher sentencing. 8. During the 30 years in which crime rates were increasing, politicians never took responsibility for it. They played to voters' fears by advocating law and order and many varieties of getting tough on crime, more police, harsher sentences, mandatory minimums, 3 strikes and you re-outlaws, and then expanding the offenses that counted as strikes, and the increased use of capital punishment. When crime rates started to come down, however, politicians jumped to claim credit. Franklin Zimring calls this a version of heads I win, tails you lose, in which decreases in crime are evidence that hard-line punishments work, whereas increases are evidence that they are needed. 9. For example, in his 1994 State of the Union address, President Bill Clinton told us that violent crime and the fear it provokes are crippling our society, limiting personal freedom and fraying the ties that bind us. 10. But then good news began to arrive. A New York Times headline in 1996 announced, a large drop in violent crime is reported. 11. The article said that President Clinton asserted that his policies, including putting more police officers on the streets and regulating the sale of handguns and assault rifles, had helped 32. Contribute to the decline. Less than 2 weeks later, U.S. News & World Report ran a cover article titled Pop Gun Politics, asserting that neither President Clinton nor his opponent in the race for the presidency was telling the truth about the crime issue. For example, while Clinton claimed that his policy of putting 100,000 new police on the street played a big role in the recent crime drop, the magazine reported that Clinton has won funding for 44,000 officers, of whom 20,000 are on the beat so far. Experts say that number could not have reduced crime much. 12. With officers working in shifts, taking vacations, and so on, it requires at least 5 officers to provide 1 officer on the street, around the clock, for a whole year. 13. So those 20,000 probably amounted to no more than 4,000 new police on the streets around the clock spread across the nation. Untroubled by such facts, President Clinton reported in 1997, "We had a comprehensive plan to fight crime to put 100,000 new community police officers on the street and tough new penalties on the books. This approach is working." This week the FBI reported that serious crime dropped another 3% last year, dropping for the 5th year in a row, the longest decline in more than 25 years. This is great news. And how shall we respond to this news? Continues President Clinton, now that we've finally turned crime on the run, we have to redouble our efforts. 14. So, 2 years later, in his 1999 State of the Union address, the President was singing the same tune about his 21st century crime bill, which would help to put up to 50,000 more police on the street, armed with better technology. 15. Early in his first term, President George W. Bush noted the decline in crime and added, "But unfortunately, American society is still far too violent. The violent crime rate in the United States remains among the highest in the industrialized world." 16. This speech promoted the president's blueprint for new beginnings, a proposed budget that planned to spend almost $1 billion for prisons. 17. And expand the use of private for-profit prison companies. 18. The declining crime rates, coupled with the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001, made Americans more concerned with threats from abroad, so crime became a low-priority issue. But a 2005 statement shows the administration's call for more of the same in its support for the Gang Deterrence and Community Protection Act. Aggressive law enforcement and tougher sentencing laws bear a good deal of the responsibility for the precipitous reduction in crime rates, especially for violent crime, over the past decade. 19. However, a National Academy of Sciences panel examining incarceration noted that 3 earlier National Academy of Sciences panels, including ones in 1978 and 1993, found there was a lack of evidence to support the assumption that harsher punishments deter crime. Despite those nearly unanimous findings, during the 1970s, 1980s, and 1990s the U.S. Congress and every state enacted laws calling for mandatory minimum sentences. 28. 2004 National Academy of Sciences panel published Fairness and Effectiveness in Policing, the evidence, which found there was weak or no evidence to support the effectiveness of a standard model of policing that relied on arrests and the threat of punishment to reduce crime, that the effects of increasing the number of police were ambiguous, that rapid response has also not been shown to reduce crime, that research does not provide strong support for the proposition that zero-tolerance policing reduced serious crime, and in some cities intensive enforcement overall increased social disorder, and community policing. Relying on general foot patrol and storefront offices have not been found to reduce crime. 21. The panel noted. 33. That a century of criminological research has documented the powerful impact of a long list of social and economic factors on crime, and they are mainly beyond the reach of the police. 22. We present additional evidence on this point in the next section. When President Barack Obama's Attorney General, Eric Holder, held a press conference to announce that crime was down in the first 6 months of 2011, his message was that, we will continue to support our state, local and tribal partners and to implement the tough, smart policing policies that we know make a difference in the fight against violent crime. 23. These are the same claims made by previous presidents that are not supported by the evidence. As a presidential candidate in 2007, Obama said that the United States should reduce the blind and counterproductive warehousing of nonviolent offenders. 24. Attorney General Holder echoed these sentiments in 2013 during Obama's second term, stating that too many people go to too many prisons for far too long, for no good law enforcement reason. 25. But Obama did not repudiate the Get Tough policy of the last decades and instead called for a crime policy that's both tough and smart. 26. During the second term, his Attorney General released a Smart on Crime program aimed at becoming both smarter and tougher on crime. 27. Towards the very end of his second term, Obama started discussing criminal justice reform, but his presidency oversaw increases in the federal incarceration rate and the Bureau of Prisons budget. The small recent declines in the federal prisoner population, from a high of 217,815 in 2012 to 210,567 in 2014-28 are welcome, but those statistics do not include facilities operated by Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE. 29, which also has been getting tough and seen its detention population grow substantially. Before he ran for president, Obama said we can't incarcerate ourselves out of the drug crisis, that the war on drugs was an utter failure, and he advocated decriminalization of marijuana. 30. It is significant that in 2010 Congress reduced the harsh disparity in sentencing between crack and powder cocaine. 31. This change is the first reduction in drug sentences in decades, but the U.S. Sentencing Commission had been advocating for it for 15 years. More generally, though, the libertarian magazine Reason ran a cover story by Jacob Sullum titled "Bummer, Barack Obama Turns Out to Be Just Another Drug Warrior," which claimed that, with the exception of crack sentences, Obama's drug policies by and large have been remarkably similar to his predecessors. 32. Any shift in priorities that might signal a de-escalation of the drug war, like less enforcement and more treatment, has not been perceptible in Obama's drug control budgets, according to Sullum. Even if Obama's policy on medical marijuana has become slightly less strict, it started off in some ways even more aggressively intolerant than George W. Bush's, featuring more frequent raids by the Drug Enforcement Administration, DEA, and ruinous IRS audits. 33. The Obama administration maintains marijuana as a Schedule I drug, which means it is considered among the most harmful drugs, like heroin, with a high potential for abuse and no accepted medical use. 34. So, whether crime is a high-profile issue or a less visible one, the failed policies continue even under those who seem to understand the problems with these policies. Sadly, state and local politicians have generally followed the direction set by our national leaders in promoting tough-on-crime solutions, at least until the financial crisis of 2008. Substantial declines in state and local budgets precipitated what is likely to be the first Sustained reduction in incarceration in decades. States are now scrambling to release nonviolent offenders and 34. Overhaul tough laws to reduce the flow of inmates into prison, testimony to how little these laws contributed to public safety. Some states have taken steps to reform sentencing, but overall the growing discussion about reform has not translated into much actual reform. There were 1,561,525 inmates in American prisons at year-end 2014. Down from a peak of 1,615,487 in 2009, 35, a decline of 54,000 inmates over 5 years. It is not yet clear if the U.S. has moved beyond tough on crime into a period of genuine reform or into one of cheap on crime, with toughness to resume when the economy improves. 36. Noted criminologist Professor Michael Tonry, writing in 2014, stated that no statutory changes have fundamentally altered the laws and policies that created the existing American sentencing system, mass incarceration, and the human, social and economic costs they engendered. 37. He advocated for the repeal or substantial narrowing of all 3 strikes, mandatory minimum, life without possibility of parole, and truth in sentencing laws. Combined with the expansion of parole, these changes would eventually cut the U.S. incarceration rate in half. That rate would still be 3 to 4 times those of other developed Western countries, which can hardly be considered overly ambitious. 38. Further, the current emphasis on evidence-based policies should not obscure the plain fact that virtually no serious student of the crime problem believed we could arrest and imprison our way out of it. Yet those were the main strategies for about 4 decades, and they remain the ones that continue to shape our current justice system. Between 1980 and 2014, the number of persons incarcerated in state and federal prisons more than quadrupled, growing from 329,000 to more than 1.5 million. If we add those who are locked up in jails, there are now almost 2.2 million people behind bars in the United States, more people per capita than any other country. 39. In 2003, the Bureau of Justice Statistics reported that if 2001 incarceration rates remain unchanged, 11.3% of men and 32% of black men can expect to serve time in prison during their lifetime. 40. One troubling aspect of these policies is that the money used to fund the imprisonment boom has been taken from crime prevention, welfare, education, and public health for the poor, thereby weakening programs that reduce crime in the long run. The late criminologist William Chambliss wrote that California, whose higher education system was once the envy of every other state, now is envied by correctional officers and criminal justice employees, who saw an increase of more than 25,000 employees in the Department of Corrections workforce between 1984 and 1994. At the same time, there was a decline of more than 8,000 employees in higher education. 41. By 2010, California spent 11% of its state budget on prisons and 7.5% on higher education, leading then Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger to propose an amendment to the state constitution requiring it to spend more on higher education than prisons. 42. The proposal died because it would have required reforms even more far-reaching than the 2011 Supreme Court order that California release 37,000 inmates to bring the system down to 137.5% of capacity and remedy conditions that the court found were causing needless suffering and death. 43. California was and is not alone. Between 1986 and 2013, the amount that states spent on corrections increased by 141%, after correcting for inflation, while higher education expenditures increased by 5.6%. 11 states spent as much or more on corrections than they did on higher education. 44 A 2008 report. 35. By the Pew Charitable Trusts titled 1 in 100, referring to the number of Americans incarcerated compared to the adult population, finds that prison costs are blowing holes in state budgets but barely making a dent in recidivism rates. 45. That rate is now 1 in 110. 46. And what are the results? While violent crimes have declined since 1992, overall crime rates are still very high. For example, in 1992, the FBI reported a violent crime rate of 758 per 100,000 persons in the population. In 2014, the FBI reported a decline in the violent crime rate to 365.5 per 100,000, just above what it was in 1970, 364 per 100,000. 47. Criminologist Elliot Curry says the declines mainly represent a falling off from an extraordinary peak. 48. And they have come down to rates that existed when far fewer Americans were locked up. In short, the crime reductions for which our leaders are now claiming credit are actually reductions from very, very high crime rates to rates that are merely very high. For example, in 1999, the Washington Post ran a headline, "Crime Rates Down for the 7th Straight Year." But the news was not all good. The homicide rate was down to 6 per 100,000 inhabitants, a rate comparable to that in 1967, which at the time was thought to be a high rate. And while youth homicide rates are half of what they were 5 years ago, they are twice as high as they were 15 years ago. 49. An even less comforting view appeared in another 1999 Washington Post article under the headline "Despite Rhetoric, Violent Crime Climbs." Rosy assessments of the nation's declining crime rate wrongly focus on the short-term drops from crime peaks early in the decade and ignore the overall rise of violence since the 1960s, according to a new report. The 30-year update of a landmark study by the National Commission on the Causes and Prevention of Violence found that violent crime in major cities reported to the FBI has risen by 40% since 1969. The new study is intended as a counterpoint to the drumbeat of optimistic reports describing the current drop in crime, and it offers a sober reminder that the United States still suffers from a historically high level of violence. 50. This 1999 study was conducted by the Milton S. Eisenhower Foundation, an organization devoted to continuing the work of the original 1969 National Commission on the Causes and Prevention of Violence, and the 1968 National Advisory Commission on Civil Disorders, Kerner Commission. The Foundation study noted the strikingly higher rates of violent crime in the United States compared to other industrialized nations. The most optimistic view, said Foundation President Lynn A. Curtis, who also worked on the 1969 violence report, is that we are in roughly the same ballpark now in the late 1990s as we were in the late 1960s, when everyone said crime is so bad we need a national commission to study it. 51. The difference is that in 1969 the incarceration rate for state and federal prisons was 94 per 100,000 citizens, but by 1999 it increased to 463, growth that has cost us billions of dollars, saddled huge numbers of nonviolent criminals with prison records, and torn up inner-city communities, but has not made much of a difference in the amount of crime we have. 52. Impression that higher incarceration rates led to lower levels of crime. The longer-term view reveals a more complex reality. During most of the time, crime had an upward trend, while incarceration increased continually. Further, the graph shows that the current crime rate is far off its peak, but down to levels of the early 1970s. At that time, it had been increasing for more than a decade and was the subject of great concern. That same level of violent crime is now a cause for celebration and complacency. The figure also does not fully reveal the total failure of the modern drug war, which has been a core aspect of the war on crime since President Nixon declared in 1971 that drug abuse was public enemy number 1. 53. Much of the dramatic growth in our prison population is the result of the hardening of drug enforcement policy. In 1968 there were 162,000 drug arrests nationwide, which climbed to more than 1.5 million in 2014. 54. The spread of mandatory sentences for drug possession meant that from 1980 to 1997, the number of violent offenders doubled, the number of nonviolent offenders tripled, and the number of drug offenders increased 11-fold. 55. The Bureau of Justice Statistics continues to report that half of federal inmates were serving sentences for drug violations in 2014. 56. Because numerous studies show that arrested drug dealers in inner-city neighborhoods are quickly replaced, it was apparent from the start that policing and incarceration would have little success in reducing the availability of illicit drugs. 57. What it does succeed in is leaving inner-city youths with criminal records that reduce their chances of getting a legitimate job. In addition to arrests and incarceration, the drug war has focused on two other policies that have failed to 37. Achieve results: the eradication of crops in foreign countries and interdiction to stop illicit product from crossing into America. In spite of U.S. efforts to eradicate drug crops, drug production remains robust even as it shifts regions. The U.S. has led numerous international drug wars since 1971, but worldwide illicit opium used to make heroin production rose from 990 tons in 1971 to 8,800 in 2007. 58. According to the United Nations, the amount of land utilized globally for opium cultivation in 2013 was the largest area since 1998, when estimates became available. 59. The Washington Post, reviewing a 2008 UN study, noted that in Colombia, the amount of land devoted to production of coca, the leaf used to make cocaine, has grown at a dramatic pace, despite an 8-year eradication program costing $5 billion. 60. This is evidence of a long history of failure and largely futile attempts to pressure foreign countries to reduce production of narcotic substances. Even when such pressure works, it serves only to push production elsewhere. And when the pressure lets up, it's back to business as usual. Likewise, attempts to use the U.S. Coast Guard, Navy, and Homeland Security to interdict cocaine coming into the United States have failed to put a dent in the traffic. After all, America has over 88,000 miles of coastline, and policies designed to make the flow of global goods and money easy. John P. Walters, head of the Office of National Drug Control Policy, ONP, under President George W. Bush, claimed in 2008 that the U.S. was disrupting the production and flow of cocaine, but a New York Times editorial in response to his statements titled "Not Winning the War on Drugs" noted that while seizures are up, so are shipments. 61. In summary, a report by drug policy experts gathered by the London School of Economics suggested that eradication and interdiction efforts resulted in temporary inconvenience to the participants. The long-term consequences, in terms of availability and price to users, will be slight. 62. That's a rather generous conclusion, given that a 2004 ONP report indicated that powder cocaine prices have declined by roughly 80% since 1981, and purity-adjusted prices were at or near all-time lows in 2003. 63. In spite of an all-out drug war during the 1990s, the United Nations Office of Drugs and Crime reported that heroin users consumed 14 metric tons at the beginning and end of the decade. 64 By 2015, newspaper headlines announced a new heroin epidemic in the United States, largely because it was cheaper and easier to get than the powerful prescription painkillers that were the gateway for illegal opiate usage. 65. So, 45 years into the drug war, despite expanded police powers to search citizens and increased use of military equipment, drugs are cheap, plentiful, and potent. The U.S. spent $25 billion in 2015 for the ONP and another $51 billion for other drug-related enforcement. 66 But a Washington Post article noted that treatment for drug addiction is prohibitively expensive, overcrowded, underfunded and subject to Byzantine government rules. 67 The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention reported drug overdose deaths hit record numbers in 2014. 68 More generally, the U.S. has the highest level of drug overdose deaths in the world. 69. None of this critique is new, and it has been made by both the political right and left. 70 As far back as 1988. The National Law Journal surveyed 181 chief prosecutors or their top drug deputies throughout the United States and reported that nearly two-thirds of the country's top state and local prosecutors say they are having little to no impact in the fight against illegal narcotics. 71. We would be better off decriminalizing drugs, taxing their production and sale, and expanding treatment. 38. And public health initiatives. These are basic ideas of harm reduction, which flow from the premise that drug use is inevitable. Psychologists, social workers, and public health professions can do more to reduce the negative consequences of drug use and abuse than the criminal justice system. Resources from the war on recreational drug users could be reinvested to fight child abuse and other serious harms. President Clinton's Surgeon General, Jocelyn Elders, noted in the 1990s that other countries had decriminalized drug use and had reduced their crime rates without increasing the use of narcotics. 72 For example, in 2001 Portugal eliminated criminal penalties for all drugs in amounts for personal use. Possession for personal use can still trigger a hearing before the Commission for the Dissuasion of Drug Addiction, a three-person tribunal that discourages drug use and encourages addicts to get treatment. An evaluation published in the British Journal of Criminology found reductions in problematic drug use and concludes that Portugal's experience demonstrates that contrary to some predictions, decriminalization does not inevitably lead to rises in drug use. It can reduce the burden upon the criminal justice system. It can further contribute to social and health benefits. Moreover, such effects can be observed when decriminalizing all illicit drugs. This is important, as decriminalization is commonly restricted to cannabis alone. 73. A more recent call for decriminalization is from the Global Commission on Drug Policy, whose members include the former presidents of Mexico, Colombia, Brazil, and Switzerland, a former Secretary General of the United Nations, a former U.S. Secretary of State, the Prime Minister of Greece, and a former chair of the U.S. Federal Reserve and economic advisor to President Obama. They state that the global war on drugs has failed, with devastating consequences for individuals and societies. They suggest ending the criminalization of drugs and experimenting with models of legal regulation that undermine the power of organized crime and offer health and treatment services to those in need. 74 Unfortunately, the drug czar, the head of ONP, is required by the legislation that created the office to oppose any attempt to legalize the use of a controlled substance. 75 So the highest official responsible for drug policy is legally prohibited from having an open mind and honest conversation about a wider range of evidence-based drug policy options. Summarizing the war on drugs and the larger war on crime, John DiIulio, President Bush's first director of the White House Office of Faith-Based and Community Initiatives, stated, "America in 2010 is a half-century into massive public and private anti-crime investments, tougher criminal sentencing policies, and security-seeking personal lifestyle changes, yet, for all that, nationally, crime is not demonstrably lower today than it was 50 years ago, and in many places it is worse than it was when the national alarm about crime was first sounded. Since crime climbed onto the federal policy agenda in the early 1960s, successive government wars on crime and drugs have sacrificed once sacred civil liberties. Today, nearly 2.5 million Americans live behind prison gates while tens of millions more live in gated communities." 76. Understanding the decline in crime rates. Although many Americans are confused about whether crime rates are increasing or decreasing, the overall 39 pattern since 1992 has been one of declining crime rates. This reduction in crime only constitutes a success for the criminal justice system to the extent that the system caused the decline. A review of criminal justice literature, however, shows that prisons and police played a quite limited role in the national crime decline. The drop in crime rates is better explained by non-criminal justice factors, such as the decline in use of crack, an improved economy in the 1990s and continued low inflation, and the removal of lead from gas and paint. In this section, we examine the factors linked to the declining crime rate to assess their importance. We'll start with the criminal justice response. Prisons. Putting someone in prison means that they are no longer committing crimes in the community, so the growth in prison populations had some effect in reducing crime through incapacitation. This strategy has some important limitations and side effects, however. For example, criminologists find that a small minority of offenders commit a disproportionate number of offenses. Identifying and incarcerating them improves public safety. Further increases in incarceration mean locking up people whose offenses and criminal histories are less serious, so there is a diminishing benefit to public safety. Further, as offenders age, their propensity for crime declines. Lengthening prison sentences does not improve public safety and reduce crime rates if prison sentences were, as they are in the U.S., already long enough to hold offenders until they have aged out of serious and violent crime. Prison also has some negative side effects that counteract some of its public safety benefits. These are also reviewed below in the discussion of prison as a source of crime. For example, prisons function as schools for crime by deepening an inmate's ties with other criminals. The prison environment not only undermines personal responsibility and offers little rehabilitation, but it can be psychologically destructive. Ex-cons have reduced job possibilities because of their criminal record, and cynicism about the law and justice may reduce their commitment to obey the law. Prisons not only have criminogenic, crime-producing effects on individuals but also can have negative effects on family formation and community well-being. For example, the children of inmates do less well in school and are more likely to become delinquent. Under conditions of mass incarceration, moving offenders back and forth between prison and home leads to community disorganization and the erosion of informal social controls that prevent crime. 77. In their evaluation of the effect of incarceration on the crime decline, Bert Yosim and Ann Morrison Peel note, the crucial issue is not whether some negative effects from incarceration occur in communities, they most certainly do. Rather, it is whether those effects overwhelm the crime-reducing mechanisms of prison deterrence and incarceration, which also most certainly occurs. 78. The relative weight of the positive and negative effects changes over time depending on the number of people incarcerated. Increasing the number of People incarcerated is most effective when relatively few people are in prison, but further increases will have declining effectiveness for crime control, and at some point further increases can cause more crime that it prevents. Indeed, the Brennan Center for Justice completed a review of the research on the crime decline to create estimates of the effect of incarceration on crime, and they split the data into two time periods: 1990, 99 and 2000-13. This research combined the strengths of the highest quality studies with data on additional variables that could influence the crime rate. The Brennan Center concluded that during the 1990s, incarceration had no effect, 0%, on violent crime and reduced property crime by 6%, from 2000 to 2013. 40. Incarceration had no effect, 0%, on violent crime and reduced property crime by 0.2%. 79. The models from 7 high-quality studies, when updated with new data for subsequent years, showed that between 2000 and 2013 incarceration caused between a 4% decline to a 1% increase in violent crime. This is consistent with the findings of the National Academy of Sciences panel on incarceration, which found that mandatory minimum sentence and 3-strike laws have little or no effect on crime rates, and with respect to the effect of the overall increase in incarceration, the evidence suggests it was unlikely to have been large. 80. This distinguished panel of criminologists noted further, the evidence reviewed in this report reveals that the costs of today's unprecedented rate of incarceration, particularly the long prison sentences imposed under recent sentencing laws, outweigh the observable benefits. 81. The imprisonment binge had only a modest effect on crime rates because American jurisdictions have always been highly likely to imprison violent offenders, so the increase in incarceration swept up more people with less significant criminal propensities. Incarcerating people who are less dangerous means there is less of an impact on public safety. Indeed, a substantial number of those admitted to prison were people who had their parole revoked for technical reasons, not because they were charged with or convicted of a new crime. Another reason to be skeptical that the imprisonment binge had a significant impact on the crime rate is that comprehensive reviews support the conclusion that there's no correlation between states that had the greatest growth in incarceration and those that had the greatest declines in crime rates. 82. Some states recently have had declining prison populations, which have not correlated with increased crime rates. 83. Noted criminologist Joan Peters-Ilya suggests that 10 to 15% of inmates could be safely released. 84. In reviewing the results of the research by a working group on the economics of crime, Philip J. Cook and Jens Ludwig ask, what would we give up by reducing average sentence lengths back to 1984 levels? In terms of crime control, the answer may be, not all that much. 85. Police. Another popular theory is that police contributed substantially to the decline in crime rates. Bear in mind that we are not here talking about the effect of police arresting people and putting them in prison. That was discussed in the previous section. The claim to be evaluated now is that changes in the number of police, or their strategies such as policing crime hotspots and aggressive enforcement of gun control laws, lowered crime rates. Strategies that temporarily suppress crime at a hotspot or that displace it into another area cannot be responsible for a long-term, geographically widespread crime decline. The National Academy of Sciences panel on policing, quoted earlier, found weak or no evidence that standard policing or widespread variance contribute much to declining crime rates. John Conklin in his book, Why Crime Rates Fell, concurs that there is little evidence to support a general link between policing and crime rates. 86. A 2005 report by the General Accounting Office found that between 1993 and 2000, President Clinton's COPS plan for 100,000 officers amounted to about 5% of the overall decline. 87. The Brennan Center analysis of the crime decline suggests that the increasing number of police had a downward effect on crime in the 1990s, likely between 0 and 10%, but the effect did not continue into the 2000s, because the number of police leveled off and then declined. 88. The National Academy of Sciences panel and more recent reviews of the literature note that policing hot spots can reduce crime when combined with a problem-solving approach that tries to change underlying 41 conditions. 89. Yet there is no evidence that these tactics were implemented widely enough across the nation to have contributed to a substantial decline in the crime rate. 90. The Brennan Center analysis suggests that CompStat, the strategy of timely mapping of crime information, rapid deployment of resources, and ongoing assessment may be responsible for a 5 to 15% decrease in crime across cities that introduced it. 91. However, the accountability and data collection pressures associated with CompStat can sometimes lead to data manipulation, and in a 2010 survey, half of the retired NYPD officers who responded admitted to fudging numbers. 92. One place where some experts are willing to credit police tactics with helping to reduce crime is New York City, where murder and violence have substantially decreased. Some of the credit for this is said to go to the aggressive policing encouraged by former New York City Police Commissioner William Bratton. However, according to the National Academy of Sciences panel on policing, there is a widespread perception among police policymakers and the public that enforcement strategies, primarily arrest, applied broadly against offenders committing minor offenses lead to reductions in serious crime. Research does not provide strong support for this proposition. 93. The panel said the crime rate was already declining before the start of these strategies, and the decline in New York City's crack epidemic may explain a good part of observed changes in crime. 94. Bratton's aggressive tactics may not have helped reduce crime, but they brought about a 62% increase in the number of citizen complaints between 1994 and 1997 to the Civilian Complaint Review Board about police abuse, excessive force, and discourtesy. 95. To Black and Latino leaders who say some of Bratton's cops carry his aggressive style too far, that's too damn bad, says Bratton. 96. Non-criminal justice factors. A variety of studies attribute the decline in crime rates to factors other than criminal justice policies. Alfred Bloomstein argues that the extreme growth in violence during the late 1980s and early 1990s was driven by a homicide epidemic made up primarily of murders committed by young men using guns. During this period, homicide arrests for young men rose dramatically, while those for men 24 years old or older stayed relatively stable. This was the period in which crack cocaine was introduced into inner cities. Juveniles were recruited into the drug business because older drug dealers were being increasingly incarcerated and the juveniles were less vulnerable to the punishments imposed by the increasingly punitive adult criminal justice system. 97. At the same time there was a large influx of handguns into inner cities, often with higher power, more bullets, and faster action than traditional handguns. The mixture was highly volatile, and conflicts that previously would have been resolved by fists or knives were increasingly solved with guns. Indeed, often with extremely lethal semi-automatic pistols. By 1993, murders started to decline and so too did homicide arrests of young men. Though Bloomstein acknowledged that the imprisonment binge played some role in this decline, he doubted that incarceration had more than a small role. First of all, crime was still rising in the 1980s, when the prison population had already been growing for a decade. Second, the juveniles recruited into the drug trade were generally less likely to face incarceration due to their youth, 32 is the median age of state prisoners. And, because these juveniles were frequently replacing less violent, older drug dealers who had been incarcerated, the growth in imprisonment actually contributed to the increase in violence. 98 Bloomstein observed. 42. It is somewhat ironic that the growth in violence with handguns was at least partly a consequence of the drug war's incarceration of many of the older drug sellers. As older sellers were taken off the street, the drug market turned to younger individuals, particularly inner-city African Americans. The reduction in age of the workers in the crack trade entailed a predictable increase in violence, as the inclination to deliberate before acting is simply less developed in the young. 99. The growth in violent crime was also driven by turf wars between inner-city drug gangs. After enough fighting, more or less stable informal distribution agreements arise and the rate of violence subsides, not because the police have succeeded but because the surviving drug dealers create a more stable inner-city business. The late James Fife, distinguished criminologist and former New York City police captain, commented, "When a new illegal and profitable substance comes along, there is fighting and scratching for control. Then dealers kill each other off, and the market stabilizes and the amount of violence decreases." 100. So while turf wars among drug gangs were a staple of the late 1980s and early 1990s, such battles have now largely succumbed to what criminologist James Lynch termed the routinization of the drug trade. 101. Further crime reductions occurred as the popularity of crack cocaine declined, which reduced the profitability of drug markets and the associated violence. Bloomstein noted, as recognition of its deleterious effects became widespread, word spread through the streets that crack was an undesirable drug, diminishing the number of new users. He also pointed to the reduction in the use of handguns by juveniles, credited to a combination of police pressure and action by community groups trying to clean up their neighborhoods, and the robust economy at the time that provided legitimate job opportunities for many young people, which has created incentives to avoid illegal activities. 102. Following the recession of 2008, Congress extended unemployment benefits several times, thus providing people with resources that prevented or delayed criminal activities. In previous economic downturns, inflation was high, meaning consumer prices increased dramatically, and created strong underground markets. Specifically markets for stolen goods. 103. Indeed, criminologist Richard Rosenfeld found that homicide rates would have been 24% higher if inflation had been as high as it was in the 1970s and 1980s. 104. Also, the continued reduction in the use of crack and of methamphetamine may explain some of the recent stability of crime rates. The final non-criminal justice factor to consider is the reduction in lead in the environment starting in the 1970s. Lead is a neurotoxin, which means it is a poison that kills brain cells and the nerves connecting them. It can muck up brain cell communication and growth. 105. Children exposed to lead can have permanent problems like lowered IQ and attention deficits, which can create problems in school and an increased likelihood of dropping out or being expelled and then becoming delinquent. Lead also affects the executive functions, judgment, impulse control, anticipation of consequences, making aggressive and antisocial behavior more likely as children grow up into teenagers and young adults with decreased self-command. 106. Indeed, after an extensive review of the literature on sources, uses, and effects of lead, criminologist Kimberly Barrett concludes that empirical assessments of lead and crime have demonstrated associations between lead exposure and homicide rates, delinquency, and violent crime, as well as a variety of other conduct disorders. 107. The accumulated data linking lead to permanent neurobehavioral disorders, especially through exposure of 43 preschool children, was so strong that in 1974 the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, began shifting the country to using unleaded gasoline, thus preventing tons of lead in car exhaust from entering the air. They also removed lead from paint, which reduced the likelihood of poor and hungry children ingesting lead by eating chipped or peeling paint. Both of these actions greatly reduced the amount of lead in the blood of children, which would reduce crime as those children grew up. Environmental and health economist Jessica Reyes argues that between 1992 and 2002, the phase-out of lead from gasoline was responsible for approximately a 56% decline in violent crime and may cause further declines in the future. 108 At a National Academy of Sciences roundtable, most experts seem to believe that lead played some role, but maybe not as high as the finding presented by Reyes. 109 Criminologist Mark Kleiman, author of a book on how to have less crime and less punishment, says that the EPA regulations were a major driver of the crime decline that started in the mid-1990s. 110. A number of other theories for the crime decline have also been suggested, including that the legalization of abortion in the 1970s decreased crime decades later because women who have abortions are most at risk to give birth to children who would engage in criminal activity. 111 Other researchers link lower crime rates to increased obesity. 112 Increased immigration, they stay out of trouble to avoid being deported. 113 Increased time playing video games. 114 And the increased use of electronic benefit transfer, EBT bridge, cards. 115. Whatever the relative merits of these theories, none involves the success of the criminal justice system. Indeed, Tonry argues that the crime decline is a global phenomenon, so U.S. criminal justice policy was pretty much besides the point in terms of crime rates and patterns. 116. So while politicians claim credit for the recent declines in crime, the real story appears to be that the enormous growth in our prison population over the last decades, coupled with questionable police tactics, has contributed only slightly to the decline. Most of the decline can be attributed to factors beyond the criminal justice system, including a shift away from crack, periods of strong economic growth, extension of unemployment benefits during weak economic growth, low inflation, and the public health initiative to remove lead from the environment. These factors together have contributed to reducing extremely high crime rates to rates that are lower but high nonetheless. In short, crime is still rampant and, for all their crowing and claiming credit, politicians and criminal justice policy makers are still losing the war against crime. In sum, when we look behind the politicians' claims to have turned the tide against violence, the fact remains that criminal justice policy is failing to make our lives substantially safer. How are we to comprehend this failure? It appears that our government is neglecting to fulfill the most fundamental task of governance: keeping our streets and homes safe, assuring us of what the Founding Fathers called domestic tranquility, and providing us with the minimum requirement of civilized society. It appears that our new centurions, with all their modern equipment and know-how, are no more able than the old Roman ones to hold the line against the forces of barbarism and chaos. One way to come to terms with this failure is to look at the excuses that are offered for it. This we will do, but mainly to show that they do not hold up. We shall look at these excuses in detail and show that they do not explain our failure to reduce crime, and we will present evidence to support the claim that we could reduce crime and the harm it causes if we wanted to. So the question, how are we to comprehend our failure to reduce crime, still stares us in the face. Examination of the excuses and of the rapidly growing body of 44. Knowledge about policies that are effective in reducing crime suggests that our failure is avoidable. What has to be explained is not why we cannot reduce crime but why we will not. Oddly enough, this paradoxical result points us in the direction of an answer to our question. Failure is, after all, in the eye of the beholder. Here lies the key to understanding our failing criminal justice system. The failure of policies and institutions can serve vested interests and thus amount to success for them. If we look at the system as wanting to reduce crime, it is an abysmal failure that we cannot understand. If we look at it as not wanting to reduce crime, it's a howling success, and all we need to understand is why the goal of the criminal justice system is to fail to reduce crime. If we can understand this, then the system's failure, as well as its obstinate refusal to implement the policies that could remedy that failure, becomes perfectly understandable. In other words, we can make more sense out of criminal justice policy by assuming that its goal is to maintain crime than by assuming that its goal is to reduce crime. The remainder of this chapter explores the excuses for the failure to reduce crime and offers evidence to back up our assertion that there are policies that could reduce crime that we refuse to implement. We then briefly outline the relationship between the Pyrrhic defeat theory and the criminological theory of Kai Erikson and Émile Durkheim, to which it is akin. The chapter closes with a word on the work of Michel Foucault, whose views run parallel for a while to those defended in this book before heading off in a different direction. 45. 3 excuses that will not wash, or how we could reduce crime if we wanted to. In 1965, President Johnson signed an executive order establishing the President's Commission on Law Enforcement and Administration of Justice to investigate the causes and nature of crime, to collect existing knowledge about our criminal justice system, and to make recommendations about how that system might better meet the challenge of crime in a free society. The Commission presented its report in 1967, thick with data and recommendations. In the 50 years since the report was issued, more and more money has been poured into crime control, with the bleak results already outlined. When the Commission met, it estimated that $4 billion was being spent annually at the national, state, and local levels to pay for police, courts, and correctional facilities in the fight against crime. 117 since that time, the violent crime rate climbed from 200 per 100,000 in the population in 1965 to 365.5 in 2014. 118 The annual cost to the public of this brand of domestic tranquility was more than $265 billion by 2012, with 2.4 million persons employed by the criminal justice system. 119 And this doesn't even count the more than $100 billion spent each year on private security, or the extra money people spend to live in gated communities. 120 dollar for dollar, crime control is hardly an impressive investment, that is, if you think you are investing in crime reduction. In Chapter 4, we comment on private prisons and the criminal justice industrial complex that have a financial interest in the continued increase in crime. Multiplying almost as fast as anti-crime dollars are excuses for our failure to reduce crime significantly in the face of increased expenditure, personnel, research, and knowledge. 3 excuses have sufficient currency to make them worthy of consideration, as well as to set in relief the Pyrrhic defeat thesis, which we propose in their place. First excuse: we're too soft. One excuse is that we are too soft on crime. 121 From the 1970s to mid-1990s, 85 to 90% of the public consistently expressed the opinion that criminal sentencing was not harsh enough, and in 2013 more than 60% still supported that view. 122 conservative critics of criminal justice policy have long maintained this view, and the late Ernest van den Haag, for example, claimed that non-punishment is the major social cause of crime. 123 This view is hard to disprove because, no matter how harsh we are, one can always say we should have been harsher. Nonetheless, the evidence is that U.S. policy has continued to get harsher from the 1970s. Law and order campaigns to the war on crime, the war on drugs, and other variations on Get Tough on Crime. The evidence presented above demonstrates that getting tougher had modest effects in reducing crime, and may have some criminogenic effect. Comparisons with other countries do not suggest that the US is soft or lenient in any major respect, not in the range of acts covered by law, especially drug use and prostitution, not in the likelihood of arrest and of being charged, convicted, or sentenced to prison, not in the actual time served in prison, and not in the likelihood of having parole or probation revoked, especially for technical reasons rather than because of a new crime. 124 At year-end 2013, the U.S. rate of incarceration, in jails and prisons, was 698 per 100,000 in the national population. For the United Kingdom, it was 148, for Germany 76, and for Canada, a society much 46 like our own, it was 106 prisoners for every 100,000 persons in the national population. 125 before and after the recent declines in crime, we had far greater percentages of our population under lock and key than comparably advanced European nations, as well as our neighbor to the north. The US is not unique in criminalizing drug possession and sales but is more likely to use incarceration in some 67% of drug cases, followed distantly by the Netherlands at 46% and Switzerland, 38%. Prison sentences were an average of 23 months, twice as long as the countries with the next longest sentences, England and Wales. 126. The U.S. drug war especially stands in contrast to Portugal, which in 2001 decriminalized the possession of all drugs, when deemed for personal use. 127 In 2003, Canada decriminalized possession of small amounts of marijuana and started embracing safe injection centers for users of harder drugs. 128 In response to a government challenge, Canada's Supreme Court ruled unanimously that one of these projects, Insight, should remain open. Insight has saved lives and improved health without increasing the incidence of drug use and crime in the surrounding area. It is supported by the Vancouver Police. 129. Research suggests that our incarceration rates are not so different from those of other countries when compared with our higher crime rates and to the level of lethal violence in the United States that is probably the highest in the Western world. 130 But even if our incarceration rates stand in the same proportion to our overall crime rates as those of other countries, that still indicates that we are no more lenient than other modern nations. Nor, of course, should it be forgotten that we are the only Western industrialized nation that still has the death penalty, let alone, until 2005, the only such nation that executed people who had committed crimes while under the age of 18. At the close of 2013, the state and federal prison systems held 2,979 prisoners under sentence of death and executed 39 individuals that year. 131. The United States makes much more extensive use of the sentence of life without the possibility of parole than other Western nations. 132. It also uses solitary confinement more frequently and for longer periods of time. Finally, our incarceration rate doesn't include those who are currently on probation and parole. When these are added to those in jail or prison, the number of adults under some form of correctional supervision in 2014 was almost 7 million, that is, 1 of every 35 American adults. 2.8% of the U.S. adult population was incarcerated or on probation or parole. 133. Our high rate of crime and lethal violence has persisted in the face of decades of getting tougher, leading one criminologist to characterize the get tough approach to crime as a conservative social experiment that has been tested and found to fail. 134. Second excuse, a cost of modern life. Another excuse is that crime is an inescapable companion of any complex, populous, technologically advanced society. As we become more complex, more populous, and particularly more urbanized, we will have more crime as inevitably as we will have more ulcers and more traffic. These are costs of modern life, the benefits of which abound and clearly outweigh the costs. Crime, then, takes its place alongside death and taxes. We can fight, but we cannot win, and we should not tear our hair out about it. This is less an explanation than a recipe for resignation. Furthermore, it does not account for the fact that other complex, populous, highly industrialized and technologically advanced nations such as Japan have crime rates that are considerably lower than ours. Japan has slightly less than half the US population crowded onto 47. A landmass about the size of California and Oregon. In 2012, Japan had a homicide rate of less than 1 per 100,000, 1,030 homicides, and about 27 violent offenses for every 100,000 inhabitants. That same year, the United States had a homicide rate of 4.7 per 100,000, 14,837 homicides, and a violent crime rate of 387 for every 100,000 inhabitants. 135 in 2012, Tokyo, with a population of more than 13 million densely packed people, recorded 118 homicides. That same year, the entire state of Pennsylvania, with almost the same population, had 685 homicides, and the 2 million residents of New Mexico committed almost the same number of homicides as the 13 million who live in Tokyo. 136 in 2013, when the homicide rate in the United States was 4 per 100,000 inhabitants. Kenya had a rate of 7, Switzerland, 1, France, 1, Russian Federation, 9. India, 3 and Canada, 1. 137. Curry summarizes the international data, stating that even within the advanced industrial societies, the differences in levels of serious violent crime are extreme. Using homicide data, which he believes provides the most reliable comparisons, Curry says, the risks of dying by violence in the United States are more than double those of the next closest advanced industrial country, Canada, and roughly 6 times the average for the European Union. In the mid-2000s, they were 10 times higher than those in Germany or Austria, and 12 times those in the United Kingdom. The chances of dying by intentional violence among youth aged 15 to 29 years in the United States are 10 times those of the Netherlands and Denmark, 16 times those in Norway, and more than 25 times those in Germany. Indeed, the violent death rate for young Americans more closely resembles that of youth in Russia, or some Latin American nations, than it does the rest of the affluent industrial world. 138. The costs of modern life, or urbanization, excuse also fails to account for the striking differences in the crime rates within our own modern, complex, populous, and urbanized nation. Within the United States in 2014, the homicide rate ranged from 0.9 per 100,000 inhabitants in New Hampshire to 10.3 in Louisiana. 139. Such variations are not limited to murder. A comparison of violent and property crime rates for standard metropolitan statistical areas, SMSAs, which are made up of a core city with a population of 50,000 or more inhabitants and the surrounding county or counties which share certain metropolitan characteristics, reveals a striking lack of correlation between crime rate and population size, which we can take as a reasonable, though rough, index of urbanization and the other marks of modernity, such as complexity and industrialization, that are offered as explanations for the intractability of crime. See Table 1.1, in which metropolitan areas of different sizes and similar crime rates are ranked by population. Even if death and taxes are inevitable, unfortunately not in that order, some die prematurely and some die suspiciously, and some pay too much in taxes and some pay none at all. None of these variations is inevitable or unimportant, and so too with crime. Even if crime is inevitable in modern societies, its rates and types vary extensively, and this is neither inevitable nor unimportant. Indeed, the variations in crime rates between modern cities and nations are proof that the extent of crime is not a simple consequence of urbanization or modernization. Other factors must explain the differences. These differences suggest that although some crimes may be an unavoidable consequence of urbanization, this in no way excuses our failure to reduce crime, at least to the lowest rates reported in modern cities and nations. Third excuse, blame it on the kids. A third excuse takes the form of attributing crime to young people, particularly young men between the ages of 14 and 25. This explanation goes as follows: young people in our society, especially males, find themselves emerging from the security of childhood into the frightening chaos of adult responsibility. Little is or can be done by the adult society to ease the transition by providing meaningful outlets for the newly bursting youthful energy aroused in still immature and irresponsible youngsters. Hence, these youngsters both mimic the power of manhood and attack the society that frightens and ignores them by resorting to violent crime. Add to this several rapid increases in the population of this age group, such as during the baby boom, and we have another explanation that amounts to a recipe for resignation: we can no more expect to reduce crime than we can hope to eradicate adolescence. We can fight crime, but it will be with us until we figure out a way for people to get from childhood to adulthood without passing through their teens. Youngsters do show up disproportionately in crime statistics. In 1975, Time reported that 44% of the nation's murderers are 25 or younger, and 10% are under 18. Of those arrested for street crimes, excluding murder, fully 75% are under 25 and 45% are under 18. 140 in 2014, persons between the ages of 15 and 24 constituted 13.8% of the nation's population, but they represented 33.4% of those arrested for all crimes. 141. However, there are problems with attributing crime to youth. The most important is that crime rates have grown faster than either the absolute number of young people or their percentage of the population. See Table 1.2, which compares national crime rates over the past 40 years with the percentage of the population represented by people aged 14 to 24. A strong correlation between the youth population and crime would mean that as the percentage of young people increased, column 1 in Table 1.2, violent and property crime rates, columns 2 and 3, would also rise. While there is some correlation between them, there are also important divergences. The percentage of young people in the population in 2000 was about what it was in 1960, yet the crime rate in 2000 was almost 4 times higher than that of 1960. Obviously, this growth in crime cannot be attributed to youth. Or, compare 1980 and 1990, when the youth percentage dropped more than 4 points and the violent crime rate grew significantly. In that same period, the number of 15 to 24-year-olds decreased absolutely by 5,660,000, while the absolute number of index crimes rose by over 1,142,000 even when crime rates went down. Recently, they never returned to the levels of the 1940s, when the percentage of young people aged 16 to 24 was about 14, roughly comparable to what it is now. 143 similar discrepancies show up when the National Crime Victimization Survey, NCVS, is used. We do not deny that a large number of crimes are committed by young people. The facts suggest, however, that although the number of youngsters in the populace has an important effect on crime rates, it cannot fully explain them or explain them away. That young people have higher rates of crime than older folks does not mean that young people always have the same rate of crime. When this group declined, crime went down, but not in proportion to the decline in the youth population. When this group was growing, the crime rates were growing faster. If the crime rate of 15 to 24-year-olds changes, then this certainly is not explained by their youth. Something other than their youth or their numbers must explain why they are committing more crimes than people their age did in other periods. 144. In any case, the greater likelihood of young people committing crime provides no excuse for failing to reduce the growth of crime at least to the rate at which the number of young people is growing, or shrinking. So another excuse for our failure fails to excuse. To get an idea of what criminal justice policy truly aimed at reducing crime might look like, let's examine the known sources of crime and some promising crime prevention programs. 50. Known sources of crime. Curry notes that the amount of crime and violence in a country is strongly influenced by social policy and can be substantially mitigated, or exacerbated, by it. The level of crime in a society represents a social and political choice, not simply an individual one, or even a reflection of abstract, impersonal forces operating pristinely above deliberate human intervention. In short, to a significant extent, we make the world of violence that surrounds us. 145. We agree and argue that if the United States were serious about crime reduction, much more support would be given to policies that address the known sources of crime. Note that we say sources rather than causes, because pathways to crime are less direct and more complicated than simple cause and effect. We know that poverty, unemployment, and concentrated disadvantage are sources of street crime. We know that they breed alienation from social institutions and that they reduce the likely rewards of going straight. But, we know as well that many, if not most, poor, unemployed ghetto dwellers do not engage in street crime. Yet, to say that this means we do not know that poverty and the other conditions discussed below are sources of violent crime is like saying that we do not know that a bullet in the head is deadly because some people survive, or because we do not fully understand the physiological process that links the wound with the termination of life. Poverty and inequality. Understanding crime requires examining individuals' choices, and those who commit crimes often say they got involved with crime because it was what was going on in their neighborhood. 146. Understanding neighborhood crime requires examining economic policies about employment, public assistance benefits, education, and taxes. Factors such as the distribution of income, wealth, and economic power shape these policies and the context within which individuals make choices. The U.S. has higher levels of inequality 147 than other developed democracies, and it also has higher rates of crime, especially violent crime. The Oxford Handbook of Criminological Theory states, the idea that structural inequality contributes to community-level variations in crime is uncontroversial. 148. What is in dispute are the exact mechanisms, is it strain, limited legitimate opportunities and high cultural value placed on economic success, relative or absolute deprivation, concentrated disadvantage, poverty, reduced loyalty to an unfair society, social disorganization, or reduced collective efficacy, the ability of people to come together to solve community problems, and or subcultural values. Criminologists also debate the proper data and assumptions to test these ideas. 149. One of the most in-depth reviews of the research, covering 214 studies, concluded that resource/economic deprivation theory was well supported. The relatively strong effects for indicators of resource/economic deprivation on crime remain stable across various methodological conditions. 150. The hundreds of studies on which that conclusion is based all studied street crime, but we also maintain, in the next two chapters, that there is a high level of white-collar and corporate crime. Crimes of the powerful cannot be explained by poverty, but they are also related to strain and inequality. For example, rich people also desire more, and not all of them are faced with legitimate means to add millions, or billions, to their income. Because criminology generally ignores class, this point is seldom made. Further, Braithwaite synthesizes a number of theoretical connections supported by research when he argues 51. That inequality worsens both crimes of poverty motivated by need and crimes of wealth motivated by greed. He believes that need applies in an absolute sense to those lacking basic subsistence needs. It also leads to crime based on the need for a decent standard of living, which includes what people see others having, what whites generally but not many blacks might enjoy, and what people were led to expect to enjoy by advertising and dramatization of bourgeois lifestyles. 151. Violence can be generated by resource deprivation and the humiliation of the poor, who are surrounded by visions of the American dream and messages emphasizing that success is attainable for all. The wealthy continue to pursue additional wealth because money still has value for them, even after more basic needs are met. With increasing inequality, wealth is concentrated in the hands of those who can create new forms of illegitimate opportunity involving fraud, and the more capital, the bigger the opportunities. 152, Chapter 3 discusses white-collar crime and U.S. financial crises. Crime is also more likely if inequality means that the wealthy are unaccountable for their harmful actions. Braithwaite also argues that increasing inequality makes crime more likely because the wealthy come to have less respect for those who are poorer. The wealthy develop an ideology, a system of beliefs that justifies inequality and their exploitation of others as natural, inevitable, and ultimately fair. Chapter 4 elaborates on issues of ideology. Nobel Prize winning economist Joseph Stiglitz adds that inequality is the result of political factors as much as of economic ones. 153. The U.S. has chosen, through political processes heavily influenced by the wealthy, to have extreme inequality. Table 1.3 shows that 80% of Americans have an income of less than $112,262, but the range for the top 20% of income earners goes from that to $1.3 billion. Indeed, the top 5% of income earners start at $206,568 and include hedge fund managers who made more than an estimated $1 billion that year, although the top income is down from $4 billion the previous year. 154. Wealth is even more unequally distributed than income. This is of concern because wealth refers to the assets and debt people accumulate. over their lives and affects social, political, and economic power. In 2013, the poorest 60% collectively owned 3.1% of all the wealth, and the top 1% owned 35%. All members of the bottom 10% have more debt than assets, while the top 10% own 75% of the wealth. 155. Those at the bottom, whom Braithwaite believes are motivated to crime by the need for a decent standard of living, are primarily impoverished inner-city youth with a very limited likelihood of entering college or 52. Amassing sufficient capital, legally, to start a business or to get into the high-wage, skilled job markets. In 2014, among those in the crime-prone ages of 16 to 19, 17.3% of white youngsters and 33% of black youngsters were jobless. This pattern of black unemployment rates being twice the white rate has characterized adult unemployment rates for 50 years. Currently 5.3% of white workers are unemployed, compared to 11.3% of blacks. 156. Many of these young people have been brought up in poverty. In 2014, 21.1% of American children were living in families below the poverty level, including about 37% of black children and 32% of Latino children, compared with 12% of white children. 157. While some people can and do escape poverty and rise in the class structure, this is rarer than Americans believe. A 2005 New York Times series on class found that mobility happens, just not as rapidly as was once thought. 158. A more recent study affirmed the same conclusion. Despite less discrimination than in previous decades, the odds of escaping the station of one's birth are no higher today than they were decades ago. 159. At the top end of the economic distribution are the wealthy, whose money, power, and access to financial institutions allows them to create new forms of illegitimate opportunity. Some of these novel illegitimate strategies include the savings and loan frauds, the Enron-era financial misstatements, and the financial hijinks that led to the mortgage crisis. All fit this pattern. In the latest crisis, financial firms that were too big to fail were not held criminally accountable. We know that poverty and inequality are sources of crime, yet we do virtually nothing to improve the life chances of the vast majority of the inner-city poor. Many experts agree that policies aimed at ameliorating the effects of economic deprivation and family disruption are likely to have a significant impact on crime reduction. 160. Criminologist Todd Clear suggested the same in 1993. Let's start investing in things that really reduce crime: good schools, jobs, and a future for young parents and their children. 161. Why don't we? Prison. We know that prison produces more criminals than it cures. As far back as 1973, the National Advisory Commission on Criminal Justice Standards and Goals recommended building no new adult prisons because the prison, the reformatory, and jail have achieved only a shocking record of failure. There is overwhelming evidence that these institutions create crime rather than prevent it. 162. Instead, the U.S. built a record number of warehouse prisons, 163, called that because they make no attempts at rehabilitation. In 2014, the National Academy of Science panel on incarceration reviewed literature that concludes that there is little evidence of a specific deterrent or rehabilitative effect of incarceration, and that all the evidence on the effect of imprisonment on reoffending points to either no effect or a criminogenic effect. 164. A Bureau of Justice Statistics, BJS, study found that 67.5% of inmates released in 1994 were rearrested within 3 years almost exclusively for a felony or serious misdemeanor, and almost 52% were back in prison. 165. A newer BJS study using data from inmates released in 2005 finds that 67.8% were rearrested within 3 years, and 50% returned to prison. 166. Prisons seem to do everything but give inmates the skills they will need to make it on the outside. The Bipartisan Commission on Safety and Abuse in America's Prisons found that 53. There is still too much violence in America's prisons and jails, too many facilities that are crowded to the breaking point, too little medical and mental health care, unnecessary uses of solitary confinement and other forms of segregation, a desperate need for the kinds of productive activities that discourage violence and make rehabilitation possible, and a culture in many prisons and jails that pits staff against prisoners and management against staff. 167. Prison inmates are denied autonomy and privacy and are subjected to indignities and acts of violence as regular features of their confinement, all of which is heightened by overcrowding. Prisoners are not offered training on how to handle daily problems in competent and socially constructive ways, inside or outside of prison. The predictable result, as delineated by Robert Johnson and Hans Tock in The Pains of Imprisonment, is that the prison survivors become tougher, more pugnacious, and less able to feel for themselves and others, while its non-survivors become weaker, more susceptible, and less able to control their lives. 168. Many inmates, for example, are raped. The organization Just Detention International reports, feelings of rage can be suppressed until release, when survivors may engage in violent, antisocial behavior. 169. According to a Human Rights Watch report, the only way to avoid the repetition of sexual abuse, many prisoners assert, is to strike back violently. The report quotes a victim of prison rape saying, "People start to treat you right once you become deadly." 170. Further, according to the National Center on Addiction and Substance Abuse, NCASA, at Columbia University, 65% of prison and jail inmates meet medical criteria for substance abuse and addiction, but only 11% received treatment for this disorder. 171. Among jail inmates, 60% reported having symptoms of a mental health disorder in the prior year. But the Vera Institute found that 83% of them did not receive mental health care after admission. When combined with the lights, noise, and threats of violence, jail is likely to mean further deterioration in their illness. 172. Once on the outside, burdened with the stigma of a prison record and rarely trained in a marketable skill, inmates generally find their lives often continue to be characterized by violence, joblessness, substance abuse, family breakdown, and neighborhood disadvantage. 173. Nor does this affect all groups in America alike. According to Tonry in his book Malign Neglect, Race, Crime, and Punishment in America, by affecting so many young black men, American criminal laws have further undermined the black family and made it harder for black men to get an education and find good jobs. In his 2007 presidential address to the American Society of Criminology, Tonry went further: if its aims were to reduce black men's chances of earning a decent living, or being successfully married and a good father, or being socialized into processual values, it is hard to know how the criminal justice system could do those things better. 174. In addition, a study by the Sentencing Project indicates that the large number of African American men who have been convicted of felonies and therefore deprived of their right to vote is having a profound negative impact on the black community's ability to participate in the political process. 175. Because so much of the recent increase in imprisonment has been of inner-city black men who were involved in families and who had at least part-time legitimate employment at the time of their arrest and incarceration. Social scientists are beginning to study the ways in which massive imprisonment is undermining the family and other community institutions, weakening the stigma of incarceration and thus the deterrent. 54. Value of imprisonment, and strengthening ties between prison gangs and offenders on the street. 176. Can we honestly act as if we do not know that our prison system, including our failure to ensure a meaningful post-release non-criminal alternative for the ex-con, is a source of crime? Should we really pretend, then, that we do not know why ex-cons turn to crime? Recidivism does not happen because ex-cons miss their alma mater, a tough veneer that precludes seeking help for personal problems, the generalized mistrust that comes from the fear of exploitation, and the tendency to strike out in response to minimal provocations are highly functional in many prison contexts and problematic virtually everywhere else. 177. Guns. Most people know the expression guns don't kill people, people kill people, but since guns make it much easier to kill people, the huge stock of civilian guns, especially handguns, is a source of violence. It is not a coincidence that Americans are heavily armed and have a firearm homicide rate that is extraordinarily high by the standards of other industrialized countries according to Oxford's Crime and Public Policy. 178. In recent years, there have been more guns in the United States than people, and guns are increasing in number faster than people. 179. We have about 4 times the number of guns per capita than countries such as Canada, New Zealand, Germany, France, and Sweden. 180. As a result, the US has a death rate from firearm homicides 20 times higher than a sample of 23 other developed nations. 181. In addition, children ages 5 to 14 in America are 13 times as likely to be murdered with guns as children in other industrialized countries, according to David Hemenway, a public health specialist at Harvard. 182. And, because the fatality rate for robberies using a gun is 3 times higher than for robberies with knives and 10 times higher than for robberies with other weapons, countries like Italy and Australia that have both effective gun control and robbery rates comparable to the US have far fewer robberies that end up as homicides. 183. The President's Crime Commission concluded in 1965 that, as long as there is no effective gun control legislation, violent crimes and the injuries they inflict will be harder to reduce than they might otherwise be. 184. But there has been virtually no gun control, even as guns have become more deadly. Speaking about the extraordinary spate of deadly violence that we had in the late 1980s and early 1990s, Garen Wintemute puts it bluntly, the entire increase in homicide in the United States through 1993 was attributable to firearm homicide. 185. As guns that hold more bullets have become more widespread, hospitals reported an increase in gunshot wounds per victim. And, in 2001, then President George W. Bush noted, in America, a teenager today is more likely to die from a gunshot than from all natural causes of death combined. 186. In the face of facts like these, Congress regularly directs the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, ATF, not to put gun sales records into a computer database, with the result that police officers tracing guns used in crimes must pore over boxes of paper files. Congress passed a law prohibiting ATF from making more than one unannounced inspection a year on a gun dealer, a rule that serves no purpose other than protecting unscrupulous dealers. 187. Congress has prohibited federal agencies from promoting gun control, but because that term is not defined, agencies shy away from research on gun injuries. 188. The Brady Law is the main piece of gun control legislation and currently only requires a criminal record check for gun buyers. The bill leaves it to the states to provide funding for the checks and to determine what is a reasonable effort. 189. Moreover, while the Brady Law prohibits sales of guns to individuals with prior 55 felony convictions, it applies only to dealers and not private sellers, including gun shows and websites. Many states continue to have lax gun laws with predictable effects. A 2008 Washington Post report stated that states with lax gun laws had higher rates of handgun killings, fatal shootings of police officers, and sales of weapons that were used in crimes in other states, according to a study underwritten by a group of more than 300 U.S. mayors, and further that early all guns recovered in crimes are initially sold legally. 190. Can we believe that our leaders sincerely want to cut down on violent crime and the injuries it produces, when they oppose even as much as registering guns or licensing gun owners, much less actually restricting the sale and movement of guns as a matter of national policy? Many people wrongly believe that universal registration and licensing of guns exists, when in fact only a few states require this. Can we really believe that if guns were less readily available, violent criminals would simply switch to other weapons to commit the same number of crimes and do the same amount of damage? Is there a weapon other than the handgun that works as quickly, that allows its user so safe a distance, or that makes the criminal's physical strength, or speed or courage, for that matter, irrelevant? Could a bank robber hold a row of tellers at bay with a switchblade? Studies indicate that, if gun users switched to the next deadliest weapon, the knife, and attempted the same number of crimes, we could still expect 2/3 fewer fatalities because the fatality rate of the knife is roughly 1/3 that of the gun. In other words, if guns were eliminated and the number of crimes held steady, we could expect to save as many as 2 out of every 3 persons who are now the victims of firearm homicide. Drug prohibition. The United States has an enormous drug abuse and addiction problem. There is considerable evidence, however, that our attempts to cure it are worse than the disease itself. Most people associate drugs with crime, because addicts often steal to support their habits. However, the cost of street drugs is related to their illegality, because everyone in the distribution chain needs to profit enough to compensate for the risk of being caught and locked up. Much of the violence surrounding the drug trade is also related to drugs being illegal, because then the drug trade is in the hands of gangs and organized crime, and their disputes are not resolved through free markets or the legal system. In response, the U.S. has engaged in a war on drugs that has cost billions, incarcerated millions, and has brought about little change in drug usage. Moreover, the criminalization of drugs undercuts public health efforts to deal with drug addiction. Paul Goldstein provides a useful categorization of the relationship between drugs and crime. Pharmacological/psychological consequences. Criminal activity is caused by the chemical properties of the drug acting on the person's brain. Economic/compulsive crimes. Criminal activity is caused by drug users committing crimes to get money to support their habit. Systemic crime. Criminal activity like violence and corruption are a regular part of doing business in the illicit drug trade because there is no regulation and formal dispute resolution mechanisms are unavailable. 191. About the pharmacological consequences of drugs. According to Bloomstein, the drug that has the strongest 56 pharmacological effect is alcohol. Heroin is a downer, so heroin doesn't do much. And there hasn't been shown to be much pharmacological effect of the other serious drugs on crime, not anything comparable to that of alcohol, which has been shown to be a strong stimulator of violence. 192. James Q. Wilson, a defender of the prohibition of heroin and other drugs, admits that there are apparently no specific pathologies, serious illnesses or physiological deterioration that are known to result from heroin use per SE 193. Prior to 1914, when anyone could go into a drugstore and purchase heroin and other opiates the way we buy aspirin today, hundreds of thousands of upstanding, law-abiding citizens were hooked. 194. On the basis of available scientific evidence, there is every reason to suspect that we do our bodies more irreversible damage by smoking cigarettes and drinking liquor than by using heroin. The physical damage associated with heroin use is attributable to the trauma of withdrawal, a product not so much of heroin as of its occasional unobtainability. Tetrahydrocannabinol, THC, the active ingredient in marijuana, is a very safe drug according to the science of marijuana. 195. The 1988 Surgeon General's report lists tobacco as a more dangerous drug than marijuana. 196. According to the findings and conclusions of Francis Young, administrative law judge for the DEA, despite its 5,000-year-long history of use and the extraordinarily high numbers of social smokers, there are simply no credible medical reports to suggest that consuming marijuana has caused a single death. In fact, no amount of marijuana that a person could possibly eat or smoke would constitute a lethal dose. By contrast, aspirin overdoses cause hundreds of deaths a year. 197. A Police Foundation review in 2000 concluded that, by any of the major criteria of harm, mortality, morbidity, toxicity, addictiveness, and relationship with crime, cannabis is less harmful than any of the other major illicit drugs, or than alcohol or tobacco. 198. A 2007 study of Florida autopsies found that cocaine, heroin, and all methamphetamines caused 989 deaths, while legal opioids, strong painkillers in brand-name drugs like Vicodin and OxyContin, caused 2,328. No deaths were attributed to marijuana. 199. Doug Bandow, a senior advisor to President Reagan and a Cato Institute fellow, found that all illicit drugs combined accounted for about 5,000 deaths, most of which are caused by the effects of prohibition rather than the drug's pharmacology. 200. Some argue that the evil of drugs, especially heroin and crack, is that they are addicting, because this is a bad thing even if the addicting substance is not itself harmful. It is hard to deny that the image of a person enslaved to a chemical is ugly and repugnant to our sense that the dignity of human beings lies in their capacity to control their destinies. More questionable, however, is whether this is, in the case of adults, anybody's business but their own. Even so, suppose we agree that addiction is an evil worthy of prevention. Isn't imprisoning someone as punishment for using drugs an irrational way to express concern about the enslavement of addiction, especially when we could offer treatment instead? And, doesn't that make us hypocrites given our inconsistent policies about all our other addictions? What about cigarette smoking, which, unlike heroin, contributes to cancer and heart disease? Nicotine's addictiveness, according to former Surgeon General C. Everett Koop, is similar to that of heroin and more addicting than cocaine, more likely to addict the new user, and more difficult to quit once addicted. 201. What about the millions of alcoholics in the nation, working their way through their livers and into their graves? Former Washington, D.C., Police Chief Maurice Turner helps explain the economic crimes associated with drugs. 57. If you see an addict going through withdrawal, he's in some kind of damn pain. When they get pretty well strung out, they have about a $100 to $120 a day habit. When they get that type of habit, they're going to have to steal approximately 6 times that much because fences don't pay list price. 202. Professor Bloomstein agrees that you need money to buy drugs, so the higher the price of the drug, the greater the incentive to commit the crime. 203 The high price of drugs is partly due to their being illegal. There is nothing about heroin itself, for example, that makes it extremely costly. However, once sale or possession of heroin is made a serious criminal offense, a number of consequences follow. First, the prices go up because those who supply it face grave penalties, while those who want it bad. Second, because the supply and the quality of the drug fluctuates depending on how vigorously the agents of the law try to prevent it. Addicts live in constant uncertainty about the next fix and must devote much of their wit and energy to getting it and to getting enough money to pay for it. They do not, then, fit easily into the routines of a 9-to-5 job, even if they could get one that would pay enough to support their habits. Finally, all the difficulties of securing the drug add up to an incentive to be not merely a user but a dealer as well, because this both brings in money and makes one's own supply more certain. Addicts thus have an incentive to find and encourage new addicts, which they would not have if drugs were legally and cheaply available. If we add to this the fact that overall drug use has remained widespread and possibly even increased in spite of all our law enforcement efforts, can we doubt that the cure is a source of crime? The result is a recipe for large-scale and continual robbery and burglary, which would not exist if the drugs were available legally. There is strong evidence that there is a strong causal relationship, at least in the United States, between addiction to narcotics and property crime levels. 204 Many addicts were criminals before they were addicts, but while involvement in property crime activities generally precedes the addiction career, after addiction occurs the highly elevated property crime levels demonstrated by addicts appear to be regulated by similarly high narcotics use levels. 205 Thus, even for addicts who already were criminals, addiction increases the amount they need to steal and works to make them virtually immune to attempts to wean them from a life of crime or prostitution. Consequently, even if all addicts were criminals before they were addicts, the illegality of drugs would still be a source of crime because of the increased pressure it places on the addict to steal a lot and to steal often. Do a little arithmetic, making some conservative assumptions. Suppose that there are 500,000 addicts with $100 a day habits. Suppose that they fill their habits only 250 days a year, sometimes they're in jail or in the hospital. Suppose that they have to steal for half their drug needs and that they must steal 3 times the dollar value of what they need because they must convert their booty into cash through offense. These conservative assumptions are similar to those made in a report of the U.S. Department of Health, Education, and Welfare titled Social Cost of Drug Abuse, which estimated the amount of theft in which heroin addicts had to engage to support their habits in 1974. 206 If you have done your arithmetic, you have seen that our 500,000 addicts need to steal almost $19 billion a year to support their habits. This is more than the $14.30 billion that the FBI estimates as the loss due to property crimes during 2014, 207, and it doesn't even take into consideration theft by those addicted to other drugs. The Bureau of Justice Statistics reports that in 2004 nearly 20% of state and federal inmates said that they had committed their current offense in order to get money for drugs, and according to jailed inmates, 58. Around a quarter of property and drug offenders said they committed their offense to get money for drugs. 208 One addiction specialist suggests that 85% of inmates meet the medical criteria for substance abuse or addiction, have a history of substance abuse, were under the influence when they engaged in the crime, committed crime to get drug money, and/or were incarcerated for a drug or alcohol violation. 209. Generally, it isn't the pharmacological effects producing crime and recidivism. It is our steadfast refusal to experiment with alternative, non-criminal forms of drug control and to de-escalate the drug war in favor of increased treatment that translates a physical need for a drug into a physical need to steal billions of dollars worth of property a year. Finally, much of the violence associated with drugs falls under Goldstein's third category, systemic crime. We have already seen the link between the crack trade and the murder epidemic of the late 1980s and early 1990s. 210. The large quantities of cash generated by drug dealers and the relatively low salaries of police officers create temptations for corruption. A New York Times report during the height of crack cocaine's popularity noted that researchers say there are now more than 100 cases each year in state and federal courts in which law enforcement officials are charged or implicated in drug corruption. 211, says William Green, Assistant Commissioner for Internal Affairs at the U.S. Customs Service, the money that's being offered by the drug dealers is so big it is just hard to visualize. 212. The Mullen Commission report on police corruption in New York City found willful blindness to corruption throughout the police department, resulting in networks of rogue officers who dealt in drugs and preyed on Black and Hispanic neighborhoods. 213. A General Accounting Office review found that drug-related corruption was more likely to involve multiple officers rather than a lone offender, and their review of drug-related police corruption found on-duty officers engaged in serious criminal activities, such as 1. Conducting unconstitutional searches and seizures, 2. Stealing money and/or drugs from drug dealers, 3. Selling stolen drugs, 4. Protecting drug operations, 5. Providing false testimony, and 6. Submitting false crime reports. 214. Add to this, the corruption of border control agents and some military officials involved in interdiction campaigns. In sum, we have an anti-drug policy that is failing at its own goals and succeeding only in adding to crime. First, there are the heroin and crack addicts, who must steal to support their habits. Then, there are the drug merchants who, due to the illegality of drugs, have financial incentives to provide illicit substances to a willing body of consumers. This in turn contributes to the high rate of inner-city murders and other violence, as drug gangs battle for the enormous sums of money available. Next, there are the law enforcement officials, who, after risking their lives for low salaries, are corrupted by irresistible amounts of money. Finally, there are the otherwise law-abiding citizens who are made into criminals because they use cocaine, a drug less harmful than tobacco, and those who are made into criminals because they use marijuana, a drug that is safer than alcohol and less deadly than aspirin. In the face of all this, it is hard not to share the frustration expressed by Norval Morris, former dean of the University of Chicago Law School. It is trite but it remains true that the main causes of crime are social and economic. The question arises whether people really care. The solutions are so obvious. It's almost as if America wished for a high crime rate. 215. If this is so, then the system's failure is only in the eyes of its victims. For those in control, it is a roaring success. 59. 60. What works to reduce crime? The previous sections have argued that the rate of crime and violence in the United States is high for a developed country and that a different set of policies could substantially reduce our crime problem. Poverty and inequality, warehouse prisons, drug policy emphasizing criminalization, and lack of gun control are areas where our policies make crime more likely because of how they shape families, communities, and individual choices. Many additional options exist to intervene in communities, families, and individual decision-making to help prevent crime. There are many evidence-based and promising ideas often outside of the criminal justice system or on its margins, but a substantial investment in crime prevention seems to be lost in efforts to reform criminal sentencing. Effective crime prevention not only reduces violence and the losses from theft, but it is a good return on investment in other ways. As Professor Bloomstein observed, if you intervene early, you not only save the costs of incarceration, you also save the costs of crime and gain the benefits of an individual who is a tax-paying contributor to the economy. 216. In his survey of crime prevention, Curry concludes that 4 priorities seem especially critical: preventing child abuse and neglect, enhancing children's intellectual and social development, providing support and guidance to vulnerable adolescents, and working extensively with juvenile offenders. About these programs, he observes that the best of them work, and they work remarkably well, given how limited and underfunded they usually are. 217. A study titled Diverting Children from a Life of Crime, Measuring Costs and Benefits, issued in June 1996 by the Rand Corporation, concluded programs that try to steer the young from wrongdoing, the training of parents whose children often misbehave, for example, or incentives to graduate from high school are far more cost-effective in preventing crime over the long term than are mandatory sentences that imprison repeat adult offenders for long periods. 218. A later report from the Rand Corporation titled Investing in Our Children, What We Know and Don't Know about the costs and benefits of early childhood interventions, reached a similar conclusion. Evaluating 9 programs in which early interventions were targeted at disadvantaged children, the study concluded that such programs lead to decreased criminal activity and save taxpayer dollars at the same time. 219. A review of more than 500 crime prevention program evaluations yielded a list of what works. Among the programs that appear effective in reducing crime, the report lists family therapy and parent training for delinquent and at-risk adolescents, teaching of social competency skills in schools and coaching high-risk youth in thinking skills, vocational training for older male ex-offenders, rehabilitation programs with risk-focused treatments for convicted offenders, and therapeutic community treatment for drug-using offenders in prisons. 220. Criminologists David Farrington and Brandon Welsh have also scoured this literature on crime prevention in their book Saving Children from a Life of Crime, Early Risk Factors and Effective Interventions. 221. It includes not just programs to reduce risk factors but also strategies to strengthen protective factors that reduce crime. In 2007, the journal Criminology and Public Policy devoted an entire issue to taking stock of the field, as a 61 way not to offer innovative or new policies, but rather as a complete issue devoted to noted scholars taking the position that we now have enough knowledge about some aspect of crime and justice that a policy is advised. The titles of some of the published papers included Build the Capacity of Communities to Address Crime, Restore Rationality to Sentencing Policy, Make Rehabilitation Corrections Guiding Paradigm, Target Juvenile Needs to Reduce Delinquency, Save Children from a Life of Crime, and Protect Individual Punishment Decisions from Mandatory Penalties. 222. Finally, in commenting on a plan to spend $20 billion a year for 20 years on removing lead from people's homes and communities, Kleiman believes it would result in a permanent crime reduction of at least 10%. All the other cognitive and health benefits would be gravy. It's hard to imagine any other crime control expenditure with anything like that much bang for the buck. 223. In short, there is a growing body of knowledge showing that early childhood intervention, drug treatment, and numerous other programs can work to reduce crime. But, as Peter Greenwood, author of the Rand Corporation study, Diverting Children from a Life of Crime, says, the big policy question is, who will act on this? 224. 62. Failing to reduce crime, Erikson, Durkheim, and Foucault. As the introduction noted, we contend that the criminal justice system does actually fight crime, or at least some crime, enough to keep it from getting out of hand and to keep the struggle against crime vividly and dramatically in the public's view, but never enough to substantially reduce or eliminate crime. We call this way of looking at criminal justice policy the Pyrrhic defeat theory. A Pyrrhic victory is a military victory, purchased at such a cost in troops and treasure that it amounts to a defeat. The Pyrrhic defeat theory argues that the failure of the criminal justice system yields such benefits to those in positions of power that it amounts to a victory. See Chapter 4. Erikson, Durkheim, and the Benefits of Deviance. The Pyrrhic defeat theory draws heavily upon Kai T. Erikson's claim in his book Wayward Puritans that societies derive benefit from the existence of crime, and thus there is reason to believe that social institutions work to maintain rather than to eliminate crime. It will serve to clarify our view if we compare it with Erikson's. Professor Erikson's theory is based on the view of crime set forth in one of the classic works of sociological theory, The Division of Labor in Society by Émile Durkheim. Writing toward the end of the 19th century, Durkheim suggested that crime, and by extension other forms of deviation, may actually perform a needed service to society by drawing people together in a common posture of anger and indignation. The deviant individual violates rules of conduct which the rest of the community holds in high respect, and when these people come together to express their outrage over the offense and to bear witness against the offender, they develop a tighter bond of solidarity than existed earlier. 225. The solidarity that holds a community together, in this view, is a function of the intensity with which the members of the community share a sense of the group's cultural identity and of the boundary between acceptable and unacceptable behavior that gives the group its distinctive character. It is necessary, then, for the existence of a community as a community that its members learn and constantly relearn the location of its boundaries. Erikson writes that these boundaries are learned in dramatic confrontations with policing agents whose special business it is to guard the cultural integrity of the community. Whether these confrontations take the form of criminal trials, excommunication hearings, courts-martial, or even case conferences, they act as boundary-maintaining devices in the sense that they demonstrate to whatever audience is concerned where the line is drawn between behavior that belongs in the special universe of the group and behavior that does not. 226. In brief, this means not only that a community makes good use of unacceptable behavior but also that it positively needs unacceptable behavior. Not only does unacceptable behavior cast in relief the terrain of behavior acceptable to the community, it also reinforces the intensity with which the members of the community identify that terrain as their shared territory. On this view, deviant behavior is an ingredient in the glue that holds 63. A community together. This, Erikson continues, raises a delicate theoretical issue. If we grant that human groups often derive benefit from deviant behavior, can we then assume that they are organized in such a way as to promote this resource? Can we assume, in other words, that forces operate in the social structure to recruit offenders and to commit them to long periods of service in the deviant ranks? Looking at the matter from a long-range historical perspective, it is fair to conclude that prisons have done a conspicuously poor job of reforming the convicts placed in their custody, but the very consistency of this failure may have a peculiar logic of its own. Perhaps we find it difficult to change the worst of our penal Practices because we expect the prison to harden the inmate's commitment to deviant forms of behavior and draw him more deeply into the deviant ranks. 227. Drawing on Durkheim's recognition that societies benefit from the existence of deviants, Erikson entertains the view that societies have institutions whose unannounced function is to recruit and maintain a reliable supply of deviants. Modified for our purposes, Erikson's view would become the hypothesis that the American criminal justice system fails to reduce crime because a visible criminal population is essential to maintaining the boundaries that mark the cultural identity of American society and to maintaining the solidarity among those who share that identity. In other words, in its failure, the criminal justice system succeeds in providing some of the cement necessary to hold American society together as a society. As we said in the introduction, this idea is one of several that contribute to the Pyrrhic defeat theory, but the idea is also transformed in the process. Here, then, we aim to acknowledge the debt to the Durkheim Erikson thesis and to state the difference between it and the view that we will defend. The debt is to the insight that societies may promote behavior that they seem to desire to stamp out and that failure to eliminate deviance may be a success of some sort. The difference, on the other hand, is this: both Durkheim and Erikson jump from the general proposition that the failure to eliminate deviance promotes social solidarity to the specific conclusion that the form in which this failure occurs in a particular society can be explained by the contribution the failure makes to promoting consensus on shared beliefs and thus feelings of social solidarity. This is a jump because it leaves out the important question of how a social group forms its particular consensus around one set of shared beliefs rather than another. That is, Durkheim and Erikson implicitly assume that a consensus already exists, at least virtually, and that deviance is promoted to manifest and reinforce it. This leads to the view that social institutions reflect beliefs already in people's heads, largely and spontaneously shared by all of them. In our view, even if it is granted that societies work to strengthen feelings of social solidarity, the set of beliefs about the world around which those feelings will crystallize is by no means already in people's heads and spontaneously shared. A consensus is made, not born, although, again, we do not mean that it is made intentionally. It is created, not just reflected, by social institutions. Thus, the failure to stamp out deviance does not simply reinforce a consensus that already exists, it is part of the process by which a very particular consensus is created. 228. In developing the Pyrrhic defeat theory, we try to show how the failure of criminal justice works to create and reinforce a very particular set of beliefs about the world, about what is dangerous and what is not, and who is a threat and who is not. This does not merely shore up general feelings of social 64 solidarity, it allows those feelings to be attached to a social order characterized by striking disparities of wealth, power, and privilege and by considerable injustice. A word about Foucault. Michel Foucault is another thinker who has suggested that the failure of the criminal justice system, prisons in particular, serves a function for society. His view of this failure and its function is, at points, close to the one for which we argue here, but there are differences as well. In his book, Discipline and Punish, Foucault notes that complaints about the failure of prisons to curb crime, indeed their tendency to increase crime by promoting recidivism, have accompanied the prison throughout its history, so much so that Foucault asks, is not the supposed failure part of the functioning of the prison? 229. In response, Foucault writes that the prison has succeeded extremely well in producing delinquents, in an apparently marginal, but in fact centrally supervised milieu, in producing the delinquent as a pathologized subject. 230. That is, the prison regime transforms the offender from a lawbreaker into a delinquent in need of correction, an abnormal individual in need of treatment, and this development licenses a permanent policing of the potentially troublesome classes. Foucault suggests that the new prison regime that emerged in France in the 19th century was a response to a new threat posed by peasants and workers against the new system of the legal exploitation of labor, 231, by which he means capitalism. This is a class-based explanation of the new prison regime in which criminality gets identified almost exclusively with a certain social class, the bottom rank of the social order. 232 Among the advantages produced by this prison regime and the policing that accompanies it are the maintenance of illegality at a sufficiently low level so that it does not pose a general threat to the social order, and the weakening of the poorer classes from whom both the delinquents and their victims tend to come, by dividing the poor against themselves. Moreover, says Foucault, delinquency, controlled illegality, is an agent for the illegality of the dominant groups. 233 Here he has in mind the profits to be made from drugs and prostitution, alongside a general toleration of the delinquency of wealth. 234 This much is generally in accord with the thesis of the rich get richer, which argues that the failure of the criminal justice system to significantly reduce crime, as well as the identification of crime with the harmful acts of poor people, serves the interests of the rich and powerful by creating the general belief that the greatest threat to the well-being of ordinary folks comes from the poor rather than from the rich. 235. But Foucault goes further. He contends that delinquency, with the generalized policing that it authorizes, constitutes a means of perpetual surveillance of the population, an apparatus that makes it possible to supervise, through the delinquents themselves, the whole social field. 236 For Foucault, then, the prison is part of a general tactics of subjection that amount to a system of permanent social surveillance, stretching from the panopticon model of a prison, in which a single guard can watch a large number of inmates without himself being seen, to the emergence of a scientific criminological establishment that observes and studies delinquents, and from there to the modern medical psychological establishment that keeps records on just about everyone. Ubiquitous surveillance works to make people feel observed and thus makes them into the agents of their own normalizing discipline. In this way, the prison spreads out into a carceral archipelago, a whole system of institutions and practices, including the disciplines such as psychology and medicine, aimed 65 at normalization. 237 In sum, writes Foucault, the normalizing power has spread, borne along by the omnipresence of the mechanisms of discipline. Basing itself on all the carceral apparatuses, it has become one of the major functions of our society. The judges of normality are everywhere. We are in the society of the teacher-judge, the doctor-judge, the educator-judge, the social worker-judge. It is on them that the universal reign of the normative is based, and each individual, wherever he may find himself, subjects to it his body, his gestures, his behavior, his aptitudes, his achievements. 238. With this, Foucault has left criminal justice behind and presented a theory of the nature of modern society. Generally, also left behind is the class structure of the exercise of power that was present in the origins of the prison system as Foucault described it. Now power is everywhere, exercised by everyone on him or herself and on everyone else. 239 No doubt, this captures something of the flavor of modern life in which people at all levels of society are subjected to myriad pressures to be normal, from the tisk-tsks of teachers and doctors to the self-help books and advice columns that offer to make us better earners and better lovers and better parents. The judges of normality are, indeed, everywhere. But this account also mystifies the exercise of power. rather than operating along a class axis that might be eliminated and serving interests that might be identified and critiqued. For Foucault, power now seems to be its own goal, a universal fact of modern life, driven by no particular interest beyond that of discipline, the policing of normality as an end in itself. 240 The enemy is everywhere and nowhere in particular, so there is no clear target for resistance. Not only is the class structure of the exercise of power, particularly criminal justice, power flattened out here, the moral status of the exercise is obscured as well. Absent from Foucault's analysis is attention to the difference between those forms of discipline that are necessary for the freedom of each to coexist peacefully with the freedom of the rest, and those forms of discipline that simply serve the interests of the rich and powerful. In this way there is no clear guidance about what should be resisted. The analysis in The Rich Get Richer will strive to keep the class nature of the criminal justice system in view while recognizing the importance of distinguishing between those exercises of power that are necessary for the protection of freedom and those that simply serve the interests of the wealthy. Summary. This chapter has tried to establish the first part of the Pyrrhic defeat theory, namely that the war on crime is a failure and an avoidable one. The American criminal justice system, the entire process from lawmaking to law enforcing, has failed to eliminate the high rates of crime that characterize our society and threaten our citizens. Over the last several decades, crime has generally risen, although in recent decades it has declined. Numerous causes, economic and social, have contributed to this, such that serious observers agree that criminal justice policy and practice cannot be credited with more than a fraction of the recent declines. At the same time, however, neither should it be thought on this basis that public policy cannot reduce the crime we have. Crime is not a simple and unavoidable consequence of either the number of youngsters in our populace or the degree of urbanization of our society. Moreover, there are a number of policies that, there is good reason to believe, would succeed in reducing crime: effective gun control, decriminalization of illicit drugs, amelioration of poverty, prevention of child abuse and neglect, and early intervention with at-risk youngsters. But we refuse to implement them on any significant scale. The Pyrrhic defeat theory shares the Durkheim Erikson view of the functional nature of crime, as well as the idea that societies may in fact promote behavior that they seem to want to eliminate. However, it differs from their view in insisting that the failure to stamp out crime doesn't simply reflect an existing consensus but contributes to creating one that is functional for only a certain part of our society. This chapter concluded by discussing Foucault's claim that the failure of the prison is part of a larger structure of disciplinary surveillance that pervades modern society. His account of the beginnings of this regime parallels the class analysis for which we shall argue. However, as he develops his theory, Foucault leaves class structure behind and thus mystifies the nature of the power exercised in the criminal justice system. Study questions. What does Zimring mean when he compares crime policy to a version of heads I win, tails you lose? What evidence do the authors present to support this view? What are some of the criminal justice factors involved in the declining crime rate, and how much impact have they had? What non-criminal justice factors are involved in the declining crime rate, and how does each contribute? What excuses have been given for our inability to reduce the amount of crime we have? How do you evaluate these excuses? What causes crime? How, and why, do the authors distinguish a cause from a source of crime? What do the authors say are sources of crime? Be sure to explain how they link each source with higher crime rates. Do you think that we make the world of violence that surrounds us, as Curry says? If so, what could we do to reduce the amount of crime? To what extent are these solutions within the criminal justice system? Or do criminal justice policies have a greater impact on crime? What does it mean to say that the criminal justice system is designed to fail and that crime is functional for a society? How does the Pyrrhic defeat theory differ on this from the Durkheim-Erikson theory? List the costs and benefits of our current war on drugs. Is it worth it? Do you think that legalizing all or some illicit drugs would reduce crime? If so, would you agree to legalization? Chapter 2. 78. A crime by any other name. If one individual inflicts a bodily injury upon another which leads to the death of the person attacked, we call it manslaughter. On the other hand, if the attacker knows beforehand that the blow will be fatal, we call it murder. Murder has also been committed if society places hundreds of workers in such a position that they inevitably come to premature and unnatural ends. Their death is as violent as if they had been stabbed or shot. Murder has been committed if society knows perfectly well that thousands of workers cannot avoid being sacrificed so long as these conditions are allowed to continue. Murder of this sort is just as culpable as the murder committed by an individual. Frederick Engels, The Condition of the Working Class in England. Based on an examination of the various ways that Americans are harmed, this chapter shows that some of the greatest dangers that we face come from acts that are not labeled crimes. Readers are asked to compare the harms produced by crimes with the harms of non-criminal behavior as a step toward determining if the harsh treatment of those who impose criminal harms, and the gentle treatment of those who impose non-criminal harms, represent intelligent policy. As the response to the defenders of the present legal order shows, the acts that lead to these non-criminal harms share many elements of criminal conduct. They are harmful acts, done knowingly or recklessly. However, they tend to be ignored or minimized by the criminal justice system. The inclusion of certain harmful acts within the criminal law, and the exclusion of other harmful acts, show that the criminal law does not reflect an objective reality of dangerous crime. The criminal justice system acts as a carnival mirror that distorts reality by magnifying the threat of street crime while minimizing other harmful behaviors. Could it be that the criminal justice system is focusing on the dangerous acts of the poor and leaving us unprotected against the dangerous acts of the rich? 79. What's in a name? If you read this book for 40 minutes, by the time you're done, one of your fellow citizens will have been murdered. During that same time, more than 4 Americans will die as a result of unhealthy or unsafe conditions in the workplace. Although these work-related deaths were due to human actions, they are not called murders. Why not? Doesn't a crime by any other name still cause misery and suffering? What's in a name? The fact is that the label crime is not used in America to name all or the worst of the actions that cause misery and suffering to Americans. It is reserved primarily for the dangerous actions of the poor. In 2005, the New York Times ran a story with the headline, 14 Die in Blast at BP Oil Refinery in Texas. 1. A sergeant in the fire department noted, "It looked like a small war zone of bodies being loaded up onto medical helicopters running evacuation missions." Ultimately, 15 people died and another 170 were injured in the blast. A report by the U.S. Chemical Safety and Hazard Investigation Board found that BP management did not implement adequate safety oversight, provide needed human and economic resources, or consistently model adherence to safety rules and procedures. 2. BP, a company that would report a profit of $22.6 billion that year, paid a fine to the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA, of $21 million. A Department of Labor spokesman said, "This citation and penalty nearly double the next largest fine in OSHA history, sends a strong message to all employers about the need to protect workers and to make health and safety a core value." 3. They also pleaded guilty to a single criminal felony violation of the Clean Air Act and were fined $60 million, the largest criminal fine ever for air violations, noted the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA's press release. 4. As the refinery fines were being settled, the headline appeared, "Massacre at Mall in Omaha, 8 killed." 5. Robert Hawkins had fired several dozen rounds from an AK-47 style semi-automatic weapon at shoppers before killing himself. 6. Hawkins was surely a murderer and maybe did commit a massacre. Our question is, why wasn't the death of BP's refinery workers also murder? Why weren't those responsible for subjecting 14 refinery workers to deadly conditions also regarded as committing a massacre? Why are the 14 refinery workers killed in a blast or explosion, while the 8 shoppers were killed in a massacre? Massacre suggests a murderer, whereas blast and explosion suggest the work of impersonal forces. However, a 2002 safety audit found serious concerns about the potential for a major site incident and mechanical integrity issues because the site was in complete decline. 7 safety audits in 2003 and 2004 found similar concerns. A survey of 1,000 employees by an auditor found they had an exceptional degree of fear. 8. Yet during this time, BP was increasing its profits by cutting safety inspectors and maintenance workers. 9. The result was a lax safety culture. The night before the explosion, important operational records had not been filled out. So according to a report by the U.S. Chemical Safety and Hazard Investigation Board, day shift workers had no precise information of what steps the night crew had completed and thus what the day shift was to do. 10. With the thousands of barrels of oil heating up, someone was responsible for the conditions that led to the 14 deaths. Is that person not a murderer, perhaps even responsible for a massacre? This question is at this point rhetorical. Our aim is not to discuss this case but rather to point to the blinders we wear when we look at such an accident. While the question is rhetorical, the answer matters. 80. Greatly for justice and the lives of hard-working Americans. Another investigation report found material deficiencies in safety at 5 of BP's U.S. refineries. 11. The Houston Chronicle notes that the same number of refinery workers died in the decade after the explosion as in the decade before it. 12. And, of course, in 2010, BP's Deepwater Horizon exploded, killing 11 and causing the largest oil spill in the history of offshore oil drilling. 13. With BP's refinery explosion, the company was criminally fined for pollution but no one was tried for murder. No one was even thought of as a murderer. Why not? Wouldn't many industrial workers be safer if such people were treated as murderers? Might the workers on the Deepwater Horizon not still be alive if executives were being charged as criminals for acts like this? Didn't those workers have a right to be protected by the criminal justice system against the violence that took their lives? And if not, why not? Will a president of the United States address the Yale Law School and recommend mandatory prison sentences for such people? Will he mean these people when he says, these relatively few, persistent criminals who cause so much misery and fear are really the core of the problem? The rest of the American people have a right to protection from their violence. 14. Once we are ready to ask this question seriously, we are in a position to see that the reality of crime, the acts we label crime and the actors and actions we treat as criminal is created. It is a reality shaped by decisions as to what will be called crime and who will be treated as a criminal. 81. The Carnival Mirror. It is sometimes coyly observed that the quickest and cheapest way to eliminate crime would be to throw out all the criminal laws. There is a sliver of truth to this view. Without criminal laws, there would indeed be no crimes. There would, however, still be dangerous acts. This is why we cannot solve our crime problem quite so simply. The criminal law labels some acts crimes. In doing this, it identifies those acts as so dangerous that we must use the extreme coercion of criminal justice to protect ourselves against them. This does not mean that criminal law creates crime, it should simply mirror real dangers that threaten us. What is true of the criminal law is true of the whole justice system. If police did not arrest or prosecutors charge or juries convict, there would be no criminals. This does not mean that police or prosecutors or juries create criminals, any more than legislators do. They react to real dangers in society. The criminal justice system, from lawmakers to law enforcers, is just a mirror of the real dangers that lurk in our midst. Or so we are told. How accurate is this mirror? We need to answer this in order to know whether or how well the criminal justice system is protecting us against the complete range of real threats to our well-being. The more accurate a mirror is, the more the image it shows is created by the reality it reflects. The more misshapen a mirror is, the more distorted the image shown is, created by the mirror itself, not by the reality reflected in it. It is in this sense that we will argue that the image of crime is created. The American criminal justice system is a mirror that shows a distorted image of the dangers that threaten us, an image created more by the shape of the mirror than by the reality reflected. What do we see when we look in the criminal justice mirror? In 1975, the Washington Post carried an article headlined "Arrest Data Reveal Profile of a Suspect." The article reported the results of a study of crime in Prince George's County, a suburb of Washington, D.C. It read in part, "The typical suspect in serious crime in Prince George's County is a black male, aged 14 to 19, who lives in the area inside the Capital Beltway." 15. This report is hardly a surprise. The portrait it paints of the typical suspect in serious crime is probably a pretty good rendering of the image lurking in the back of the minds of most Americans who fear crime. The portrait generally fits the national picture presented in the FBI's Uniform Crime Reports, UCR, for the same year. Persons 14 to 19 accounted for 39.5% of arrests. For the FBI index crimes, criminal homicide, forcible rape, robbery, aggravated assault, burglary, larceny, and motor vehicle theft. 16. These youths were disproportionately black, and more than 80% of those arrested were males. 17. In the nation, where blacks made up 11.4% of the population in 1974, they accounted for 34.2% of arrests for index crimes. 18. This was the typical criminal in 1974, but little has changed since. Let us look more closely at the face in today's criminal justice mirror, and we shall see much the same typical criminal. The person is, first of all, a he. Of 8.8 million persons arrested for crimes in 2014, 73% were males. Of persons arrested for violent crimes, 80% were men. Second, he is young. More than one-third, 36%, of men arrested for all crimes were under the age of 25, and the same is true of violent crimes, 37%. Third, he is predominantly urban. 19. Fourth, he is disproportionately black. In 2014, with blacks representing 13% of the nation's population, they made up 38% of violent crime arrests and 28% of all crime arrests. 20. Finally, he is poor. Almost one-third, 29%, of 2002 jail inmates were 82. Unemployed, without full or part-time work, prior to being arrested, an unemployment rate considerably higher than that of adults in the general population. 21. A 2004 study, updated to include inflation through 2014, found that the pre-arrest income of incarcerated males was 41% less than comparably aged non-incarcerated men. 22 As the President's Commission on Law Enforcement and Administration of Justice reported in 1967, the offender at the end of the road in prison is likely to be a member of the lowest social and economic groups in the country. 23. This is the typical criminal feared by most law-abiding Americans. Poor, young, urban. Disproportionately, black males make up the core of the enemy forces in the crime war. They are seen as a menace, threatening the lives, limbs, and possessions of the law-abiding members of society, necessitating recourse to the ultimate weapons of force and detention in our common defense. This picture is widely shared. In his book, How to Stop Crime, retired police chief Anthony Bouza writes, "Street crime is mostly a black and poor young man's game." 24 A 1995 survey asked respondents to close your eyes for a second, envision a drug user, and describe that person. 95% pictured someone black. 25. In The Color of Crime, Catherine Russell speaks of the criminal black man to highlight the close connection between these words in popular culture. 26 Where do we get this picture? How do we know who the criminals are who so seriously endanger us that we must stop them with force and lock them in prisons? From the arrest records, probation reports, and prison statistics, the President's Commission on Law Enforcement and Administration of Justice, authors of The Challenge of Crime in a Free Society, tells us, the portrait of the offender emerges. 27 However, these sources are not merely objective readings taken at different stages in the criminal justice process, each of them represents human decisions. Prison statistics and probation reports reflect decisions of juries on who gets convicted and decisions of judges on who gets probation or prison and for how long. Arrest records reflect decisions about which crimes to investigate and which suspects to take into custody. All these decisions rest on the most fundamental of all decisions, the decisions of legislators as to which acts shall be labeled crimes in the first place. In short, our picture of crime reflects a reality: criminal acts, arrests, convictions, imprisonment, and so on. But this reality of crime is not a simple objective threat to which the criminal justice system reacts, it is a reality that takes shape as it is filtered through a series of human decisions running the full gamut of the criminal justice system, from the lawmakers who determine what behavior shall be in the province of criminal justice to the law enforcers who decide which individuals will be brought within that province. And it doesn't end with the criminal justice system as such, because the media, television, newspapers, and the internet contribute as well to the image that people have of crime in our society. 28 Here, too, human decisions are fundamental. The news media do not simply report the facts. There are too many facts out there. A selection must be made. People working in the news media must choose which facts are news, and they must choose how to represent or frame those facts. Note that by emphasizing the role of human decisions, we do not mean to suggest that the reality of crime is voluntarily and intentionally created by individual decision makers. Their decisions are themselves shaped by the social system, much as a child's decision to become an engineer rather than a samurai warrior is shaped by the social system in which he or she grows up. Thus, to have a full explanation of how the reality of crime is created, we have to understand how our society is structured in a way that leads people to make the 83 decisions they do. In other words, the decisions of people in the criminal justice system are part of the social phenomena to be explained. The present discussion, however, emphasizes the role of the decisions themselves for the following reasons. First, they are conspicuous points in the social process, relatively easy to spot and verify empirically. Second, Because they are decisions aimed at protecting us from the dangers in our midst, we can compare the decisions with the real dangers and determine whether they are accurately responding to the real dangers. Third, because the reality of crime, the real actions labeled crimes, the real individuals identified as criminals, and the real faces we watch in the news as they travel from arrest to court to prison results from these decisions, we can determine whether that reality corresponds to the real dangers in our society. Where that reality does correspond to the real dangers, we can say that the reality of crime simply reflects the real dangers in society. Where the reality of crime does not correspond to the real dangers, we can say that it is a reality created by those decisions. Then we can investigate the role played by the social system in encouraging, reinforcing, and otherwise shaping those decisions. To capture this way of looking at the relation between the reality of crime and the real dangers out there in society, we refer to the criminal justice system as a mirror. Whom and what we see in this mirror are functions of the decisions about who and what is criminal. Our poor, young, urban, black male, who is so well represented in arrest records and prison populations, appears not simply because of the threat he poses to the rest of society. As dangerous as he may be, he would not appear in the criminal justice mirror if it had not been decided that the acts he performs should be labeled crimes, if it had not been decided that he should be arrested for those crimes, if he had had access to a lawyer who could persuade a jury to acquit him and a judge to expunge his arrest record, and if it had not been decided that he is the type of individual and his is the type of crime that warrant imprisonment. The shape of the reality we see in the criminal justice mirror is the outcome of all these decisions. We believe that the mugger, the rapist, the murderer, the burglar, and the robber all pose a definite threat to our well-being, and they ought to be dealt with in ways that effectively reduce that threat to the minimum level possible, without making the criminal justice system itself a threat to our lives and liberties. Our concern is that the threats posed by the typical criminal are not the only threats that we face. The typical crimes are not the only acts that endanger us, nor are they the acts that endanger us the most. As this chapter will demonstrate, we have a great, and sometimes even a greater, chance of being killed or disabled by an occupational injury or disease, by unnecessary surgery, or by shoddy medical services than by aggravated assault or even homicide. Yet even though these threats to our well-being are graver than that posed by our poor young criminals, they do not show up in the FBI's UCR as serious crimes. The individuals responsible for them do not turn up in arrest records or prison statistics. They never become part of the reality reflected in the criminal justice mirror, although the danger they pose is at least as great as, and often greater than, the danger posed by those who do. Similarly, the general public loses more money by far, as shown in Chapter 3, from tax cheating, wage theft, by employers, fraud, and consumer deception than from all the property crimes reported by the FBI. Yet these far more costly acts are either not criminal, or if technically criminal, not prosecuted, or if prosecuted, not punished, or if punished, only mildly. The individuals responsible for these acts take more money out of the ordinary citizen's pocket than our typical criminal, but they rarely show up in arrest statistics and almost 84. Never in prison populations. Their faces rarely appear in the criminal justice mirror, although the danger they pose is at least as great as, and often greater than, that of those who do. The inescapable conclusion is that the criminal justice system does not simply reflect the reality of crime, it has a hand in creating the reality we see. It magnifies the real threat of street crime while minimizing the real harms of corporate misbehavior. The criminal justice system is like a mirror in which society can see the face of the evil in its midst. Because the system deals with some evils and not with others, because it treats some minor evils as grave and treats some of the gravest evils as minor. The image it throws back is distorted, like the image in a carnival mirror. Thus, the image cast back is false, not because it is invented out of thin air, but because the proportions of the real are distorted. Large becomes small, and small, large, grave becomes minor, and minor, grave. Like a carnival mirror, although nothing is reflected that does not already exist in the world, the image is more a creation of the mirror than a picture of the world. If criminal justice really gives us a carnival mirror image of crime, we are doubly deceived. First, we are led to believe that the criminal justice system is protecting us against the gravest threats to our well-being, when, in fact, the system is protecting us against only some threats and not necessarily the gravest ones. We are deceived about how much protection we are receiving and thus are left vulnerable to serious harms. The second deception is just the other side of this one. If people believe that the carnival mirror is a true mirror, that is, if they believe the criminal justice system simply reacts to the gravest threats to their well-being, they come to believe that whatever is the target of the criminal justice system must be the greatest threat to their well-being. In other words, if people believe that the most drastic of society's weapons are wielded by the criminal justice system in reaction to the gravest dangers to society, they will believe the reverse as well, that those actions that call forth the most drastic of society's weapons must be those that pose the gravest dangers to society. A strange alchemy takes place when people accept uncritically the legitimacy of their institutions. What needs justification becomes proof of justification. People come to believe that prisoners must be dangerous criminals because they are in prison, and that the inmates of insane asylums must be crazy because they are in insane asylums. 29. The criminal justice system's use of extreme measures such as force and imprisonment is thought to be justified by the extreme gravity of the dangers it combats. By this alchemy, these extreme measures become proof of the extreme gravity of those dangers, and the first deception, which merely misleads the public about how much protection the criminal justice system is actually providing, is transformed into the second, which deceives the public into believing that the acts and actors that are the targets of the criminal justice system pose the gravest threats to its well-being. Thus, the system not only fails to protect us from dangers as great as or greater than those listed in the FBI's UCR, it does still greater damage by creating the false security of the belief that only the acts treated as serious in the FBI's UCR really threaten us and require control. The following discussion describes how and why the criminal justice carnival mirror distorts the image it creates. Criminal justice as creative art. The Pyrrhic defeat explanation for the failure of criminal justice in America holds that criminal justice fails. That is, it does little to reduce our high crime rates, in order to project a particular image of crime. Chapter 1 described the failure to adopt policies that could eliminate our high crime rates. It is the task of this chapter and the next to prove that the reality of crime is created, and that it is created in a way that promotes a particular image of crime, the image that serious crime and, therefore, the greatest danger to society is the work of the poor. The notion that the reality of crime is created is derived from Richard Quinney's theory of the social reality of crime. 30. Here as elsewhere, however, an idea that contributes to the Pyrrhic defeat theory is transformed along the way, so it will help in presenting our view to compare it with Quinney's. Quinney maintains that crime has a social reality rather than an objective reality. What he means can be explained with an example. Money has value not because of the objective characteristics of green printed paper. It exists rather in the social meaning, the value people attribute to that paper and the pattern of social behavior, economic exchanges, that is a consequence of that meaning. If people did not act as if that Green printed paper had value, it would be just green paper, not real money. 31. The reality of a crime as a crime does not lie simply in the objective characteristics of an action, such as taking people's money or harming their bodies. It lies in the social meaning attached to that action and the pattern of social behavior, particularly the behavior of criminal justice officials that is a product of that meaning. Quinney is right in this. When we speak of the reality of crime, we are referring to much more than physical actions, such as poisoning or wounding. We mean as well the reality that a society gives those physical actions by labeling them and treating them as criminal. Quinney further maintains that this reality of crime is created. By this he means that crime is a definition of behavior applied by lawmakers and other criminal justice decision makers. Crime, Quinney writes, is a definition of behavior that is conferred on some persons by others. Agents of the law, legislators, police, prosecutors, and judges, representing segments of a politically organized society, are responsible for formulating and administering criminal laws. Persons and behaviors, therefore, become criminal because of the formulation and application of criminal definitions. Thus, crime is created. 32. This is not what we have in mind when we say that the reality of crime is created. Quinney's position amounts to this: crimes are established by the criminal law, and the criminal law is a human creation. Therefore, crime is created. This is true, but it does not take us very far. After all, who can deny that crime is created in this sense? Only someone who has been hypnotized into forgetting that law books are written by human beings could deny that crime is a label that human beings apply to certain actions. What is controversial, however, is whether the label is applied appropriately. Technically, the definition of crime is an act prohibited by a criminal law. But the point of prohibiting an act by the criminal law is to protect society from an injurious or dangerous event. Indeed, the more general definition of crime means at least an intentional, knowing, reckless or negligent action that is harmful to society. Thus, though any act prohibited by criminal law is a crime in the narrow technical sense, not every act labeled crime is labeled appropriately. And, of equal importance, actors in a politically organized society may inappropriately refuse to recognize certain harmful acts as crimes. To determine whether the label crime is applied appropriately, we must use the more general definition. The label of crime is applied appropriately when it is used to identify all, or at least the worst, acts that are harmful to society. The label is applied inappropriately when it is attached to harmless acts or when it is not attached to seriously harmful acts. When we argue that the reality of crime is created, we point to the ways in which the label crime has not been applied appropriately. It is, of course, appropriate to label muggings and rapes as crimes. What is inappropriate is to fail to label equally or even more harmful intentional acts as crimes. One might ask why the inappropriate use of the label crime is a reason for saying that crime is created. The answer is this: by calling something created, we call attention to the fact that human actors are responsible for it. Calling crime created points to human decisions rather than objective dangers as determining the shape that the reality of crime takes in our society. If the label crime is applied consistently to the most dangerous or harmful acts, then it is misleading to point to the fact that human decision makers are responsible for how the label is applied because their decisions are dictated by compelling objective reasons. Rather than creating a reality, their decisions trace a reality that already exists. On the other hand, if the label is not applied appropriately, then the reasons lie with the decision makers and not the objective dangers. This means that when the label crime is applied inappropriately, it is essential to point out that the reality of crime is created, and call attention to the human decisions distorting reality. By calling crime created, we want to emphasize the human responsibility for the shape of crime, not in the trivial sense that humans write the criminal law, but rather to call attention to the fact that decisions as to what to label and treat as crime are not compelled by objective dangers, and thus that, to understand the reality of crime, we must look to the social processes that shape those decisions. By calling crime created, we suggest that our picture of crime, the portrait that emerges from arrest, statistics, prison populations, politicians' speeches, news media, and fictionalized presentations, the portrait that, in turn, influences lawmakers and criminal justice policy makers, is not a photograph of the real dangers that threaten us. Its features are not simply traced from the real dangers in the social world. Instead, it is a piece of creative art. It is a picture in which some dangers are distorted, some magnified, some minimized. Because it cannot be explained as a straight reflection of real dangers, we must look elsewhere to understand the shape it takes. This argument, which will occupy us in this chapter and the next, leads to 5 hypotheses about the way in which the public's image of crime is created. To demonstrate that the reality of crime is created, and that the criminal justice system is a carnival mirror that shows us a distorted image of the dangers that threaten us, we will try to prove that, at each of the crucial decision-making points in criminal justice, the decisions arrived at do not appropriately reflect the real and most serious dangers we face. The 5 hypotheses are as follows. Of the decisions of legislators, the definitions of crime in the criminal law do not reflect the only or the most dangerous of antisocial behaviors. Of the decisions of police and prosecutors, the decisions on whom to arrest or charge do not reflect the only or the most dangerous behaviors legally defined as criminal. Of the decisions of juries and judges, criminal convictions do not reflect the only or the most dangerous individuals among those arrested and charged. Of the decisions of sentencing judges, sentencing decisions do not reflect the goal of protecting society from the most dangerous of those convicted by meting out punishments proportionate to the harmfulness of the crimes committed. Of all these decisions taken together, what criminal justice policy decisions, in hypotheses 1 through 4, do reflect is the identification of crime with the dangerous acts of the poor, an identification amplified by media representations of crime. The Pyrrhic defeat theory comprises these 5 hypotheses plus the proposition that the criminal justice system is failing in avoidable ways to eliminate our high crime rates, argued in Chapter 1, plus the historical inertia explanation of how this failure is generated and left uncorrected because of the ideological benefits it produces, argued in Chapter 4. Note that the 5th hypothesis goes beyond the criminal justice system to point to the role of the media. That is, while criminal justice practice creates an image of crime as the work of the poor, the media serve as the conveyor of that image to the wider public. Moreover, this conveyor adds a twist of its own, not merely conveying an inaccurate picture of the whole of criminal justice practice with its biases, but actually magnifying those biases. So, we shall see that the media portray crime in reality and in fiction in ways that overrepresent the types of crimes committed by poor people, even when committed by rich folks on TV, and that obscure the social factors that lead to crime in reality, argued in this chapter and in Chapter 4. Finally, we defend a historical inertia explanation of why the criminal justice system functions the way it does. We will try to show how the biased image of crime persists because the particular distribution of costs and benefits to which those decisions give rise serves to make the system self-reinforcing. 89. A crime by any other name. Think of a crime, any crime. Picture the first crime that comes into your mind. What do you see? The odds You are not imagining an oil company executive sitting at his desk, calculating the costs of proper safety precautions and deciding not to invest in them. Probably what you do see with your mind's eye is one person attacking another physically or robbing something from another via the threat of physical attack. Look more closely. What does the attacker look like? It's a safe bet he, and it is a he, of course, is not wearing a suit and tie. In fact, you like us, like almost anyone else in America, picture a young, tough, lower-class male when the thought of crime first pops into your head. We, picture someone like the typical criminal described earlier. The crime itself is one in which the typical criminal sets out to attack or rob some specific person. This last point is important. It indicates that we have a mental image not only of the typical criminal but also of the typical crime. If the typical criminal is a young, lower-class male, the typical crime is one harm, where harm means physical injury, loss of something valuable, or both. Certainly this is the typical crime portrayed on any random sample of police or private eye shows on television. Moreover, the media portray violent crime way out of proportion to its occurrence in the real world. 1. In-depth study of local and cable news found that 30% of all stories on news programs were about crime, and half of those were about murder. 33. In contrast, murder makes up about 14,000 of the 9.4 million crimes reported to the police. 34. Further, popular police TV programs do not show the policing of consumer fraud, environmental pollution, financial crimes, or unsafe workplaces. When law and order detectives track down a well-heeled criminal, it is for a one-on-one harm, usually murder. Notice, then, that TV crime shows focus on the crimes typically committed by poor people, but they do not present these as only committed by poor people. Rather than contradict the Pyrrhic defeat theory, this combination confirms it in a powerful way. The result of this combination is that TV crime shows broadcast a double-edged message: 1, that the one-on-one crimes of the poor are the typical crimes that rich and poor criminals alike commit, thus, they are not caused uniquely by the pressures of poverty, and 2, that the criminal justice system pursues both rich and poor criminals, thus, when the criminal justice system happens mainly to pounce on the poor in real life, it is not from any class bias. By overrepresenting violent, one-on-one crimes, television confirms the common sense view that these are the crimes that threaten us. Since, in the real world, those crimes are disproportionately committed by poor people, the image that it is the poor who pose the greatest danger to law-abiding Americans is projected for all to see. It is important to identify this model of the typical crime because it functions like a set of blinders. It keeps us from calling an industrial disaster a massacre even if 14 men were killed and even if someone is responsible for the unsafe conditions in which they worked and died. One study of newspaper reporting of a food processing plant fire, in which 25 workers were killed and criminal charges were ultimately brought, concludes that the newspapers showed little consciousness that corporate violence might be seen as a crime. 35. More recently, the Washington Post reported that the Peanut Corporation of America knowingly shipped out contaminated peanut butter 12 times in the past 2 years. The company's salmonella-tainted peanuts were linked to 9 deaths and over 700 cases of illness, many requiring hospitalization. 36. Media covered the recall of more than 4,000 peanut-based products but made no mention of mass murder or even crime, although federal law makes it a felony to intentionally place adulterated food into commerce. A press 90 conference, at which the victims called for criminal charges, received no attention from mainstream media. 37. This is due to our fixation on the model of the typical crime. This particular piece of mental furniture so blocks our view that it keeps us from using the criminal justice system to protect ourselves from the greatest threats to our bodies and possessions. What keeps an industrial disaster from being a mass murder in our eyes is that it is not a one-on-one harm where the desire of someone, or someone's, is to harm someone, or someone's, else. An attack by a gang on one or more persons or an attack by one individual on several still fits the one-on-one harm model of interpersonal violence. Once he selects his victim, the rapist, the mugger, or the murderer all want that person to suffer. A executive, on the other hand, does not want his employees to be harmed. He would truly prefer that there be no accident and no injured or dead workers. What he does want is something legitimate. It is what he has been hired to get, maximum profits at minimum costs. If he cuts corners to save a buck, he is just doing his job. If 10 men die because he cut corners on safety, we may think him crude or callous but not a murderer. He is, at most, responsible for indirect harm, not one-on-one harm. For this, he may even be criminally indictable for violating safety regulations but not for murder. The men are dead as an unwanted consequence of his, perhaps overzealous or undercautious, pursuit of a legitimate goal. So, unlike the typical criminal, he has not committed the typical crime and therefore should not be a target of the criminal justice system, or so we generally believe. As a result, men are dead who might be alive now if cutting corners of the kind that leads to loss of life, whether specifically aimed at or not, were treated as murder. This is our point. Because we accept the belief encouraged by our politicians' statements about crime and by the media's portrayal of crime that the model for crime is one person specifically and directly trying to harm another, we accept a legal system that leaves us unprotected against much greater dangers to our lives and well-being than those threatened by the typical criminal. Before developing this point further, let us anticipate and deal with some likely objections defenders of the present legal order are likely to respond to our argument at this point with irritation. Because this will surely turn to outrage in a few pages, let's talk to them now, while the possibility of rational communication still exists. The defenders of the present legal order, we'll call them the defenders for short, are neither foolish nor evil people. They are not racists nor are they oblivious to the need for reform in the criminal justice system, to make it more even-handed, and for reform in the larger society to make equal opportunity a reality for all Americans. Their response to our argument at this point is that the criminal justice system should occupy itself with one-on-one harm. Harms of the sort exemplified in the refinery explosion are really not murders and are better dealt with through stricter government enforcement of safety regulations. The defenders admit that this enforcement has been rather lax and recommend that it be improved. Basically, though, they think this division of labor is right because it fits our ordinary moral sensibilities. The defenders maintain that, according to our common moral notions, someone who tries to do another harm is really more evil than someone who jeopardizes others while pursuing legitimate goals but doesn't aim to harm anyone. The one who jeopardizes others in this way doesn't want to hurt them. He or she doesn't have the goal of hurting someone in the way that a mugger or a rapist does. Moreover, being directly and purposely harmed by another person, the defenders believe, is terrifying in a way that being harmed indirectly and impersonally, say, by a safety hazard, is not, even if the resultant injury is the same in both cases. And we should be tolerant of the one responsible for lax safety measures because he or she is pursuing a legitimate goal. 91. His or her dangerous action occurs as part of a productive activity, something that ultimately adds to social wealth and thus benefits everyone, whereas doers of one-on-one harm benefit no one but themselves. Thus, The latter are rightfully in the province of the criminal justice system with its drastic weapons, and the former are appropriately dealt with by the milder forms of regulation, or, perhaps, treated legally as responsible for civil torts rather than for crimes. 38 Further, the defenders insist, the crimes targeted by the criminal justice system are imposed on their victims totally against their will, whereas the victims of occupational hazards chose to accept their risky jobs and thus have, in some degree, consented to subject themselves to the dangers. Where dangers are consented to, the appropriate response is not blame but improved safety, and this is most efficiently done by regulation rather than with the guilt-seeking methods of criminal justice. In sum, the defenders make 4 objections. 1. Someone who purposely tries to harm another is really more evil than someone who harms another without aiming to, even if the degree of harm is the same. 2. Being harmed directly by another person is more terrifying than being harmed indirectly and impersonally, as by a safety hazard, even if the degree of harm is the same. 3. Someone who harms another in the course of an illegitimate and purely self-interested action is more evil than someone who harms another as a consequence of a legitimate and socially productive endeavor, and, 4. The harms of typical crimes are imposed on their victims against their wills, whereas harms such as those due to occupational hazards are consented to by workers when they agree to a job. All 4 of these objections are said to reflect our common moral beliefs, which are a fair standard for a legal system to match. Some or all of these objections may have already occurred to the reader. Thus, it is important to respond to the defenders. In doing so, we will show that neither our common moral beliefs nor our traditional legal notions justify treating indirect harms as regulatory matters rather than serious crimes. 92. 1. Defender's first objection. Someone who purposely tries to harm another is really more evil than someone who harms another without aiming to, even if the degree of harm is the same. Thus, the typical criminal is rightly subject to criminal justice, while the cost-cutting executive who endangers workers, consumers, or the public is rightly subject to non-criminal safety regulations. Response. The defender's first objection confuses intention with aim or purpose, and it is intention that brings us properly within the reach of the criminal law. It is true that a mugger aims to harm his victim in a way that a corporate executive who maintains an unsafe workplace does not, but the corporate executive acts knowingly, recklessly, or negligently nonetheless. These are all states of awareness and volition that make his actions appropriately subject to criminal law. What we intend is not just what we want to make happen. 39. Whether the actor wants his conduct to harm someone is a different matter, which is relevant to the actor's degree of culpability, not to whether he or she is culpable at all. Here's an example, adapted from one given by criminal law theorist Hyman Gross, to help understand the legally recognized degrees of culpability. Suppose a construction worker digs a trench in a neighborhood where children regularly play and leaves the trench uncovered. One rainy day, children are killed while playing in the trench when its walls cave in on them. If the construction worker dug the trench and left it uncovered in order to kill the children, then their deaths were caused purposely. But suppose that the trench was dug and left uncovered not in order to harm the children but merely with the knowledge that children played in the area. Then, their deaths were brought about knowingly. If digging the ditch and leaving it uncovered were done both without knowing that children played in the area and without making sure that they did not, then their deaths were brought about recklessly. Finally, if the trench was dug and left uncovered without knowledge that children played in the area and some, but inadequate, precautions were taken to make sure no children were there, then their deaths were brought about negligently. 40. What's important here is that all these ways of causing death count as criminally culpable. The difference Between purposely, knowingly, recklessly, or negligently causing death is a difference within the range of intentional action. Second, culpability decreases as we go from purposely to knowingly to recklessly to negligently killing because, according to Gross, the outcome is increasingly due to chance and not to the actor. The one who kills on purpose leaves less to chance that the killing will occur than the one who kills knowingly. The one who kills on purpose will take precautions against the failure of his killing, which the one who kills knowingly won't do. The one who kills recklessly leaves wholly to chance whether there is a victim at all. The one who kills negligently reduces this chance, but insufficiently. The kernel of truth in the defender's first objection is that the common street mugger harms on purpose, while the executive harms only knowingly or recklessly or negligently. However, both act intentionally. We have criminal laws against reckless or negligent harming. More than 70% of the OSHA citations are for violations they deem serious, that is, where there is a substantial probability that death or serious physical harm could result and the employer knew, or should have known, of the hazard. 41 Thus, refusal to treat those responsible for occupational hazards, and the like, as criminals is not justified by our ordinary moral sensibilities, as the defenders claim. 93. Moreover, don't be confused into thinking that, because all workplaces have some safety measures, all workplace deaths are at most due to negligence. To the extent that precautions are not taken against particular known dangers, like faulty equipment, deaths due to those dangers are by Gross's standard caused recklessly or even knowingly, because the executive knows that potential victims are in harm's way from the danger he fails to reduce. Nancy Frank concludes from a review of state homicide statutes that a large number of states recognize unintended deaths caused by extreme recklessness as murder. 42 Great Britain has its Corporate Manslaughter Act, under which corporations can be found guilty of manslaughter when gross negligence in supervision leads to a death. These deaths are reported in crime statistics. An Australian territory also has a corporate manslaughter law that can apply to senior executives where their gross negligence in supervision causes a death, and a Canadian bill, C-45, helps clarify how the regular criminal law applies to organizations, which has been applied in a string of occupational deaths. 43. There is more to be said. Remember that Gross attributes the difference in degrees of culpability to the greater role left to chance as we descend from purposely to knowingly to recklessly to negligently harming. In this light, it is important to note that the executive, say, the refinery owner, imposes danger on a larger number of individuals than the typical criminal typically does. So while the typical criminal purposely harms a particular individual, the executive knowingly subjects a large number of workers or consumers to a risk of harm. As the risk becomes greater and the number of workers or consumers increases, it becomes increasingly likely that one or more will be harmed. This means that the gap between the executive and the typical criminal shrinks. By not harming workers purposely, the executive leaves more to chance, but by subjecting large numbers to risk, he leaves it less and less to chance that someone will be harmed, and thus, he rolls back his moral advantage over the typical criminal. The executive at the Peanut Corporation of America knew that salmonella makes people sick and that it can kill the young, the old, and those with compromised immune systems. When he received test results showing unacceptable levels of salmonella in batches of his product, he still shipped them to school lunch programs, to companies he knew resold to nursing homes, and to mass food distributors like Kellogg. 44 With more and more peanuts that tested positive for salmonella shipped out, we start to approach 100% likelihood that at least someone will die. That means that the culpability of the executive approaches that of the typical criminal. A different way to make the defender's first objection is to say that the executive has failed to protect his workers while the typical criminal has acted positively to harm his victim. In general, people think it is worse to harm someone than to fail to prevent their being harmed. Perhaps you should feed starving people on the other side of town or of the world, but few people will think you are a murderer if you don't and the starving die. But people are normally held responsible for the effects of inaction when they have a special obligation to aid people. This applies to the parent who causes his child's death by failing to feed her and the doctor who causes her patient's death by failing to care for him. It also applies to the managers of workplaces who cause employee deaths by failing to take legally mandated safety precautions. It may also apply to a society that fails to rectify harm-producing injustices in its midst. This is another way in which the moral difference between the safety-cutting executive and the typical criminal shrinks away. 94. Further, the defenders overestimate the importance of specifically trying to do evil in our moral estimate of people. The mugger who aims to hurt someone is no doubt an ugly character, but so too is the well-heeled executive who calmly and callously chooses to put others at risk. Most murders, we know, are committed in the heat of some passion, such as rage or jealousy, or under the influence of drugs or alcohol. Two lovers or neighbors or relatives find themselves in a heated argument. Often it is a matter of chance which one picks up a weapon and strikes the other a fatal blow. Such a person is clearly a murderer and rightly subject to punishment by the criminal justice system. Is this person more evil than the executive who, knowing the risks, calmly makes a calculation that profits for owners are more important than mandated safety equipment for workers? The one who kills in a heated argument kills from passion. What she does she probably would not do in a moment of calm. She is likely to feel she was not herself. We do not suggest that this is true of all killers, although there is reason to believe that it is true of many, nor do we suggest that such a state of mind justifies murder. What it does do, however, is suggest that the killer's action, arising out of anger at a particular individual, does not show general disdain for the lives of others. Here is where she is different from our executive. The executive wanted to harm no one in particular, but he knew his acts were likely to harm someone. Once someone is harmed, the victim is someone in particular. Our executive cannot claim that he was not himself. His act wasn't done out of passion but out of cool reckoning. It is here that his evil shows. In order to make a few bucks, he willingly jeopardizes the lives of unspecified others, workers, consumers, neighboring communities, who pose him no real threat. In this way he shows his general disdain for all his fellow human beings. Can it really be said that he is less evil than one who kills from passion? The Model Penal Code includes within the definition of murder any death caused by extreme indifference to human life. 45 Is our executive not a murderer by this definition? It's worth noting that, in answering the defenders here, we have portrayed harms from occupational hazards in their best light. They are not, however, all just matters of well-intentioned but excessive risk taking. Consider, for example, the Manville, formerly Johns Manville, asbestos case. It is predicted that 240,000 Americans working now or who previously worked with asbestos will die from asbestos-related cancer over a period of 30 years, but documents made public during congressional hearings in 1979 show that Manville and other companies within the asbestos industry covered up and failed to warn millions of Americans of the dangers associated with the fireproof, indestructible insulating fiber. 46 An article in the American Journal of Public Health attributes thousands of deaths to the cover-up. 47 Later in this chapter we Document similar intentional cover UPS, such as the falsification of reports on coal dust levels in mines, which leads to crippling and often fatal black lung disease. Surely someone who knowingly subjects others to risks and tries to hide those risks from them is culpable in a high degree. 95. 2 Defender's second objection. Being harmed directly by another person is more terrifying than being harmed indirectly and impersonally, as by a safety hazard, even if the degree of harm is the same. Response. The defenders are largely right in believing that direct personal assault is terrifying in a way that indirect impersonal harm is not. We say largely right here because deaths from some occupational hazards, slowly suffocating to death in a collapsed mine or living in fear of an occupational cancer spreading and becoming fatal may well be as terrifying as some direct personal assaults. Nonetheless, even granting the defenders their point that direct assault is usually more terrifying than indirect harm, it does not follow that indirect harms should be treated as non-criminal regulatory matters. This difference in degree of terror is no stranger to the criminal justice system. Prosecutors, judges, and juries constantly have to consider how terrifying an attack is in determining what to charge and what to convict offenders for. This is why we allow gradations in charges of homicide or assault and allow particularly grave sentences for particularly grave attacks. In short, the difference the defenders are pointing to here might justify treating a one-on-one murder as graver than murder due to lax safety measures, but it doesn't justify treating one as a grave crime and the other as a mere regulatory, or very minor criminal, matter. After all, although it is worse to be injured with terror than without, it is still the injury that constitutes the worst part of violent crime. If that is so, then the worst part of violent crime is shared by the indirect harms that the defenders would relegate to regulation. As with the first objection, we should keep in mind that indirect harms can have a large number of victims. Pollution, unsafe workplaces, hazardous products, and tainted food can have a widespread impact. The financial fraud of Enron and other companies, discussed in Chapter 3, affected tens of thousands of people who lost more money than they would have in a mugging. Judge Miles Lord noted this issue in a speech from the bench to executives of the A.H. Robbins Company, which made a birth control device called the Dalkin Shield. The device was not just ineffective, but its design caused many women to get pelvic infections, which led to 18 deaths and 350,000 claims of injury. Judge Lord said, if one poor young man were, by some act of his without authority or consent to inflict such damage upon one woman, he would be jailed for a good portion of the rest of his life. And yet your company without warning to women invaded their bodies by the millions and caused them injuries by the thousands. 48. 96. 3 Defenders' third objection. Someone who harms another in the course of an illegitimate and purely self-interested action is more evil than someone who harms another as a consequence of a legitimate and socially productive endeavor. Response. There is also something to the defender's claim that indirect harms, such as ones that result from lax safety measures, are part of legitimate productive activities, whereas one-on-one crimes generally are not. No doubt, we must tolerate the risks that are necessary ingredients of productive activity, unless those risks are so great as to outweigh the gains of the productive activity, but this doesn't imply we shouldn't identify the risks that are excessive and use the law to protect innocent people from them. If those risks are great enough, the fact that they may further a productive or otherwise legitimate activity is no reason against making them crimes if that's what's necessary to protect workers, consumers, and communities. A person can commit a crime to further an otherwise legitimate endeavor and it is still a crime. If a manager threatens to assault his workers if they don't work faster, the fact that getting them to work faster is a Legitimate goal for a manager doesn't make the manager's act any less criminal. Using child labor may help. Legitimate businesses reap higher profits, but the law wisely prohibits this exploitation. By the same logic, cutting safety and maintenance expenditures in an aging refinery may serve the legitimate purpose of cutting costs, but it is no reason against treating such dangerous acts as crimes. If acts that endanger others ought to be crimes, then the fact that the acts are means to legitimate aims doesn't change the fact that they ought to be illegal. 97. For defenders' fourth objection. The harms of typical crimes are imposed on their victims against their wills, whereas harms such as those due to occupational hazards are consented to by workers when they agree to a job. Response. The defender exaggerates the free consent with which consumers buy products and with which workers take on the risks of their jobs. You can consent to a risk only if you know about it, and often the risks are deliberately minimized or outright concealed. Consumers of peanut-based products had no way of knowing that they were produced by Peanut Corporation of America in a former sausage factory that had sat empty for 30 years with a leaking roof, dead animals in the ventilation system, and no inspections by the Texas Department of Health. 49. Moreover, the defenders overestimate generally the degree to which workers freely consent to the conditions of their jobs. More generally, although no one is forced at gunpoint to accept a particular job, virtually everyone is forced by the requirements of necessity to take some job. Moreover, workers can choose jobs only where there are openings, which means they cannot simply pick their place of employment at will. At best, workers can choose among the dangers present at various work sites, but rarely can they choose to face no danger at all. For non-whites and women, the choices are further narrowed by discriminatory hiring and long-standing occupational segregation, funneling women into nursing or food processing jobs and blacks into janitorial and other menial occupations, not to mention subtle and not so subtle practices that keep non-whites and women from advancing within their occupations. Remember that, while here we have been focusing on harms due to occupational hazards, much of the indirect harm that we shall document in what follows is done not to workers but, for example, to hospital patients, subjected to careless medical care, or neighbors of industrial sites, breathing dangerous concentrations of pollutants. And these victims surely don't consent to these risks. Finally, recall that the basis of all of the defenders' objections is that the idea that one-on-one harms are more evil than indirect harms is part of our common moral beliefs. Though it is fair to judge criminal justice practices in light of ordinary moral beliefs, it is also important not to overlook the role of legal institutions in shaping our ordinary moral beliefs about right and wrong. The great historian of English law, Sir James Fitzjames Stevens, held that a great part of the general detestation of crime which happily prevails amongst the decent part of the community in all civilized countries arises from the fact that the commission of offenses is associated in all such communities with the solemn and deliberate infliction of punishment wherever crime is proved. 50. One cannot simply appeal to ordinary moral beliefs to defend the criminal law because the criminal law has already had a hand in shaping ordinary moral beliefs. At least one observer has argued that making narcotics use a crime at the beginning of the 20th century caused a change in the public's ordinary moral notions about drug addiction, which prior to that time had been viewed as a medical problem. 51. It is probably safe to 98. Say that, in our own time, anti-discrimination legislation has sharpened the public's moral condemnation of racial and gender discrimination. Hence, we might speculate that if the criminal justice system began to prosecute and if the media began to portray those who inflict indirect harm as serious criminals, our ordinary moral notions would change on this point as well. we are left with the conclusion that there is no moral basis for treating one-on-one harm as criminal and indirect harm as merely a regulatory affair, or as only a tort. What matters, then, is whether the purpose of the criminal justice system will be served by including, in the category of serious crime, actions that are predictably likely to produce serious harm yet that are done in pursuit of otherwise legitimate goals and without the desire to harm anyone. What is the purpose of the criminal justice system? No esoteric answer is required. Norval Morris and Gordon Hawkins write that the prime function of the criminal law is to protect our persons and our property. 52. The challenge of crime in a free society, the report of the President's Commission on Law, Enforcement and Administration of Justice, tells us that any criminal justice system is an apparatus society uses to enforce the standards of conduct necessary to protect individuals and the community. 53. Whatever else we think a criminal justice system should accomplish, no one would deny that its central purpose is to protect us against the most serious threats to our well-being. This purpose is seriously undermined by taking one-on-one harm as the model of crime. It prevents the criminal justice system from protecting our persons and our property from dangers at least as great as those posed by one-on-one harm. This is so because, as we will show, a large number of actions that are not labeled criminal lead to loss of life, limb, and possessions on a scale comparable to those actions that are represented in the FBI Crime Index. A crime by any other name still causes misery, suffering, and death. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The remainder of this chapter identifies some acts that are crimes by other names, acts that cause harm and suffering comparable to that caused by acts called crimes. Our purpose is to confirm the first of our 5 hypotheses, that the definitions of crime in the criminal law do not reflect the only or the most dangerous behaviors in our society. To do this, we will need some measure of the harm and suffering caused by crimes, with which we can compare the harm and suffering caused by non-crimes. Our measure need not be too refined because the point can be made by showing that some acts that we do not treat as crimes cause harm, roughly comparable to that caused by acts we do treat as crimes. Because the harms caused by non-criminal acts fall into the categories of death, bodily injury, including the disabling effects of disease, and property loss, we will compare the harms done by non-criminal acts with the injuries caused by the crimes of murder, aggravated assault, and theft. In order to compare the harms produced by both criminal and non-criminal acts, we will generally use the most recent year for which there are ample statistics from both categories. According to the FBI's UCR, in 2014 there were 14,249 murders and non-negligent manslaughters and 741,291 aggravated assaults. Murder and non-negligent manslaughter includes all willful, non-negligent killing of one human being by another. Aggravated assault is defined as an attack by one person on another for the purpose of inflicting severe or aggravated bodily injury. 54. Thus, as measures of the harm done by crimes in 2014, we can say that serious crimes led to roughly 14,000 deaths and 750,000 instances of serious bodily injury short of death that year. As a measure of monetary loss due to property crime, we can use $14.3 billion, the figure the FBI estimates to be the total loss due to property crime in 2014. 55. Whatever the shortcomings of these reported crime statistics, they are the statistics on which public policy has traditionally been based. 56. Thus, we will consider any actions that lead to loss of life, physical harm, and property loss comparable to these figures, as actions that pose grave dangers to the community comparable to the threats posed by crimes. They are precisely the kinds of harmful actions from which a criminal justice system whose purpose is to protect our persons and property ought to protect us. They are crimes by other names. In making this case, the following sections review a number of research reports, both historical and contemporary. The continued inclusion of older reports sometimes seen as outdated is meant to underscore that these harms are neither new nor recently discovered. High levels of harm are ongoing, and the inclusion of findings reported over several decades should bolster confidence in the validity of sometimes scarce contemporary research. 100. Work may be dangerous to your health. When the President's Report on Occupational Safety and Health 57 was published in 1972, the government estimated the number of job-related illnesses at 390,000 per year and the number of annual deaths from industrial disease at 100,000. Since that time, numerous studies have documented the alarmingly high incidence of disease, injury, and death due to hazards in the workplace and the fact that much or most of this carnage is the consequence of the refusal of management to pay for safety measures, of government to enforce safety standards, and sometimes of management's willful defiance of existing law. 58. For 2014, the U.S. Department of Labor's Bureau of Labor Statistics, BLS, reports 3.4 million workplace injuries and illnesses, about half of which, 1.8 million, resulted in lost workdays, job transfer, or restricted duties at work. BLS also reports 189,400 cases of non-fatal occupational illness. 59. BLS notes that some conditions, for example, long-term latent illnesses caused by exposure to carcinogens, often are difficult to relate to the workplace and are not adequately recognized and reported. These long-term latent illnesses are believed to be understated in the survey's illness measures. The data for the survey come from OSHA logs that some employers are required to keep, but millions of workers are employed in establishments not required to keep safety records. Companies covered by OSHA laws are on their honor to keep an accurate tally of recordable events and report that information honestly to OSHA. But a General Accounting Office, GAO, report notes that disincentives discourage workers from reporting and employers from recording illnesses and injuries. Workers may not report a work-related injury or illness because they fear job loss or other disciplinary action, or fear jeopardizing rewards based on having low injury and illness rates. In addition, employers may not record injuries or illnesses because they are afraid of increasing their workers' compensation costs, or jeopardizing their chances of winning contract bids for new work. 60. In hearings on the topic Hidden Tragedy, Underreporting of Workplace Injuries and Illnesses, the House Committee on Education and Labor heard testimony addressing all of these problems. Witnesses reported employers and insurance companies pressuring doctors to write up results and recommendations so that the injury would not be a recordable event. Testimony further cited a number of studies finding that the BLS data misses 30 to 60% of injuries and illnesses, including 30% of work-related amputations. 61. OSHA, which in 2002 changed the record-keeping standards so fewer injuries and illnesses were required to be recorded, 62 uses the low and declining numbers of injuries to demonstrate its own effectiveness. Still, they occasionally have the candor to admit, numerous studies provide documentation that many, and perhaps the majority, of work-related injuries are not recorded by employers, and that the actual number of workers injured each year is likely to be far higher than the BLS estimate. For these reasons, we must look elsewhere for accurate figures. In his testimony before the Senate Committee on Labor and Human Resources, Dr. Philip Landrigan, director of the Division of Environmental and Occupational Medicine at the Mount Sinai School of Medicine in New York City, stated, in 1988 that occupational disease is responsible each year in the United States for 50,000 to 70,000 deaths, and for approximately 350,000 new cases of illness. 63 These figures are corroborated by a national SAFE 101 Workplace Institute study, which estimates that the number of occupational disease deaths is between 47,377 and 95,479. Mark Cullen, director of the Occupational Medicine program at the Yale University School of Medicine, praised this study as a very balanced, very comprehensive overview of occupational health. 64 In a 1997 article in the American Medical Association, AMA, Journal Archives of Internal Medicine, researchers at San Jose State University in California aggregated many national and large regional data sets and came up with an estimate of 60,300 deaths from occupational illness. 65. Dr. Samuel Epstein, Professor Emeritus of Environmental and Occupational Medicine at the University of Illinois School of Public Health, and then Chairman of the Cancer Prevention Coalition, states, over 10% of adult cancer deaths result from occupational exposures, which are also a recognized cause of cancer. In children, parents exposed to carcinogens on the job often expose their unborn children to the same cancer-causing chemicals. 66 With estimates of annual cancer deaths running above 570,000 at that time, approximately 57,000 adult deaths a year would be from occupationally caused cancer alone. A report using 2007 data estimates 53,000 annual deaths from occupational disease. 67. In light of these various estimates, we can hardly be overestimating the actual death toll if we take the conservative route and set it at 50,000 deaths a year resulting from occupational disease. In 2015, OSHA itself stated that studies have estimated that approximately 50,000 annual U.S. deaths are attributable to past workplace exposure to hazardous agents. They also note, many chronic illnesses occur long after exposure has ended and are generally not identified as work-related. 68. As for non-fatal occupational illness, BLS reports 189,400 in 2014. The San Jose State University researchers estimate 862,200 cases, based on data from 1992, and a methodologically rigorous study. Estimated 427,000 for 2007. 69 These illnesses are of varying severity. Because we want to compare these occupational harms with those resulting from aggravated assault, we shall stay on the conservative side here. 2. As we did regarding deaths from occupational diseases, we will say that there are annually, in the United States, approximately 200,000 job-related serious illnesses. This is a conservative figure in light of the research and BLS underreporting. Note also that these figures don't include the effects of workers' exposure to occupational illnesses on the health of their families. 70 Taken together with 50,000 deaths from occupational diseases, how does this compare with the threat posed by crime? Before jumping to any conclusions, note that the risk of occupational disease and death falls only on members of the labor force, whereas the risk of crime falls on the whole population, from infants to the elderly. Because the civilian labor force is about half of the total population, 156 million in 2014 out of a total civilian population of 318 million, 71 to get a true picture of the relative threat posed by occupational diseases. Compared with that posed by crimes, we should multiply the crime statistics by half, 0.5, when comparing them with the figures for occupational disease and death. Using the crime figures for 2014, cited earlier in this chapter, we note that the comparable figures would look like Table 2.1. Those who believe that this paints an inaccurate picture because so many crimes go unreported, should consider that homicides are by far the most completely reported of crimes. For obvious reasons, the general underreporting of crimes is not equal. It is easier to avoid reporting a rape or a mugging than a corpse. Second, although not the best, aggravated assaults are among the better reported crimes. Estimates from the Justice Department's National Crime Victimization Survey indicate that 58% of aggravated assaults were reported to the police in 2014, compared with 29% of thefts. 72 On the other hand, we should expect more, not less, underreporting of industrial than criminal victims because diseases and deaths are likely to cost firms money in the form of workdays lost and insurance premiums raised. Many occupationally caused diseases do not show symptoms or lead to death until after the employee has left the job, and there is no BLS surveillance system to capture slower onset illnesses. In sum, both occupational and criminal harms are underreported, though there is reason to believe that the underreporting is worse for occupational than for criminal harms. Bear in mind, also, that we have accepted the statistics on criminal harms as reported, while we have reduced substantially the reported estimates for occupational harms. However, one may quibble with figures presented here. If anything, they understate the extent of occupational harm compared with criminal harm. Note further that the estimates in the last table are only for occupational diseases and deaths from those diseases. They do not include death and disability from work-related injuries. Here, too, the statistics are gruesome. BLS's National Census of Fatal Occupational Injuries reports 4,276 workplace fatalities in 2014, not counting work-related homicides. 73 added to the previous figure. This brings the number of occupation-related deaths to 54,276 a year. The BLS reported that, in 2014, there were 3.4 million recordable cases of non-fatal injuries and illnesses. A recordable case involves days away from work, medical treatment other than first aid, loss of consciousness, restriction of work or motion, transfer to another job, or cancer, chronic irreversible disease, a fracture or cracked bone, or a punctured eardrum. 74 of these, BLS says that 1.8 million cases required days away from work, restricted activity, or job transfer. To make sure that we are counting more serious harms, we will use this figure of 1.8 million. Note that this figure includes physical harms from both disease and injury. Thus, it replaces our previous figure of 200,000. This is an especially conservative estimate given that another national database of occupational injuries and illnesses that result in treatment in an emergency department of a hospital recorded 3.4 million visits for 2003, a level fairly constant since 1982. 75 If, on the basis of these additional figures, we recalculated our table comparing occupational harms from both disease and injury with criminal harms, it would look like Table 2.2. Can there be any doubt that workers are more likely to stay alive and healthy in the face of the danger from the underworld than from the work world? Secretary of Labor Hilda Solis noted. 103. Every day in America, 12 people go to work and never come home. Every year in America, 3.3 million people suffer a workplace injury from which they may never recover. These are preventable tragedies that disable our workers, devastate our families, and damage our economy. 76. To say that some of these workers died from accidents due to their own carelessness is about as helpful as saying that some of those who died at the hands of murderers deserved it. It overlooks the fact that when Workers are careless, it is not because they love to live dangerously. They have production quotas to meet. Quotas that they themselves do not set. If quotas were set with an eye to keeping work at a safe pace rather than keeping the production to wages ratio as high as possible, it might be more reasonable to expect workers to take the time to be careful. Beyond this, we should bear in mind that the vast majority of occupational deaths result from disease, not accident, and disease is generally a function of conditions outside a worker's control. Examples of such conditions are the level of coal dust in the air. 260,000 miners receive benefits for black lung disease, and perhaps as many as 4,000 retired miners die from the illness or its complications each year. About 10,000 working miners have X-ray evidence of the beginnings of the crippling and often fatal disease. 77. Textile dust. Some 100,000 American cotton textile workers suffer breathing impairments caused by acute bisonosis, or brown lung. Another 35,000 former mill workers are totally disabled with chronic brown lung. 78. Asbestos fibers. It has been estimated that, under the lenient asbestos standard promulgated by OSHA in 1972, anywhere from 18,400 and 598,000 deaths from lung cancer would result from exposure to asbestos. 79. Coal tars. Workers who had been employed 5 or more years in the coke ovens died of lung cancer at a rate 3.5 times that for all steel workers. Coke oven workers develop cancer of the scrotum at a rate 5 times that of the general population. 80. Repetitive motion. According to the National Academy of Sciences, there are more than 1 million repetitive motion injuries annually. 81. Repetitive strain disease reportedly afflicts keyboard operators, assembly line workers, meat processors, grocery checkout clerks, secretaries and other employees. Every day. OSHA officials argue that carpal tunnel problems lead the list in average time lost from work, at a median of 30 days per case, well above amputations, 24 days, and fractures, 20. 82. To blame the workers for occupational disabilities and deaths is to ignore the history of governmental attempts to compel industrial firms to meet safety standards that would keep dangers, such as chemicals or fibers or dust particles in the air, that are outside the workers' control down to a safe level. This has been a continual struggle, with firms using everything from their own independent research institutes to more direct and often questionable forms of political pressure to influence government in the direction of loose standards and lax enforcement. So far industry has been winning because OSHA has been given neither the personnel nor the mandate to fulfill its purpose. Between 1990 and 2007, the number of OSHA inspectors declined from 1,300 to 1,100, and it is estimated that OSHA actively regulates the work conditions of only about 20% of the American workforce. 83. Dr. David Michaels, Assistant Secretary of Labor for Occupational 104. Safety and Health, noted that federal OSHA has 1,200 inspectors and state plans have around the same, so there are less than 2,500 inspectors to cover 7.5 million workplaces employing more than 130 million workers. 84. The problem does not lie with OSHA alone but starts with the legislators who decided in 1970 that causing the death of an employee by willfully violating safety laws was a misdemeanor. As noted by a New York Times investigation, the maximum sentence, 6 months in jail, is half the maximum for harassing a wild burro on federal lands. Although Congress rarely voted down tougher sentences for street crime, it has rejected every attempt to get tougher with those who willfully, and sometimes repeatedly, violate safety laws. In spite of evidence that stricter laws could save lives. On top of lax laws, OSHA discourages prosecutions and criminal referrals to such an extent that a 1988 congressional report noted, a company official who willfully and recklessly violates federal OSHA laws stands a greater chance of winning a state lottery than being criminally charged. 85. OSHA fines were increased only once, in 1990, from levels set in 1970 and thus have not kept pace with inflation. In congressional testimony on the Protecting America's Workers Act, which did not become law, Assistant Secretary Michaels noted how the current penalties do not provide deterrence. Currently, serious violations, those that pose a substantial probability of death or serious physical harm to workers, are subject to a maximum civil penalty of only $7,000. Further, willful and repeated violations carry a maximum penalty of only $70,000. In 2007, the median initial penalty for cases involving the death of a worker was $5,900, the median final penalty after settlement was $3,675. 86. Is a person who kills another in a bar brawl a greater threat to society than a business executive who refuses to cut into his profits to make his plant a safe place to work? By any measure of death and suffering, the latter is by far a greater danger than the former. However, because he wishes his workers no harm and because he is only indirectly responsible for death and disability while pursuing legitimate economic goals, his acts are not labeled crimes. Once we free our imagination from the blinders of the one-on-one model of crime, can there be any doubt that the criminal justice system does not protect us from the gravest threats to life and limb? It seeks to protect us when danger comes from a young, lower-class male in the inner city. When a threat comes from an upper-class business executive in an office, the criminal justice system looks the other way. This is in the face of growing evidence that for every American citizen murdered by thugs, more than 3 American workers are killed by the recklessness of their bosses and the indifference of their government. Healthcare may be dangerous to your health. An article in the Journal of the American Medical Association, JAMA, estimated that there were 225,000 deaths a year due to medical treatment, making it the third leading cause of death in the United States, after deaths from heart disease and cancer. 87. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, as well as other studies published in JAMA, conclude that between 1.7 and 2 million people in the United States acquired health care associated infections, which resulted in 88,000 to 100,000 deaths. 88. A 2013 study using a methodology praised by prominent patient safety researchers concluded, a lower limit of 210,000 deaths per year was associated with preventable harm in hospitals, and the number could be as high as 400,000. The lower limit here is more than 14 times the number of deaths due to homicides, and these are all deaths that could have 105 been prevented. This is only the beginning. In 1975, Dr. Sidney Wolfe, of the Public Interest Health Research Group, testified before the House Commerce Oversight and Investigations Subcommittee that there were 3.2 million cases of unnecessary surgery performed each year in the United States. These unneeded operations, Wolfe added, kill as many as 16,000 Americans. 89. Wolfe's estimates of unnecessary surgery were based on studies comparing the operations performed by doctors who are paid for the operations they do with those performed by salaried doctors who receive no extra income from surgery. The figure accepted by Dr. George A. Silver, then professor of public health at the Yale University School of Medicine, is 15,000 deaths a year attributable to unnecessary surgery. 90. In an article on an experimental program by Blue Cross and Blue Shield aimed at curbing unnecessary surgery, Newsweek reported that a Congressional Committee earlier this year 1976 estimated that more than 2 million of the elective operations performed in 1974 were not only unnecessary but also killed about 12,000 patients. 91. The number of surgical operations performed in the United States rose from 16.7 million in 1975 to 26.6 million in 2013, 92. So there is reason to believe that at least somewhere between the Congressional Committee's estimate of 12,000 and Dr. Wolf's estimate of 16,000 people a year still die from unnecessary surgery. In 2014, the FBI reported that 1,567 murders, in which the weapon is known, were committed with a cutting or stabbing instrument. 93. Obviously, the FBI does not include the scalpel as a cutting or stabbing instrument. If it did, it would have had to report that between 13,567 and 17,567 persons were killed by cutting or stabbing in 2014, depending on whether you take Congress's figure or Wolf's. No matter how you slice it, the scalpel is more dangerous than the switchblade. This is only a fraction of the problem. A report issued in 1999 by the National Academy of Sciences Institute of Medicine, IOM, stated that up to 98,000 hospitalized Americans die every year and 1 million more are injured as a result of preventable medical errors that cost the nation an estimated $29 billion a year. 94. Bear in mind as well that the IOM considered only errors committed in hospitals, and not in other medical settings where they undoubtedly abound, clinics, outpatient surgery centers and doctors' offices. 95. The report goes on to predict that, if a centralized system for keeping tabs on medical errors were put in place, the number of deaths from medical mistakes could be cut in half within 5 years. 96. However, a report in JAMA titled 5 Years After To Err Is Human, What Have We Learned, asserts that efforts to reduce errors are affecting safety at the margin. But their overall impact is hard to see in national statistics. The article lists a number of interventions that dramatically reduce adverse events, including those proposed by Dr. Peter Pronovost of Johns Hopkins, who has created medical safety checklists and works on ways to enforce their use. When implemented to reduce infection in a number of intensive care units in Michigan, in the first 18 months, the hospitals saved more than 1,500 lives. The successes have been sustained for almost 4 years, all because of a stupid little checklist. The results of large-scale research published by the New England Journal of Medicine confirm that little progress has occurred. A review of the research appeared in the New York Times under the headline, "Study Finds No Progress in Safety at Hospitals." It noted that about 18% of patients were harmed by medical care, some more than once, and 63.1% of the injuries were judged to be preventable. In almost 3% of the cases, patients suffered a permanent injury, and another 2.4% of the injuries caused or 106 contributed to the death of a patient. Many of the problems were caused by the hospital's failure to use measures that had been proved to avert mistakes. In 2014, senators heard testimony in hearings titled, "More than 1,000 preventable deaths a day is too many." Witnesses pointed to some areas of limited progress but also cited research, discussed in the opening paragraph of this section, that preventable healthcare errors were between 200,000 and 400,000 a year. 1. Witness discussed a report by the Office of Inspector General in the Department of Health and Human Services that found that unsafe care contributes to 180,000 deaths of Medicare beneficiaries each year, and that Medicare pays at least $4.4 billion to treat these injuries. He continued, despite all the focus on patient safety, it seems we have not made much progress at all. Recall the example of digging a trench. Suppose that the trench was dug and left uncovered, knowing that children played in the area. Then, their deaths were brought about knowingly. Knowingly was the second degree of culpability, right below purposely, and is more culpable than recklessly or negligently. Didn't the doctors and hospital officials who resisted correcting previously identified dangerous practices bring about 98,000 deaths knowingly, and aren't many others negligent in continuing to practice without more regard for patient safety? The FBI also should add the hypodermic needle and the prescription drug to the list of potential murder weapons. Silver points out that these are also death-dealing instruments. Of the 6 billion doses of antibiotic medicines administered each year by injection or prescription, it is estimated that 22% are unnecessary. Of the doses given, 10,000 result in fatal or near-fatal reactions. Somewhere between 2,000 and 10,000 deaths probably would not have occurred if the drugs meant for the patient's benefit had not been given. 97. These estimates are supported by the Harvard Medical Practice Study. Its authors write that, of the 1.3 million medical injuries, which they estimated on the basis of hospital records for 1984, 19%, 247,000, were related to medications, and 14% of these, 34,580, resulted in permanent injury or death. 98. Further, experts have estimated that more than 1 million serious drug errors occur annually in hospitals alone. 99. If someone had the temerity to publish a UCR that really portrayed the way Americans are murdered, the FBI's statistics on the type of weapon used in murder would have to be changed from those shown in Table 2.3 to something like those shown in Table 2.4. The figures shown in Table 2.4 would give American citizens a much more honest picture of what threatens them. Nonetheless, we are not likely to see such a table. 107. Published by the criminal justice system, perhaps because it would also give American citizens a more honest picture of who threatens them. Asterisk, the figures in this row represent the relevant figures in Table 2.1 plus the most conservative figures for the relevant categories discussed in the text. Note in particular that, under the category Other Weapon, we have included the low estimate of the number of people who die from unnecessary prescription drugs, 2,000. According to Dr. Silver, plus 86,000, the 98,000 hospital deaths due to error that the IOM predicted could have been prevented within 5 years of their report minus 12,000, the lower estimate of deaths due to unnecessary surgery. Waging chemical warfare against America. The American Cancer Society, ACS, estimates that in 2015 almost 590,000 Americans died from cancer, and doctors diagnosed more than 1.6 million new cases. 100. A 2010 report from the President's Cancer Panel stated that approximately 41% of people in the U.S. will be diagnosed with cancer at some point in their lives, and about 21% of Americans will die from cancer. 101. A 1978 report issued by the President's Council on Environmental Quality unequivocally states that most researchers agree that 70 to 90% of cancers are caused by environmental influences and are hence theoretically preventable. 102. An editorial in the New England Journal of Medicine in 2000 notes a widely accepted estimate that 80 to 90% of human cancer is due to environmental factors. 103. This means that a concerted national effort could result in saving 450,000 or more lives a year and reducing each individual's chances of getting cancer in his or her lifetime from nearly 1 in 2 to 1 in 12. Or less. If you think this would require a massive effort in terms of money and personnel, you are right. How much of an effort, though, would the nation make to stop foreign terrorists who were killing 1,500 people a day and bent on slaughtering 1/5 of the present population? Unfortunately, the cancer establishment, the publicly funded National Cancer Institute, NCI, and the private ACS has not made the needed effort. The President's Cancer Panel indicates that in 2008 no more than 14% of NCI's nearly $4.83 billion budget went to occupational and environmental cancer issues, and that year the ACS spent less than $4 million on environmental cancer. 104 NCI spent 2.5% of its budget on prevention and ACS spent 0.1% of revenue on environmental research. A 2002 review of U.S. and international cancer policies noted, the cancer establishment's funding for primary prevention is trivial, adding that there is minimal research on avoidable exposures to a wide range of occupational and environmental industrial carcinogens, including nationwide cancer clusters in the vicinity of nuclear power plants, petrochemical industries, and Superfund. 108. Hazardous waste sites that are disproportionately located in ethnic and low socioeconomic communities. 105. Not only are we losing the chemical war on all fronts, but it also looks as if we do not even have the will to fight. A 2002 article in the Washington Post reported that the Bush administration has begun a broad restructuring of the scientific advisory committees that guide federal policy in areas such as patient rights and public health, eliminating some committees that were coming to conclusions at odds with the president's views. One committee, which had been assessing the effects of environmental chemicals on human health, has been told that nearly all of its members will be replaced in several instances by people with links to the industries that make those chemicals. One new member is a California scientist who helped defend Pacific Gas and Electric Co. against the real-life Erin Brockovich. 106. While the Bush administration may have been a low point, the enduring problem is noted by the President's Cancer Panel, with nearly 80,000 chemicals on the market in the United States, many of which are used by millions of Americans in their daily lives and are or understudied and largely unregulated. Exposure to potential environmental carcinogens is widespread. 107. The main legislation in this area for 4 decades was the 1976 Toxic Substances Control Act, TSCA, which did not require industry or government to confirm the safety of new chemicals. In fact, because chemical companies were required to report information about known health hazards caused by their products, they generally did not conduct tests that might reveal such problems. 108. Because of this law, the EPA has only regulated 5 chemicals out of about 80,000 used commercially in the U.S., which indicates how little accountability there is with chemicals. Indeed, the National Academy of Sciences, the U.S. General Accounting Office, the Congressional Office of Technology Assessment, the University of California, and others concluded that TSCA has fallen short of its objectives and has not served as an effective vehicle for the public, industry, or government to assess the hazards of chemicals in commerce or control those of greatest concern. 109. In 2016, the Frank R. Lautenberg Chemical Safety for the 21st Century Act became law with great hype about reform, but public health advocates say it only slightly strengthens the existing law. 110. Even if Congress provides the EPA with a budget and resources to fulfill their new responsibilities, the new law mandates that the EPA test only 20 chemicals at a time, with each chemical permitted to be under review for 7 years. Writing, finalizing, and implementing regulations about a specific chemical will take additional years, so simply studying the first 90 chemicals of concern will take decades, and the children of today's children will have been exposed to them probably for years. 111. Chemical warfare is being waged against us on three fronts. Pollution. Cigarette smoking. Food additives. Pollution includes air pollution, toxic waste, and environmental pollution from chemicals. The World Health Organization, WHO, estimates suggest that in the US 13% of preventable deaths and years of life lost due to premature death were caused by these forms of pollution. 112 The National Academy of Sciences Institute of Medicine reported that chemical risks lead to at least $76.6 billion per year in medical costs, not including the costs of occupational diseases. 113. 109. Research links air pollution not just to lung disease but also to heart attacks and strokes. Some small particle air pollution is a carrier for other toxic chemicals in the air, which are deeply breathed into the lungs, enter the bloodstream, and can cause heart disease, cancer, and cognitive deterioration to cerebral functions like memory and attention span. 114. A study published in JAMA states that air pollution accounts for the majority, 60%, of mortality related to toxic agents and causes 22,000 to 52,000 deaths a year. 115. That estimate is consistent with the 40,600 deaths in the US that the WHO attributes to outdoor air pollution and is lower than an EPA estimate of 63,000 to 88,000. 116. Research from ABT Associates estimates that deaths due to small particles from coal-fired power plants was 13,200 to 34,000 a year, and they did not count a number of relevant power plants. 117. Air pollution is a top 10 risk factor, according to an article in JAMA. 118. Findings about other types of pollution are equally stark. During 1975, the epidemiological branch of the NCI did a massive county-by-county analysis, mapping the cancer hotspots in the U.S. The result was summed up by Dr. Glenn Paulson, Assistant Commissioner of Science in the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection: if you know where the chemical industry is, you know where the cancer hotspots are. 119. What distinguishes these findings from the material on occupational hazards discussed above is that NCI investigators found higher death rates for all those living in the cancer hotspots, not just the workers in the offending plants. Moreover, according to one observer, we are now facing a new plague: toxic exposure. Of the extent of contamination, he says that this country generates between 255 million and 275 million metric tons of hazardous waste annually, of which as much as 90% is improperly disposed of. The Office of Technology Assessment estimates that there are some 600,000 contaminated sites in the country. 120. Studies have borne out the correlation between nearness to toxic wastes and above-average cancer mortality rates, as well as the positive correlation between residential poverty and nearness to toxic wastes. Other studies indicate that race is an even more important determinant of the location of toxic waste dumps. Writes Robert Bullard. Toxic time bombs are not randomly scattered across the urban landscape. The Commission for Racial Justice's landmark study, Toxic Wastes and Race in the United States, found race to be the most important factor, i.e., more important than income, home ownership rate, and property values, in the location of abandoned toxic waste sites. 3 out of 5 African Americans live in communities with abandoned toxic waste sites. 121. As it did with OSHA, the Reagan administration instituted a general slowing down of enforcement of EPA regulations. Reagan tried to cut the EPA's enforcement budget by 45% during his first 2 years in office. 122. President Bush Sr. followed suit. The EPA Superfund spearheads cleanups of large-scale toxic Waste with money collected from polluters and from taxes on certain businesses. But increasingly, companies that have toxic waste responsibilities use bankruptcy to escape them, and the polluters pay based taxes. Expired in 1995. 123. Chemicals that are not considered toxic waste can still assault people's bodies after being delivered through. 110. Consumer products. Many are endocrine disruptors, which means that they interfere with the natural hormones in our body. The effects include cancer, lowered fertility, early puberty, diabetes, changes in immune function, and neurodevelopmental delays in children. 124. So the chemical war goes on. No one can deny that we know the enemy. No one can deny that we know the toll it is taking. Indeed, we can compute the number of deaths that result for each day that we refuse to mount an offensive, yet we still refuse. The same reasoning applies to cigarette smoking, which overwhelming evidence links to many types of cancer and other chronic illnesses. A recent report by the Surgeon General includes a statement that tobacco smoke is deadly and cigarettes are not just dangerous but unreasonably dangerous, killing half its long-term users, and addictive by design. 125. The report reviews evidence that smoking affects nearly every organ of the body. 126. These include cancers of the lung, liver, colon, prostate, and breasts, adverse reproductive effects, diseases of the eyes, bowels, immune system, and mouth, as well as diabetes and arthritis. The ACS simply notes, tobacco-related diseases are the most preventable cause of death. 127. Cigarettes are widely estimated to cause 30% of all cancer deaths. 128. And the Surgeon General estimates that annual costs attributed to smoking in the United States are between $289 billion and $333 billion. 129. This is enough to expose the hypocrisy of running a full-scale war against marijuana and heroin while allowing cigarette sales and advertising to flourish. It also should be enough to underscore the point that, once again, there are threats to our lives much greater than criminal homicide. Our government failed to protect us against this threat. The U.S. Congress has turned down more than 1,000 proposed tobacco control bills since 1964, the year of the first Surgeon General's report on the dangers of tobacco. This may be related to the enormous generosity of the tobacco industry. Common Cause notes, analysis of recent tobacco-related votes in Congress shows a strong correlation between the amount that members received and how they voted. 130. If you think that tobacco harms only people who knowingly decide to take the risk, consider the following. In 1995, JAMA devoted a special issue to several thousand pages of internal documents from the Brown and Williamson Tobacco Corporation and BAT Industries, formerly British American Tobacco Company. Brown and Williamson, B&W, is the third largest cigarette maker in the United States and a wholly owned subsidiary of BAT, the world's second largest private producer of cigarettes. An editorial in this issue states that TE documents show that executives at B&W knew early on that tobacco use was harmful and that nicotine was addictive, that the industry decided to conceal the truth from the public, that despite their knowledge to the contrary, the industry's public position was, and continues to be, that the link between smoking and ill health was not proven, and that nicotine was not addictive. The editorial concludes that the evidence is unequivocal, the U.S. public has been duped by the tobacco industry. 131. Research has documented the dangers of second-hand, environmental, tobacco smoke that non-smokers breathe when smoking is going on around them. As the Surgeon General explains, second-hand smoke results in a lower Dose of tobacco smoke, compared with active smoking, but to the same toxic mixture from a health perspective. 132 The death toll from lung cancer and heart disease due only to second-hand smoke is 42,000 annually. Those are only two of many fatal diseases linked to tobacco smoke, which also causes respiratory infections and asthma. 133. Let's be clear, we do not advocate making cigarette smoking illegal on the model of our country's failed 111. Drug war. We would like to see continued restrictions on advertising aimed at youngsters, more substantial and pointed warnings on tobacco packaging, easier access to cessation programs, and measures to protect non-smokers from second-hand smoke. Another long-standing harm comes from chemical food additives, of which the average American consumes 1 pound per year. 134 Speaking on the floor of the U.S. Senate in 1972, Senator Gaylord Nelson said, "People are finally waking up to the fact that the average American daily diet is substantially adulterated with unnecessary and poisonous chemicals and frequently filled with neutral, non-nutritious substances. We are being chemically medicated against our will and cheated of food value by low-nutrition foods." 135. 30 years ago, Beatrice Hunter wrote The Mirage of Safety, a catalog of the dangers in the foods people ate. It also described how the Food and Drug Administration, FDA, through a combination of lax enforcement and uncritical acceptance of the results of the food industry's own scientific research, had allowed the American public to be a guinea pig for nearly 3,000 food additives. As a result, we were and are subjected to chemicals strongly suspected of producing cancer, gallbladder ailments, hyperkinesis, now called attention deficit/hyperactivity disorder, or ADHD, in children. In others, they may adversely affect the rate of DNA, RNA, and protein synthesis, and still others are suspected of causing birth defects. 136. Today, the problem is worse. There are an estimated 10,000 food additives, but the exact number is unknown. Because the FDA program for registering food additives and submitting safety information is voluntary. A manufacturer that has developed a food additive can have a panel of its own experts deem it as generally recognized as safe and put it in food without FDA notification or approval. Approximately 1,000 ingredients have been added to our food supply without FDA review. We simply do not have the information to vouch for the safety of many of these chemicals, says the FDA's Deputy Commissioner for Foods. 137. Further, Americans consume more than 15 million pounds of artificial food dyes. The European Union requires foods and beverages containing any of 6 dyes to carry a warning on the label that the color may have effects on activity and attention in children. 138 Because of this warning, many multinational corporations reformulate food to be dye-free for Europe while leaving dyes in for US consumers. The food additives are, of course, only some of the dangerous chemicals that we eat. Pesticides are found in nearly every stream in the United States, over 90% of wells, and in urban and agricultural areas. Over half the groundwater, and, as might be expected, every human tested is found to have pesticides in his or her body fat. 139 After reviewing the literature on pesticides and health, the American Academy of Pediatrics concludes, the evidence base is most robust for associations to pediatric cancer and adverse neurodevelopment. Studies link early life exposure to reductions in IQ and development of ADHD and autism. 140. Based on the knowledge we have, there can be no doubt that air pollution, tobacco, and food additives amount to a chemical war that makes the crime wave look like a football scrimmage. Even with the most conservative estimates, it is clear that the death toll in this war is far higher than the number of people killed by criminal homicide. Poverty kills. 112. We are long past the day when we could believe that poverty was caused by forces outside human control. Poverty is caused by lack of money, which means that once a society reaches a level of prosperity at which many enjoy a relatively high standard of living, then poverty can be eliminated or at least reduced significantly by transferring some of what the haves have to the have-nots. Regardless of what caused poverty in the past, what causes it to continue in the present is the refusal of those who have more to share with those who have less. Now you may think of these remarks as trite or naive. They are not offered as an argument for redistribution of income, although we believe that such redistribution is long overdue. These remarks are presented to make a much simpler point, which is that poverty exists in a wealthy society like ours because we allow it to exist. Therefore, we 141 share responsibility for poverty and for its consequences. The poverty for which we are responsible remains, in the words of Business Week in 1992, stubbornly high. 142. The problem has persisted and was made worse by the financial crisis of 2008. Moreover, it has particularly nasty features. For example, it affects blacks and children at a rate higher than the national average. In 2014, 12.7% of white, non-Hispanic, Americans and 26.2% of black Americans were below the poverty level. 143 among children. In 2013, about 16% of white children and 38% of black children lived in poverty. 144. A study published by the Urban Institute ranked the United States highest in child poverty among 8 industrialized nations that they studied. Moreover, the Urban Institute estimates that 2.3 million Americans experience homelessness each year, including 1 million children who are also exposed to interruptions in education each year. 145 of the homeless, 29 to 46% work, which means that at least 500,000 working Americans cannot afford shelter. 146. We are prone to think that the consequences of poverty are fairly straightforward. Less money means fewer things, so poor people have fewer clothes or cars or appliances, go to the movies less often, and live in smaller homes with less or cheaper furniture. This is true and sad, but perhaps not intolerable. In addition, however, one of the things poor people have less of is good health. Less money means less nutritious food, less heat in winter, worse air quality in summer, less distance from other sick people or from unhealthy work or toxic waste dumping sites, less knowledge about illness or medicine, fewer doctor visits and childhood immunizations, fewer dental visits, less preventive health care, and less first-quality medical attention when all these other deprivations take their toll, and a poor person finds him or herself seriously ill. The result is that the economically disadvantaged suffer more from poor health and die earlier than those who are well off. A 2016 New York Times headline proclaims that disparities in lifespans of the rich and poor is growing. 147. Poverty robs the poor of their well-being and full participation in society. 148. While they are alive and kills them before their time. A prosperous society that allows poverty in its midst is a party to murder. A review of more than 30 studies undertaken in the 1970s on the relationship of economic class to life expectancy affirms the conclusion that class influences one's chances of staying alive. Almost without exception, the evidence shows that classes differ on mortality rates. 149. An article in JAMA in 1993 confirms this cost of poverty. People who are poor have higher mortality rates for heart disease, diabetes mellitus, high blood pressure, lung cancer, neural tube defects, injuries, and low birth weight, as well as lower survival rates. From breast cancer and heart attacks. 150. A 1998 news release from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services confirms the continued strong relationship between socioeconomic status and health in the United States for every race and ethnic group studied. 151. A report from the Pew Environmental Health. 113. Commission says, our analysis shows that the burden of asthma falls most heavily on those below the poverty line. This is most likely due to higher risks among those in poverty for poor indoor air quality, air pollution, infections, poor nutrition, lack of breastfeeding of babies, and other factors known to be associated with asthma development and/or exacerbation. This gap has been constant for at least 20 years. 152. A comparison of the health and mortality of blacks and whites in America yields further insight into the relationship of health and mortality to economic class. In 2014, 1 of every 4 blacks lived below the poverty line, as compared with 1 of every 10 whites. In 2013, black infant mortality, during the first year of life, was 11.2 per 1,000 live births, compared with 5.1 per 1,000 for whites. 153. In short, black mothers lost their babies within the first year of life more than twice as often as white mothers did. In the face of this persistent disparity, the Reagan administration reduced funding for maternal and child health programs by more than 25% and attempted to reduce support for immunization programs for American children. 154. The racial gap in healthcare, and thus in health and life expectancy, is not new. A 2005 Washington Post article headlined "Race Gap Persists in Healthcare, 3 Studies Say" reports on a study by a Harvard School of Public Health researcher published in the New England Journal of Medicine. The researcher is quoted as commenting, "We have known for 20 years that we have a problem in our healthcare system. Blacks and whites do not receive equal care. We hoped all the attention paid to this topic would result in some improvement. What we found is that we have not made much progress." 155. For example, one study found that almost 900,000 deaths could have been prevented during the decade of the 1990s if African Americans had received the same care as whites did. 156. Cancer survival statistics show a similar picture. Between 2005 and 2011, 62.2% of blacks diagnosed with cancer were still alive 5 years after the diagnosis, compared with 69.7% of whites. 157. This disparity has been noted since at least the early 1970s. One important cause of this difference is that white patients tended to have higher percentages of cancers diagnosed while localized, 158, that is, earlier in their development. Some of this is due to better access to medical care, higher levels of education about the early warning signs of cancer, and so on, all of which correlate strongly with higher income levels. Data reported in the journal Science suggest that blacks get more cancer not because they're black, but because they're poor. 159. A study of the stage at which women had breast cancer diagnosed found that white and black women living in areas characterized by lower average income and educational attainment were diagnosed later than those in areas marked by higher income and educational attainment. Within the same areas, black women were diagnosed later than whites, except in the areas of highest income and education, where the black disadvantage disappeared. 160. And while black women show a lower incidence of breast cancer than white women, they nevertheless die from it more often, according to the article in Science. 161. For 2013, Life Expectancy among blacks born that year was 75.5 years, whereas among whites it was 79.1 years. 162 That this difference cannot be attributed wholly to genetic factors is borne out by research in the American Journal of Preventive Medicine, which says, ethnic differences in health are more likely to reflect profound differences in people's experiences from birth on, based on the relatively advantaged or disadvantaged position in society of the race or ethnic group of the families into which they are born. 163. In short, poverty hurts, injures, and kills just like crime. A society that could remedy its poverty but does not is an accomplice in crime. 114. 1. 2. Summary. The criminal justice system does not protect us against the gravest threats to life, limb, or possessions. Its definitions of crime are not simply a reflection of the objective dangers that threaten us. The workplace, the medical profession, the air we breathe, and the poverty we refuse to rectify lead to far more human suffering, far more death and disability, and far more dollars taken from our pockets than the murders, aggravated assaults, and thefts reported annually by the FBI. What is more, this human suffering is preventable. The government could treat many of these harmful behaviors as criminal and turn the massive powers of the state against their perpetrators in the way that they are turned against the perpetrators of the so-called common crimes. But it does not. A government really intent on protecting us would strengthen and enforce work safety regulations, police the medical profession, require that clean air standards be met, be more attentive to the massive chemical exposure faced by the public, and devote sufficient resources to the poor to alleviate the major disabilities of poverty. But it does not. Instead, we hear a lot of cant about law and order and a lot of rant about crime in the streets. It is as if our leaders were not only refusing to protect us from the major threats to our well-being but also trying to cover up this refusal by diverting our attention to crime, as if it were the only real threat. As we have seen, the criminal justice system is a carnival mirror that presents a distorted image of what threatens us. The distortions do not end with the definitions of crime. As we will examine in the following chapter, the criminal justice system is biased against the poor at its every level, so that, in the end, when we look in our prisons to see who really threatens us, virtually all we see are poor people. By that time, most of the well-to-do people who endanger us have been discreetly weeded out of the system. As we watch this process unfold in the next chapter, bear in mind the conclusion of the present chapter, all the mechanisms by which the criminal justice system comes down more frequently and more harshly on the poor criminal than on the well-off criminal take place after most of the dangerous acts of the well-to-do have been excluded from the definition of crime itself. Demonstrating this has been the purpose of the present chapter. Note that the question of what should be defined as crimes is a philosophical question that requires us to reflect on the proper aims of a criminal justice system. In this chapter, we have pointed out the important consequences for criminal justice and public well-being of how crime is defined. In Appendix 2, Jeffrey Reiman argues that the social science of criminology needs a similar philosophical reflection on the proper definition of crime in order to establish its intellectual independence of the state, which is equivalent to declaring its status as a social science rather than an agency of social control, as critical rather than servile, as illumination rather than propaganda. Chapter 3. 125. And the poor get prison. When we come to make an intelligent study of the prison at first hand, we are bound to conclude that after all, it is not so much crime in its general sense that is penalized, but that it is poverty which is punished. Take a census of the average prison and you will find that a large majority of people are there not so much because of the particular crime they are alleged to have committed, but for the reason that they are poor and lack the money to engage the services of first-class and influential lawyers. Eugene V. Debs, Walls and Bars. Laws are like spiders' webs, they catch the weak and the small, but the strong and the powerful break through them. Scythian, one of the 7 wise men of ancient Greece. Chapter 3 of The Rich Get Richer continues our examination of the processes by which our prisons and jails come to be occupied predominantly by those from the lowest social and economic classes. Having argued in Chapter 2 that the criminal law does not treat as crimes many serious harmful acts done by the well-off, Chapter 3 now argues that, among the acts that are treated as crimes, the criminal justice system weeds out the wealthy. For similar crimes, the poor are more likely to be arrested, more likely to be charged, more likely to be convicted, and more likely to be sentenced to longer prison sentences than members of middle and upper classes. 126. Weeding out the wealthy. The offender at the end of the road in prison is likely to be a member of the lowest social and economic groups in the country. 1. This statement in the report of the President's Commission on Law Enforcement and Administration of Justice is as true today as it was when it was written over 4 decades ago. Our prisons are indeed the national poorhouse. 2. To most citizens, this comes as no surprise. Recall the typical criminal and the typical crime. Dangerous crimes, they think, are committed mainly by poor people. Seeing that prison populations are made up primarily of the poor only makes them surer of this. They think, in other words, that the criminal justice system gives a true reflection of the dangers that threaten them. In our view, it also comes as no surprise that our prisons and jails predominantly confine the poor. This is not because these are the individuals who most threaten us. It is because the criminal justice system effectively weeds out the well-to-do, so that at the end of the road in prison, the vast majority of those we find there come from the lower classes. This weeding out process starts before the agents of law enforcement go into action. Chapter 2 argued that our very definition of crime excludes a wide variety of actions at least as dangerous as those included and often worse. Even before we mobilize our troops in the war on crime, we have already guaranteed that large numbers of upper-class individuals will never come within their sights. This process does not stop at the definition of crime. It continues throughout each level of the criminal justice system. At each step, from arresting to sentencing, the likelihood of being ignored or released or treated lightly by the system is greater the better off one is economically. As the late U.S. Senator Philip Hart wrote, "Justice has 2 transmission belts, one for the rich and one for the poor. The low-income transmission belt is easier to ride without falling off and it gets to prison in shorter order. The transmission belt for the affluent is a little slower and it passes innumerable stations where exits are temptingly convenient." 3. This means that the criminal justice system functions from start to finish in a way that makes certain that the offender at the end of the road in prison is likely to be a member of the lowest social and economic groups in the country. For the same criminal behavior, the poor are more likely to be arrested. If arrested, they are more likely to be charged. If charged, more likely to be convicted. If convicted, more likely to be sentenced to prison, and if sentenced, more likely to be given longer prison terms than members of the middle and upper classes. For in other words, the image of the criminal population one sees in our nation's jails and prisons is distorted by the shape of the criminal justice system itself. It is the face of evil reflected in a carnival mirror. But it is no laughing matter. The face in the criminal justice carnival mirror is also, as we have already noted, very frequently a black face. Although blacks do not make up the majority of the inmates in our jails and prisons, they make up a proportion that far outstrips their demographic in the population. Here, too, the image we see is distorted by the processes of the criminal justice system itself, a distortion that has been going on for decades. Edwin Sutherland and Donald Cressy wrote, in the 1974 edition of their widely used textbook Criminology, that 127. Numerous studies have shown that African Americans are more likely to be arrested, indicted, convicted, and committed to an institution than are whites who commit the same offenses, and many other studies have shown that blacks have a poorer chance than whites to receive probation, a suspended sentence, parole, commutation of a death sentence, or pardon. 5. The latest edition of this classic says much the same, adding only that blacks are not arrested or convicted more in those cases where a black victimizes a black, suggesting that bias against black victims works together with bias against black offenders. 6. Many still believe that blacks are overrepresented in prison only because they commit more than their share of crimes, but extensive research about disproportionate minority contact, DMC, in 3 different cities concluded that the often stated reason for DMC that it simply reflects the difference in offending rates among different racial/ethnic groups cannot be supported by the information provided by these 3 studies, and we suspect that it is simply incorrect in general. 7. One recent study asked youth to self-report their delinquency and involvement with criminal justice. It found that a black boy who told pollsters he had committed just 5 crimes in the past year was as likely to have been placed in a facility as a white boy who said he'd committed 40. 8. Cassius Spahn reviewed 40 methodologically sophisticated studies investigating the linkages between race/ethnicity and sentence severity, and found that these studies suggest that race and ethnicity do play an important role in contemporary sentencing decisions. Black and Hispanic offenders, and particularly those who are young, male, or unemployed, are more likely than their white counterparts to be sentenced to prison. In some jurisdictions, they also receive longer sentences than do similarly situated white offenders. 9. In a similar review more than a decade later, Spahn concludes that whether because of conscious bias, unconscious stereotypes linking race with crime, or colorblind application of racially tinged policies, judges and prosecutors' decisions regarding bail, prosecution, and sentencing are not racially neutral. 10. The National Academy of Sciences panel on incarceration has the same conclusion, and highlighting the importance of cumulative disadvantage, notes that the cumulative effect of small differences at each stage was substantial. 11. Interestingly, statistics on differential treatment of races are available in abundance, while statistics on differential treatment of economic classes are rare and getting rarer. Although the FBI tabulates arrest rates by race, as well as by sex, age, and geographic area, it omits class or income. The Sourcebook of Criminal Justice Statistics shows household income categories only for crime victims. Both independent and government data gatherers are more willing to own up to America's racism than to its class bias. Writes Marjorie Zatz, class is one of the paramount sociological variables, yet our measures of it in criminal justice data are abysmal. She continues, there is general recognition among scholars that some of the race effects that have been found in research on sentencing may be due in part to class effects. 12. We will take advantage of this last hint and use race as a rough proxy for class. Certainly racism is a distinct, resilient, and powerful form of bias in our system, and it often targets well-off blacks. Racism has a long, inglorious history in American society, in which the massive imprisonment of young black men in the last decades is but the latest in a series of policies controlling and isolating blacks that span slavery, Jim Crow, 13, and Northern ghettoization. 14. In emphasizing class, we do not wish to minimize the importance of race. Our goal is to provide much needed discussion about the reality of economic discrimination. As sociologist William Julius Wilson wrote in The Declining Significance of Race, the point is not to deny the reality of racism but to highlight the importance of class structure, even for blacks. 15. Michelle Alexander's important book The New Jim Crow argues that illegal discrimination against blacks has been replaced by legal discrimination against black criminals. Once blacks are labeled as criminals, then whites can engage in all the discriminatory practices we supposedly left behind. Blacks with criminal records are subject to legalized discrimination in employment, housing, education, public benefits, and jury service, just as their parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents once were. 16. But calling this phenomenon anew, Jim Crow suggests that class is not important because the old Jim Crow treated rich and poor blacks similarly. Neither could use the whites-only drinking fountains. Today's mass incarceration, by contrast, is reserved primarily for poor blacks and whites. We focus, then, on class bias because our criminal justice system now weeds out wealthy blacks as well as wealthy whites. Though we use data on economic class where it is available, we will supplement this by using evidence of differential treatment of blacks and Hispanics as evidence for differential treatment of members of the lower classes. Here are 5 reasons that support this strategy. First and foremost, Black Americans are disproportionately poor. In 2014, 10.1% of white non-Hispanic Americans lived below the poverty line compared to 26.2% of Black Americans. 17. The picture is even worse when we shift from income to wealth, property such as a home, stocks, and savings. On average, the wealth of white non-Hispanic households in America is 13 times that of black households. In 2013, a figure at or about the highest level since data collection began 30 years ago. 18. Ownership of business is another important measure of economic power, and in 2010, 15.6% of white non-Hispanic families had business equity compared to only 8.3% of non-white or Hispanic families. The median value, though, was $97,200 for whites and $43,000 for non-whites and Hispanics. 19. Unemployment figures give a similarly dismal picture. In 2014, 5.3% of white workers and 11.3% of black workers were unemployed. Among those in the crime-prone ages of 16 to 19, about 17.3% of white youngsters and 33% of black youngsters, 1 of every 3, were jobless. 20. The factors most likely to keep one out of trouble with the law and out of prison, such as a suburban living room instead of a tenement alley to do drugs in, or legal counsel able to devote time to one's case instead of an overburdened public defender, are the kinds of things that money can buy regardless of one's race, creed, or national origin. Zat states, some of the racial differences found in processing and sanctioning decisions may be attributable to class differences in access to resources. 21. Moreover, as we shall see, arrests of blacks for illicit drug possession or dealing have skyrocketed, rising way out of proportion to drug arrests for whites, though research shows no greater drug use among blacks than among whites. Drug arrests are most easily made in disorganized inner-city areas, where drug sales are more likely to take place out of doors and dealers are more willing to sell to strangers. Blacks and Hispanics are more likely than whites to live in such inner-city areas and thus more likely than whites to be arrested on drug charges. 22. And, though racism surely plays a major role here, one very important reason that blacks and Hispanics are more likely than whites to live in disorganized inner-city areas is that a greater percentage of blacks and Hispanics are poor and unemployed. What might at first look like a Straightforward racial disparity turns out to reflect lower economic status as well. Blacks who travel the full route of the criminal justice system and end up in jail or prison are close in economic condition to whites who travel the same path. A report on the pre-arrest income of prisoners concluded, not only are the median incomes of incarcerated people prior to incarceration lower than non-incarcerated people, but incarcerated people are dramatically concentrated at the lowest ends of the national income distribution. 23. Some studies suggest that race works to heighten the effects of economic conditions on criminal justice outcomes, so that being unemployed and black substantially increases the chances of incarceration over those associated with being either unemployed or black. 24. The National Academy of Sciences panel on incarceration found that 70% of the African Americans who dropped out of school served time in state or federal prison, and it is the combination of race and dropping out of school that has produced extraordinarily high incarceration rates. 25. This means that racism will produce a kind of selective economic bias, making a certain segment of the uneducated and unemployed even more likely to end up behind bars. Finally, in light of the relatively high incidence of poverty and/or unemployment among blacks and Hispanics, both racially biased criminal justice policies and economically biased criminal justice policies will result in poor people being disproportionately arrested and imprisoned. We are more concerned with this consequence than with the intention behind it. For all these reasons, while racism is a distinct and powerful phenomenon in America, we will treat it here as a kind of economic bias or a tool that achieves the same end. It weeds out the wealthy, starting at the very entrance to the criminal justice system. The decision about whom to investigate, arrest, or charge is not made simply on the basis of the offense committed or the danger posed. It is a decision distorted by a systematic economic bias that works to the disadvantage of the poor. Further, economic bias is a two-edged sword. First, the poor are arrested and charged out of proportion to their numbers for the kinds of crimes that tend to be committed by poor people: burglary, robbery, assault, and so forth. Second, when we reach the kinds of crimes poor people almost never have the opportunity to commit, such as antitrust violations, industrial safety violations, embezzlement, and large-scale tax evasion, the criminal justice system shows an increasingly benign and merciful face. When it comes to crime in the streets, where the perpetrator is apt to be poor, he or she is even more likely to be arrested and formally charged. When it comes to crime in the suites, where the offender is apt to be affluent, the system is most likely to deal with the crime non-criminally, that is, by civil litigation or informal settlement. When it does choose to proceed criminally, as we will see in the section on sentencing, it rarely goes beyond a slap on the wrist. Not only is the main entry to the road to prison held wide open to the poor, but the access routes for the wealthy are largely sealed off. Once again, we should not be surprised at whom we find in our prisons. The costs of white-collar crime. 130. Sutherland coined the term white-collar crime to refer to a range of crimes committed by professionals in the course of their occupations. In contrast to media depictions, like the series White Collar, where white-collar criminals are high-end professional thieves engaging in elite organized crime, Sutherland approvingly quotes gangster Al Capone as saying it is the legitimate rackets. Sutherland lists typical white-collar crimes. White-collar criminality in business is expressed most frequently in the form of misrepresentation in financial statements of corporations, manipulation of the stock exchange, commercial bribery, bribery of public officials directly or indirectly in order to secure favorable contracts and legislation, misrepresentation in advertising and salesmanship, embezzlement and misapplication of funds, short weights and measures and misgrading of commodities, tax frauds, misapplication of funds in receiverships and bankruptcies. 26. Like the property crimes on the street, white-collar crimes inflict financial losses and psychological harm, while eroding public confidence. The direct financial losses from white-collar crime are difficult to quantify, both because of the lack of a clear definition and limited data. Marshall Clinard used an estimate in his 1990 book Corporate Corruption, The Abuse of Corporate Power 27 that would be the equivalent of $456 billion in 2016. 28. The previous, 2013, edition of this book, The Rich Get Richer and the Poor Get Prison, calculated a conservative and incomplete direct economic loss figure of $610.3 billion, 29, but a recent estimate in the Oxford Handbook of White-Collar Crime claimed that total victimization costs exceed $1.6 trillion and many costly crimes are not included in these estimates. 30. In light of the avalanche of statistics on street crimes, it's worth wondering why there are few meaningful, up-to-date sources of statistics on the overall cost of white-collar crime. But what data there are suggests that the most conservative estimates of the cost of white-collar and corporate crime still dwarf the $14.3 billion that the FBI calculates is the total amount stolen in all reported property crimes for 2014. The remainder of this chapter shows how the criminal justice system functions to weed out the wealthy, meaning both middle and upper class offenders, at each stage of the process and, thus, produces a distorted image of the crime problem. Before entering into this discussion, however, 3 points are worth noting. First, it is not our view that the poor are all innocent victims persecuted by the evil rich. The poor do commit crimes, and the vast majority of the poor who are confined in our prisons are probably guilty of the crimes for which they were sentenced. In addition, there is good evidence that the poor do commit a greater portion of the crimes against persons and property listed in the FBI index than the middle and upper classes do, relative to their numbers in the national population. What we have already tried to prove is that the crimes in the FBI index are not the only acts that threaten us, nor are they the acts that threaten us the most. Many harmful acts of the well-off are not crimes. What this chapter shows, even when we only consider crimes, is that the poor are arrested and punished by the criminal justice system much more frequently and more harshly than the better-off folks. Second, the following discussion has been divided into 3 sections that correspond to the major criminal justice decision points and that also correspond to hypotheses 2, 3, and 4 stated on page 73 in Chapter 2.